Accumulating merit to become a Buddha. Chapter 1. The grace of the perfectly enlightened Buddha. Normally, the human mind is clouded and darkened by greed, anger, and delusion. Therefore, humans are unable to see this life or the next life, nor the consequences of good and bad karma. As an example of the time when heavy rain falls and the rushing water merges into a great river. If a boat sinks in the river, it is unlikely that one can see that boat beneath the surface because the water is murky and dark. However, if that same water is gathered in a jar and left undisturbed for days, months, or even years, it will gradually settle and become crystal clear, just like the water we drink. One can clearly see anything placed in still water, whether it be a bean seed or a sesame seed. Similarly, when the human mind is clouded and impure, it cannot perceive this life, the next life, or the consequences of good and bad karma. Before attaining enlightenment, the Buddha, as a bodhisattva, spent countless lifetimes cultivating merit. Through deep meditation and mental cultivation, he was able to calm and still his restless, clouded mind. Once the mind became peaceful and still, it turned clear and radiant, like water in a glass. Just as one can clearly see what is in a glass of pure water, an enlightened mind perceives reality with absolute clarity. This profound clarity is called vipassana, insight. And the knowledge gained from it is called vijja, true knowledge. With this wisdom, the Buddha could recall countless past lives, his own and those of others, stretching back over thousands, even innumerable lifetimes. He could see where he had been born, in which family caste, what his skin complexion was, what joys he had experienced, what kind of food he had eaten, and the nature of his existence in each life. This ability, known as the first of the threefold knowledge, is called Pabanivasanassadanana, the knowledge of past lives. Next, the Buddha took this transcendent wisdom to observe all beings that were currently caught in the cycle of birth and death. The Buddha witnessed that these beings, having committed wrongdoings through body, speech, and mind, including those having criticized the noble monks, passed away and were reborn into states of misery such as the realms of suffering, deprivation, and hell. Meanwhile, those who have acted virtuously through body, speech, and mind passed away and were reborn into delightful realms, such as the heavenly worlds. This is the second type of knowledge, known as Kuttapapada Gnana, the knowledge of the passing away and rebirth of all beings. Next, the Buddha took his insightful wisdom to perceive the Four Noble Truths, the profound realities of suffering, dukkha, its origin, samudaya, its cessation, nirodha, and the path leading to its cessation, magga, comprehended through 3 rounds with 12 modes. This is the third type of knowledge, known as Asavakkhaya Gnana, the knowledge of the destruction of mental defilements, through which one attains Buddhahood. Chapter 2. Causes for aspiring to Buddhahood. A great man began to wish to become a Buddha because he had experienced one of these 4 scenarios. 1. A great man once witnessed an enlightened Buddha performing extraordinary and unprecedented miracles. Through the immense power of the Buddha, the great man felt deeply inspired toward the great enlightenment, dwelling on these miracles as an inspiration. He reflected that the Buddha possessed marvelous and unparalleled qualities, and fully realized that the Buddha's supreme enlightenment was inconceivable. With the profound understanding in mind, the great man sparked the aspiration to achieve the highest form of enlightenment, to become the Buddha. Seeing such an immense power of the Buddha, therefore, leads to the first great inspiration to become one of the Buddhas in the future. 2. A great man did not perceive the Buddha's immense power directly as described, but upon hearing that the Buddha possessed such great power, the great man inclined his mind toward supreme enlightenment, taking the realization of perfect Buddhahood as an inspiration. And relying on hearing the accounts of the Buddha, the great man set his mind upon such miraculous miracles. This is the second inspiration to become one of the Buddhas in the future. 3. A great man did not perceive the Buddha's immense power as described, nor did he hear of such great power from others. However, when the Buddha expounded the Dhamma, the great man listened to the teachings imbued with the Buddha's power, such as, Bhikkhus, the Tathagata is endowed with 10 powers. Upon hearing this, the great man inclined his mind toward supreme enlightenment, taking the realization of perfect Buddhahood as an inspiration. Relying on that Buddha's power, he set his mind upon such miraculous miracles. This is the third factor of the great miracle to inspire the great man to become a Buddha. 4. A great man did not perceive the Tathagata's immense power as described, nor did he hear of such miraculous miracles from others, nor even listen to the Tathagata's teachings. However, being broad-minded and noble in intention, he thought, I shall uphold the lineage of the Buddhas, the traditions of the Buddhas, the customs of the Buddhas, and the righteousness, truth and virtue of the Buddhas. He then venerated, respected, and revered the Dhamma, that is, truth and virtue, inclining his mind toward supreme enlightenment. He took the realization of perfect Buddhahood as a termination. Relying on that Dhamma, he set his mind upon such miraculous miracles. This is the fourth factor of the great miracle to inspire the great man to become a Buddha. The first cause for aspiring to become a Buddha. 1.1 To witness a marvelous miracle performance. The moment of witnessing the Supreme Buddha perform a marvelous miracle was truly astonishing. At that time, the Buddha ascended to the Tavatimsa heaven to deliver the Abhidhamma Pitaka for the benefit of his mother, who had been reborn there. Once he had completed his teaching, the Buddha descended from the Tavatimsa heaven to the city of Sankasa. Sakka, the king of Tavatimsa heaven, created 3 kinds of stairways, one of gold, one of crystal, and one of silver. The base of each stairway was placed at the city gate of Sankasa, while the tops of the stairways rested on the summit of Mount Sineru. Of these, the golden stairway was on the right, for the Devas. The silver stairway was on the left, for the great Brahmas, and the central crystal stairway was for the Tathagata, the Buddha. Standing atop Mount Sineru, the Buddha performed the twin miracle, Yamaka Patirya, as he was descending from the celestial realm. Once the Buddha gazed upward, all the realms up to the Brahma world became visible in a single unified space. When looking downward, the realms down to Avicii, the great hell, were equally visible in a single view. When looking in all the cardinal and intermediate directions, hundreds of thousands of universes became unified in one expansive vision. Consequently, Devas from across the 10,000-fold world system gathered together. The Devas could see humans, and the humans could see the Devas. All beings, divine and human, could see one another clearly, face to face, through the Buddha's extraordinary spiritual power. Even though they dwelled in distant realms, in different planes of existence, they could behold one another as if they stood side by side. The Blessed One radiated the 6-colored rays of light, Chalabanya Ransi. All human beings within a radius of 36 yojanas, approximately 576 kilometers, around Sankasa city witnessed the Buddha's majestic appearance adorned with those 6-colored rays. On that day, every single being, who saw the Buddha's glorious radiance and appearance, aspired to one day become a Buddha themselves. No one could resist their inner desire to be just like the Buddha. Note, the twin miracle, Yamaka Patirya, the Buddha, through his great spiritual power, allowed beings from all these planes to see each other from the heights of the Brahma realms to the depths of the hell realms, all gathered. Even Akandara Nagaraja, who dwells in the Mekong River, witnessed that event. Thereupon, he formed the aspiration to attain Buddhahood and performed an act of veneration by offering luminous lamps of the Nagas, phenomena that the people of the world call the Naga fireballs of Akandara Nagaraja. Akandara Nagaraja has never forgotten that day. Thus, every year he invites his Naga attendants to perform this act of worship by releasing Naga fireballs, on the day of the end of the rain's retreat, OK Phansa in Thai. The day of the Buddha's descent from the Tavatimsa heaven, Devorahana. 1.2 The second marvelous miracle performance, the Lord Buddha's visit to his father at Kapilavatthu. In the Nigrodharma monastery, the Lord Buddha went to visit his father. There, the Buddha, together with 20,000 arahants, sat upon well-prepared seats of honor. However, the Sakyas, being a proud and noble clan, were stiff with pride. They thought to themselves, Prince Siddhartha is younger than us. He is either our younger brother, our son, our nephew, or grandson. Then they said to the younger princes, you should sit at the first row and pay homage. We will sit behind you. When the Buddha perceived their disposition, he reflected, these royal relatives do not bow to me, believing themselves to be elders, but in fact they are just ignorant elders. Neither they, nor gods nor men, truly understand the greatness of a Buddha, his supreme nature, his power, his wisdom, or the benefit the Buddha brings to the world. Then the Buddha resolved, let me demonstrate the supreme power of a Buddha. He created, through his psychic power, a jeweled walking path, Kankama, suspended in mid-air, adorned with radiant gems. At that moment, devas, gods, from the 10,000 world systems rejoiced. From the earth spirits and sky deities, to those of the Katamaharajika realm, Tavatimsa, Yama, Tasita, Nimanarati, Paranimitavasavati, and even the Brahma worlds up to the Akanitha level, all were filled with joy and wonder. The Buddha entered deep meditative absorption, Hana, focusing on the white kasina, a meditation on pure whiteness, and made a firm resolve. Let there be light throughout the 10,000 world systems. Note, what is the white kasina? It is one of the 10 kasina meditation objects in Theravada Buddhist meditation practice. A meditator focuses their attention on a white object like a white disc, cloth, or light until they can mentally visualize it without needing the physical object. This internal image becomes the mental kasina, leading to deeper levels of concentration. The Buddha used the white kasina to enter a deep meditative absorption, jhana, to radiate immense light throughout the 10,000 universes, symbolizing the Buddha's wisdom and power that dispels all ignorance and darkness. It wasn't just a show, it was a cosmic level reminder that enlightenment isn't about our status or pride. It's about inner purity, like the whiteness of that kasina. As soon as the Buddha made this determination, brilliant light appeared. The human world and the heavenly realms lit up radiantly. Even the deepest, most impenetrable realms like the Lokantarika hell could no longer remain in darkness. The thickest gloom was dispersed. Sods, humans, and even the beings of hell witnessed this wondrous miracle and were filled with boundless joy and amazement. A magnificent and vast light spread across the worlds, reaching devas, Gandhabas, celestial musicians, humans, rakshasas, demons, and even into other planes, above, below, and all around. The supreme teacher of all beings, the most excellent, revered by gods and humans alike, one possessed of majestic qualities and hundreds of auspicious marks, thus performed the most extraordinary miracle. In that assembly, Lord Buddha ascended and hovered in the sky. He then miraculously created the delightful Mount Sineru as a place for walking meditation. Deities from across 10,000 world systems bowed in reverence and performed acts of devotion to the Tathagata, the Buddha, the Supreme Buddha with the ultimate sight among mortals and leaders of the world, having been earnestly entreated by the noble gods, perceived the great benefit for them to witness the miracle at that time. Thus, he manifested a radiant jeweled walkway, impeccably adorned with precious gems. The Buddha, the leader of the world, was fully accomplished in the three kinds of miracles, Patihariya. 1. The miracle of psychic power, Iti Patihariya, teaching through the exercise of supernormal abilities in order to subdue obstinate and harmful persons who were not easily receptive to the teaching. 2. The miracle of mind reading, Adasana Patiriya, teaching by discerning the thoughts present in the minds of listeners and expounding the Dhamma in accordance with those very thoughts. And 3. The miracle of instruction, Anusasani Patihariya, teaching by systematically expounding the Dhamma in a profound and graduated manner. The Buddha then displayed the peak of Mount Sinai from 10,000 world systems, making those 10,000 columns aligned in rows, forming a gleaming jeweled path. The Tathagata, the Buddha, then created a walkway that surpassed 10,000 world systems, with both sides of its surface made entirely of gold. At this celestial promenade, he conjured a golden dais, overlaid with golden planks stretching out alongside both collar beams. This radiant jeweled path was scattered with sands of crystal, sapphire, and moonstone, shining brilliantly in all directions like the rising sun. There, the Buddha, resplendent in his 32 marks of a great man, walked in meditation along the path. All the deities gathered, showering it with divine Mandarava flowers, lotuses, and Parikchataka blossoms. Seeing the Blessed One, the gods from 10,000 world systems were filled with joy, bowed low in homage. Devas of the Tavatimsa, Yama, Tasita, Nimanarati, and Paranimita Vasavati heavens rejoiced and were gladdened in heart. Nagas, Garudas, Kanaras, along with gods, Gandhabas, humans, and Rakshasas, gazed upon the Buddha with admiration, like one beholding the full moon rising in the sky. The Brahmas of the Abhasara, Subhakina, Vihaphala, and Akanitha realms stood with palms joined, clad in spotless white robes, offering 5-colored Mandarava flowers mixed with sandalwood powder and waving cloths in the sky. In that moment, they exclaimed, "Oh, the Buddha, who brings benefit and welfare to the world. He is the teacher, the pinnacle, the banner, the refuge, the sanctuary, the protector, the light of all beings. Supreme among all bipeds." The deities of 10,000 world systems, full of bliss and delight, surrounded him in homage. Divine sons and daughters, hearts filled with faith, honored the Blessed One with 5-colored flowers. Witnessing the Buddha, the refuge of the world, they were moved with deep joy and reverence. They offered 5-colored blossoms, saying, "Oh, what a marvel in this world, an awe-inspiring, hair-raising wonder we've never seen." From their respective realms, the gods beheld the spectacle in the sky and were overjoyed. Deities in the air, on the earth, among the grass, and near the morning star rejoiced. Long-lived Nagas, virtuous and mighty, too, honored the supreme teacher of all beings across the 3 realms. Awed by the wonders in the heavens, heavenly orchestras began to play, leather-covered drums sounded throughout the skies. Conchas, kettledrums, and great gongs resounded in the firmament. Hearing and seeing such wonders, they exclaimed, "Today, goosebumps rise from a miracle we've never known. Surely, enlightenment is near. We have reached our moment." Upon hearing the name Bado, instantly, joy arose within them. Standing with palms joined, they chanted, "Bado! Bado!" The celestial beings in the vast skies, with hands respectfully joined in Anjali, raised their voices in harmonious cries of Hing Hing and joyful Sadhu, echoing with exultant cheers. Their hearts leapt in bliss as they chanted in unison, clapped hands, danced in rhythm, and scattered the 5-colored Mandarava blossoms, mingled with fragrant sandalwood dust, while exclaiming, "O great hero! What marvel lies beneath the soles of your feet?" The wheelmark adorned with victory banners, thunderbolt insignia, and regal emblems. In form, in virtue, in concentration, in wisdom, and in liberation, none is your equal. You are peerless among peerless Buddhas in proclaiming the wheel of Dhamma. The strength of 10 royal elephant lineages abides within your body. None matches your might, O Lord of miracles. Therefore, let all beings venerate the one who embodies every supreme quality, the great sage, whose compassion is the refuge of all worlds. He is worthy of homage, of praise, of veneration, and of boundless worship. O great hero! Among all those in this world who deserve veneration, among all who merit homage across the 3 realms, you, Lord, are the foremost. None surpasses you. At that moment, the Buddha, performing the twin miracle, revealed the miracle of the open realms, Lokavivarana Patihariya. While this miracle unfolded, all humans standing or seated could behold, with their very own eyes and by the Buddha's power, the divine beings discoursing Dhamma across the heavens, from the Katamaharajika realm up to the highest Akanitha Brahma world. They also saw, deep below, the sufferings of beings in the great hells, the 8 great hells, the 16 neighboring hells, and the darkest Lokantarika. The deities from 10,000 world systems, with mighty divine power, approached the Tathagata in awe, hands in Anjali, overcome with marvel, never seen before. They chanted verses of veneration, extolling the Buddha's boundless virtues. Hands clapping in joy, radiant with bliss and faith, they proclaimed their delight. Then, Venerable Sariputta, the one of great wisdom, master of concentration and deep meditation, standing upon Giljakuta, Vulture's Peak, beheld the world leader. To him, the Buddha appeared like a sal tree in full blossom, like the moon rising in the sky, like the sun at zenith, radiant and resplendent. The Buddha glowed with an aura stretching a fathom wide, like a blazing torch, like dawn light touching the sky. Seeing this divine display of spiritual power, the elder's heart stirred. Let me now make the Buddha's majestic power even more apparent to the world. Then he summoned 500 arahants, flawless, unwavering, well-liberated, saying, Our Buddha is displaying the Lokapassada miracle to inspire all humans, devas, brahmas, and beings in 10,000 worlds. Let us go and pay homage to the Supreme One. The monks, disciplined and wise, self-restrained and composed, accepted his words with a resounding sadhu. They took their robes and bowls and quickly approached the venerable elder. Then, accompanied by the pure arahants, Venerable Sariputta, chief in wisdom, with grace and miraculous power, soared through the sky, like a host of radiant devas, their manners serene, no coughs, no sneezes, full of reverence, awe, and mindfulness. They arrived before the Buddha, beholding him, the self-awakened one, leader of the world, shining like the sun rising at dawn, like the full moon in the heavens, like the source of all radiance, like lightning flashing across the sky, like the blazing noonday sun. Note, the Lokapassada miracle, Thai. Lok Sath Na, refers to a miracle or act performed by the Buddha to inspire faith, Passada, in the world, Loka, essentially, to cause people to gain confidence or devotion toward the Buddha and his teachings. The 500 arahants, seeing the radiant one pure as still waters, lovely as blooming lotuses, were filled with joy and devotion. With hands in Anjali, they bowed low at the sacred feet, adorned with the wheel sign, and Venerable Sariputta, the wise and eloquent, paid homage to the world leader, the great hero sage, the master of similes, the dispeller of doubt. The Blessed One, knowing the thoughts of Venerable Sariputta and the arahant monks there, thus, he declared his own virtues that throughout as being immeasurable, without end, beyond the reach of anyone's knowing. There are 4 immeasurable and boundless things that no one can fully comprehend: the multitude of beings, the expanse of space, the endlessness of the universes, and the immeasurable wisdom of the Buddha. No one can fathom these. Thus, what marvel is there in the display of our miraculous powers in the world now? there are still ever greater and more wondrous marvels, unseen before and awe-inspiring, abound. At the time when I bore the name Santasita among the devas of the Tasita heaven, 10,000 world systems devas gathered, raising their joined palms in supplication, and pleaded, "O great hero, now is the right time for you to descend from the heaven into the mother's womb, so that the worlds, both human and divine, may cross the flood of samsara. May you please be born and attained enlightenment, the path to nibbana." At the moment of my descent from the Tasita heaven into the mother's womb, the earth across 10,000 world systems quaked when I emerged from the mother's womb with my full awareness. Devas throughout the world systems rejoiced. And again the earth across 10,000 world systems quaked. None could equal me, whether in descending into the womb, in birth, in enlightenment, or in the turning of the wheel of Dhamma. Oh, truly wondrous is the immense virtue of the Buddhas. 6 times did the earthquake across 10,000 world systems, and great radiant light shone forth, awesome, marvelous, and causing hairs to stand on end. Venerable Sariputta, filled with joy and delight upon contemplating the greatness of the Buddha's virtues, further reflected, "How wondrous are the perfections, paramis, the conditions for Buddhahood. They are of immense power, leading to such supreme qualities." He then pondered, in which lives did the perfections first grow? How did they reach such maturity? Thus, Venerable Sariputta, wise, skilled in meditation and absorption, one who had perfected wisdom through the fulfillment of perfections, approached and respectfully asked the Blessed One, the supreme teacher of gods and men, "Venerable Sir, highest among devas and humans, what was the manner of your extraordinary deeds? At what time did you first aspire to supreme, perfect Buddhahood? How were the 10 perfections, generosity, morality, renunciation, wisdom, perseverance, patience, truthfulness, determination, loving kindness, and equanimity, practiced by you? O teacher of the world, how were the secondary perfections and ultimate perfections fulfilled? O one whose voice is as sweet as the song of the Kanara birds, desiring to gladden the hearts of humans and devas with joy. I ask this question. May the Blessed One kindly answer?" The Blessed One then declared to Sariputta, "Listen, O Sariputta. My spiritual development, the parami that leads to Buddhahood, has grown and flourished across countless existences, from life to life, eon after eon, through constant reverence and vigorous effort from the moment of resolution. Yet, in this fortunate eon, Bhattakapa, those 10 perfections have reached complete fulfillment, maturity, and perfection in this very life. A great man did not witness the immense power of the Buddha, but he heard the story of a bodhisattva that when the bodhisattva had fully perfected the 10 perfections, paramis, and attained complete mindfulness and full awareness, he ascended to the Tasita heaven. There, he shone with brilliance and majesty surpassing all other deities in that realm, endowed with complete mindfulness and awareness. The bodhisattva remained in the Tasita realm until the right time came when the deities from 10,000 world systems assembled together and respectfully invited him to descend to attain enlightenment as a Buddha. After examining the 5 great considerations, Mahavilokana, and finding all conditions fulfilled, he accepted the invitation and, with full mindfulness and awareness, descended into the mother's womb. At that moment, the earth measuring 240,000 yojanas in thickness trembled and quaked throughout 10,000 world systems. A magnificent and boundless light, greater than the light of the sun, the moon, or any celestial being including Brahmas, radiated and reached even into the deepest hell, Avici, which is otherwise shrouded in eternal darkness. The bodhisattva, fully mindful and well aware, sat in the cross-legged meditation posture within the womb. The Buddha's mother saw him as one might see threads of yellow, green, white, and red interwoven within a crystal sphere for the entire 10 months of pregnancy. At that moment, 32 auspicious signs appeared as miracles. Upon the Bodhisattva's birth, the 10,000 world systems again trembled, quaked, and shook in all directions. With full mindfulness and awareness, he emerged from the womb, placing his foot forward first. Like a venerable elder descending from the Dhamma seat, his body was untouched by any impurity. At that time, the deities from the 10,000 universes gathered together in a single universe. As soon as the great being, the Bodhisattva, was born, the deities were the first to receive him. Only afterward did the human beings come to receive him. At that moment, all drums, both leather-covered and others, as well as the strings and harps, produced melodious sounds on their own, though no one played them. Ornaments and adornments, though untouched by anyone, echoed with beautiful tones. All forms of bondage and restraints were released everywhere, and all illnesses and diseases vanished on their own. Even those born blind could see all forms. The deaf could hear the sounds around them. The mute from birth became mindful and aware. The crippled could walk using their feet. Ships that sailed to foreign lands could return swiftly to the port of Supatana. All kinds of jewels, both in the sky and on land, radiated their own light in every direction. The fierce fires of hell were extinguished. Even the waters of all rivers ceased to flow. A vast, magnificent radiance appeared even in the darkest hells where suffering is unceasing. At that moment, the great ocean was calm, with gentle waves, and the plain water tasted sweet and pleasant. The harsh and violent winds no longer blew. All trees blossomed abundantly. The moon and stars shone brilliantly, and even the sun was no longer scorching. Birds descended joyfully from the sky, and trees to the ground below. Rain clouds across the 4 great continents poured down sweet, pleasant rain all around. The celestial beings, filled with faith in their heavenly realms, danced, sang, played music, cried out in joy, and laughed together in delight. It was said that, at that time, both small and large gates opened by themselves. Hunger and thirst no longer tormented the masses, wherever they might be. Creatures that were once enemies showed great kindness toward one another. Crows moved alongside owls. Packs of wolves smiled warmly at herds of pigs. Venomous and non-venomous snakes played with mongooses. House mice, completely at ease, gathered near the heads of cats. The insatiable thirst in the world of hungry ghosts, which had persisted since the time of the former Buddha, was quenched. Hunchbacks became well-proportioned. The mute spoke with sweetness. Creatures filled with faith spoke kindly to one another. Horses, joyful at heart, neighed proudly. Even mighty elephants trumpeted resoundingly. Throughout the 10,000-fold world systems, fragrant sandalwood powder scattered everywhere, blending with the scents of flowers, saffron, incense, and garlands that fluttered like beautiful, majestic flags. The prince took 7 steps, casting his gaze in all 4 directions, then to the 8, and finally to all 10 directions, and proclaimed with a majestic voice, "1 am supreme in the world. I am the most virtuous in the world. I am the most awakened among all beings. This is my final birth. There will be no more rebirth for me." Upon reaching adulthood, he married. At the age of 29, he saw an old man, a sick person, a dead body, and a monk. These sights inspired him to renounce the worldly life and entered the monkhood. Eventually, at age of 35, he attained enlightenment and became the fully awakened Buddha. At that moment, the 10,000-fold world system quaked and trembled in awe. Section 2.2. The great man, Mahaparisa, did not personally witness the Tathagata, the Buddha, performing supernatural events. But he heard from others that the fame and glory of the fully enlightened Buddha had spread far and wide in these following ways. Araham, he is an arahant. Sammasambuddho, he attained enlightenment by himself. Vichakaranasampano, he is endowed with knowledge and conduct. Sugato, he has gone to bliss. Lokavid, he is the knower of the worlds. Anataro Parisadama Sarathi, he is the incomparable charioteer of those who can be trained. Sattva Devamanasanam, he is the teacher of gods and humans. Badoo, he is awakened. Bhagava, he is the Blessed One, who skillfully reveals, classified, and selects the right Dhamma to teach all beings. The great man heard that the Blessed One delivered the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, the discourse on turning the wheel of Dhamma, to the 5 ascetics, Pankavaji, in the deer park at Isapatana. At the conclusion of the sermon, the Brahmin Kandanya, along with 180 million Brahmas, attained the first stage of enlightenment, Sotapanna. The earth quaked throughout 10,000 world systems. And a vast brilliant light illuminated even the deepest hell, Lokantarika Naraya. Upon hearing this, the great man inclined his mind toward supreme enlightenment, Sammasambodhiñāna, made it the object of his heart, and formed the aspiration to become a Buddha. Section 2.3. The great man did not personally witness the Tathagata's immense power as described. But he heard from others that the Blessed One always radiated the 6-colored aura, Chabanaransi, around his body. These 6 rays of light are 1. Nila, blue, like the butterfly pea flower, Clitoria ternate, 2. Pita, yellow, like refined gold, 3. Lohita, red, like the rising sun, 4. Odata, white, like a silver plate, 5. Manjetha, orange, like the scarlet hibiscus or the comb of a rooster, 6. Pabhasara, crystal clear, like a polished crystal gem. The Blessed One possessed great power and a voice like that of Brahma, characterized by 8 noble qualities: 1. Clarity, 2. Distinctness, 3. Gentleness, 4. Pleasantness, 5. Melodiousness, 6. Purity, free from hoarseness, 7. Depth, 8. Resonance. When the Blessed One spoke, his voice had a cadence like that of the Karavika bird, sweet and enchanting. Such was the voice of the teacher, melodious, heart-pleasing, deeply moving, and beloved. He could project his voice across 100,000 world systems. As mentioned in the Kulanidesa Sutta, Venerable Ananda once asked the Blessed One about this, and the Buddha replied, "Ananda, the Tathagata can radiate his light throughout a vast universe of 100,000 world systems. When beings become aware of that light, then the Tathagata emits his voice so that they may hear it. By his voice, the Tathagata can cause beings throughout those world systems to realize the truth, or as many as he wills according to his intention." When the Blessed One said this, Venerable Ananda exclaimed with joy, "Blessed am I, fortunate am I, to have such a teacher, endowed with such great power and spiritual might." Upon hearing this, Venerable Udayi remarked to Ananda, "What benefit is there for you if your teacher possesses such power and greatness?" The Blessed One then addressed Udayi, saying, "Udayi, do not say that. If Ananda, even his craving is not eliminated, were to pass away now, he would be reborn as the ruler of the Devas among the heavenly realms 7 times. And then as a universal monarch in the human realm of Jambudvipa 7 times. This would be due to the purity of his devoted heart." Conclusion of the 4 causes for aspiring to Buddhahood. Having come to know and realize these 4 causes for forming the aspiration to become a Buddha. 1. Having personally seen a Buddha. 2. Having heard accounts of a Buddha. 3. Having listened to the Dhamma taught by a Buddha. 4. Possessing a noble heart with the desire to preserve the noble traditions and practices of the Buddhas. The individual then forms the aspiration to Buddhahood. Once this aspiration is established, the person is henceforth known as a bodhisattva, a being aspiring to enlightenment by himself. The meaning of the term bodhisattva. The term bodhisattva is derived from 3 components. Phra means the noble or exalted one. Bodhi means awakening, or enlightenment, specifically the realization of the Dhamma as a fully enlightened Buddha, Sammasambuddha. Sattva means being, or all sentient beings, who wander in the cycle of birth and death, samsara. Altogether, the term refers to the exalted being who aspires to attain enlightenment as a fully enlightened Buddha and to guide all sentient beings toward nibbana. Therefore, he is called a bodhisattva. Note: a bodhisattva is a being who aspires to attain Buddhahood and helps others reach enlightenment. In Mahayana Buddhism, bodhisattvas are highly revered for their compassion and selflessness in guiding others toward liberation. Chapter 3 The Perfections Parami. The parami are powerful spiritual qualities that enable the bodhisattva to ultimately realize supreme enlightenment and become the great teacher of humans, celestial beings, Brahmas, and all living beings across 10,000 world systems. There are 10 perfections, as follows. 1. Dana Parami, the perfection of generosity. 2. Sila Parami, the perfection of morality. 3. Nekama Parami, the perfection of renunciation. 4. Panya Parami, the perfection of wisdom. 5. Viriya Parami, the perfection of effort. 6. Kanti Parami, the perfection of patience. 7. Sakka Parami, the perfection of truthfulness. 8. Adhithana Parami, the perfection of determination. 9. Metta Parami, the perfection of loving kindness. 10. Upekkha Parami, the perfection of equanimity. These 10 perfections empower the bodhisattva to fulfill his noble aspiration and become a Sammasambuddha, the supreme teacher who liberates countless beings from the cycle of suffering. 1. Dana Parami, perfection of generosity. Dana means giving. Dana is giving. After forming his aspiration of Buddhahood, the bodhisattva learned Dhamma teachings from the Buddha or supreme Buddhist monks or from Tripitaka. Then he reflected and recognized Dana Parami as the foremost among the perfections. He saw that this perfection of generosity is the great path that all past bodhisattvas who sought the supreme qualities had practiced. Therefore, the bodhisattva firmly upholds this perfection of generosity as his first commitment. Cultivate Dana Parami if wishing to attain supreme enlightenment. He told himself that, just as a pot full of water, when turned upside down, spills out every drop without retaining anything, likewise, when you see the poor whether of low, middle, or high status, you must give freely and completely, leaving nothing behind, like the overturned pot. In this way, upon reaching the other shore of Dana Parami, you will attain supreme enlightenment. Sammasambodhiñāna. 2. Sila Parami, perfection of morality. The wise bodhisattva reflected further and saw that he should cultivate the Sila Parami, the perfection of morality, which all the noble seekers of virtue in ages past had constantly observed and upheld. Therefore, the bodhisattva firmly undertakes this second perfection, the Sila Parami. Practice it diligently if truly wishing to attain supreme enlightenment, bodhiñāna. The bodhisattva taught himself that, just as the yak, in order to protect the tuft of hair on its tail that has become caught, will endure death rather than allow that hair to be scattered, so too should you Fithila Parami with unwavering commitment do not cling to life, preserve morality as the yak preserves its tail. In this way, upon reaching the other shore of Sila Parami, you will attain supreme enlightenment, Sammasambodhiñāna. 3. Nekama Parami, perfection of renunciation. The wise bodhisattva reflected even further. Realizing that the qualities leading to Buddhahood, Buddhakarika Dhamma, are not limited to those already considered. He then recognized Nekama Parami, the perfection of renunciation, as the third. Therefore, the bodhisattva firmly upholds this perfection of renunciation. Strive to perfect it fully, if truly wishing to attain supreme enlightenment, bodhiñāna. The bodhisattva taught himself that, Just as a man who has long been imprisoned grows weary and disgusted by his suffering, and finds no joy in his confinement, but urgently seeks a way to escape, so too should you see the three realms of existence as a prison. Turn your mind toward renunciation, nekama, to break free from all realms of rebirth. In this way, upon reaching the other shore of nekama parami, you will attain supreme enlightenment, sammasambodhiñāna. 4. Paññā parami, perfection of wisdom. The wise bodhisattva reflected further still, realizing that the Buddhakarika Dhamma, the qualities that lead to Buddhahood, are not yet complete. He then recognized Paññā parami, the perfection of wisdom, as the fourth, a quality constantly cultivated by noble ones who sought supreme virtue in the past. Therefore, the bodhisattva firmly undertakes this fourth perfection, Paññā parami. Diligently cultivate wisdom, if truly wishing to attain supreme enlightenment, bodhiñāna. The bodhisattva taught himself that, just as a monk goes for alms from households of all kinds, low, middle, and high without exception, in order to obtain enough food to sustain life as quickly as possible, so too should you seek knowledge from all the wise at all times. In this way, upon reaching the other shore of Paññā parami, you will attain supreme enlightenment, sammasambodhiñāna. 5. Viriya parami, perfection of effort. The wise bodhisattva reflected even further, realizing that the Buddhakarika Dhamma, the qualities that bring about Buddhahood, are still not yet complete. He then recognized Viriya parami, the perfection of effort, as the fifth, a quality habitually practiced by all the great seekers of supreme virtue in the past. 5. Viriya parami, perfection of effort. The wise bodhisattva reflected even further, realizing that the Buddhakarika Dhamma, the qualities that bring about Buddhahood, are still not yet complete. He then recognized Viriya parami, the perfection of effort, as the fifth, a quality habitually practiced by all the great seekers of supreme virtue in the past. Therefore, the bodhisattva firmly upholds this fifth perfection, Viriya parami. The bodhisattva taught himself that, just as the lion maintains unwavering effort and alertness whether lying down, standing, or walking, always guarding its mind, so too should you steadfastly sustain your energy and diligence in all postures, throughout all states of existence. In this way, upon reaching the other shore of Viriya parami, you will attain supreme enlightenment, sammasambodhiñāna. 6. Khanti parami, perfection of patience. The wise bodhisattva reflected further still, understanding that the Buddhakarika Dhamma, the qualities that lead to Buddhahood, are not yet complete. He then recognized Khanti parami, the perfection of patience, as the sixth, a quality consistently cultivated by the great seekers of supreme virtue in former times. Therefore, the bodhisattva firmly upholds this sixth perfection, Khanti parami, and you will be able to attain supreme enlightenment, bodhisana. The bodhisattva taught himself that, just as the earth patiently endures whatever is cast upon it, whether clean or unclean, and shows neither delight nor displeasure, so too must you endure both praise and blame, honor and insult, from others with equanimity. In this way, when you reach the other shore of Khanti parami, you will attain supreme enlightenment. The perfection of patience is called unmatched. The perfection of patience is never defeated, and the perfection of patience is incomparable. 7. Sakka parami, perfection of truthfulness. The wise bodhisattva reflected further still, realizing that the Buddhakarika Dhamma, the qualities leading to Buddhahood, were still not complete. He then recognized Sakka parami, the perfection of truthfulness, as the seventh, a quality consistently practiced by the noble seekers of virtue in the past. Therefore, the bodhisattva firmly upholds this seventh perfection, Sakka parami. If your speech never wavers from truth, remaining steadfast in this perfection, then you shall attain supreme enlightenment, sammasambodhiñāna. The bodhisattva taught himself that, Just as the morning star, Venus, is like the great balancing point for both the human and celestial worlds, never straying from its course whether in the rainy season, winter, or summer, so too should you never stray from the path of truth. Remain unshaken in your commitment to truthfulness. In this way, when you reach the other shore of Sakya Parami, you will attain supreme enlightenment. 8. Perfection of determination. The ascetic bodhisattva contemplated further, thinking, surely, the practices of the Buddha's path do not end here. Now perceive the perfection of determination, the eighth among the 10 perfections consistently embraced by the noble ones who sought the supreme qualities. The bodhisattva must now take up this perfection of determination and hold to it with unwavering resolve. When one is steadfast and unshaken in this perfection, the supreme knowledge of enlightenment shall be within reach. The bodhisattva taught himself that, just as a mighty mountain of solid rock stands unmoved by fierce winds blowing from the 4 directions, remaining firm upon its base, so too must you remain unshaken in your resolution at all times. Whatever you have resolved, do not abandon that resolution. When you have reached the far shore of this perfection, then shall you attain the supreme enlightenment. 9. Metta Parami. The perfection of loving kindness. The wise bodhisattva pondered yet further, thinking, surely, the virtues that lead one to Buddhahood cannot be complete just yet. He then discerned the perfection of loving kindness, the 9th among the 10, which the noble ones who sought the highest qualities had constantly embraced as a regular practice. Take up now this 9th perfection, loving kindness, Metta Parami, and hold it firm in your heart. Let none surpass you in loving kindness, if you truly aspire to attain the knowledge of enlightenment. The bodhisattva taught himself that, just as water naturally brings coolness to all, whether to the virtuous or to the wicked, and carries away impurities such as dust without distinction, so too must you let your loving kindness flow evenly toward both the worthy and the unworthy alike. When you have reached the far shore of this perfection of loving kindness, then shall you attain supreme enlightenment. 10. Upekkha Parami. The perfection of equanimity. The sage bodhisattva contemplated yet further, surely, the qualities that bring one to Buddhahood are not yet complete. Then he beheld the perfection of equanimity, Upekkha Parami, the 10th and final perfection steadily cultivated by the great ones of those noble seekers of supreme virtue. You must now take up this 10th perfection, equanimity, and hold it firm. In doing so, you shall indeed realize the knowledge of enlightenment. The bodhisattva taught himself that, just as the great earth remains indifferent, neither pleased nor displeased toward whatever is cast upon it, whether clean or unclean, so too must you maintain a heart of balance and neutrality toward both joy and sorrow. Be as a level scale, well set, neither tilting downward nor rising up, perfectly poised. When you have reached the far shore of the perfection of equanimity, then shall you attain supreme enlightenment, Samma Sambodhiñana. How truly marvelous it is! The Dhamma by which one attains Buddhahood, that is, the fulfillment of the Parami, possesses vast and incomparable potency, and therein lies the cause of the entirety of the Buddha's virtues. The 10 perfections will continually protect the bodhisattva, one who earnestly cultivates these virtues, from falling into realms of woe, misfortune, or torment. So long as these perfections are sustained, they guard against rebirth in the hells, the plains of misery, and all evil destinations. When born again as a human, such a being will be endowed with physical beauty, material wealth, and noble qualities, each suited to furthering the perfection of virtue, life after life. Chapter 4. The 10 perfections leading to the 32 glorious marks of a great man. The fruits of the 10 perfections in this present life, the next, the blessed realms, and beyond. 1. The perfection of giving, Dana Parami. The bodhisattva should understand the blessings of giving, giving gladdens the heart before giving, while giving, and after it is done. These three acts bring clarity, brightness of mind, and release from the darkness of greed and defilement. One who gives becomes beloved and respected by those who receive. Giving earns great honor and trust, and grants dignity in the eyes of many recipients. It is also said that giving is the foremost cause of happiness. It is the foundation of all the steps that lead to Nibbana. Giving is a protector of humankind. It is a noble lineage, a banner carried before oneself, a sacred path for those who have known suffering. Giving is called a boat, for it helps all beings cross the floods of sorrow. It is praised as a fortress, for it guards against harm. Giving is likened to a serpent not easily approached, for greed cannot come near those who give freely. Giving is also like a lotus, untouched by the stain of defilements such as craving. There is no refuge for humankind greater than giving. Therefore, let all of you practice giving, in accordance with your own means and inclinations. Who among the wise, living in this world, delighting in what is good and beneficial, would not be willing to give what that leads to the heavenly realms? Who, having heard that giving is the cause of prosperity among the gods, would not offer what that brings about happiness? Giving gladdens the mind. The one who practices generosity will be surrounded by heavenly nymphs and delight in the Nandana Grove, the realm of celestial bliss for endless ages. The giver is filled with sublime joy, receives honor in this very life, and is held in high esteem by the multitudes. One who gives will attain wealth, long life, a pleasant voice, and radiant form, dwelling in celestial mansions where peacocks of every hue sing sweetly all around, and heavenly beings join in joyous play. Giving is a possession immune to dangers such as thieves, enemies, kings, floods, or fire. And this giving leads not only to the path of discipleship, not only to the path of the solitary Buddha, but also to the path of perfect Buddhahood itself. The bodhisattva should know the merits of giving. When giving to beasts and lowly creatures, the fruits multiply 100-fold, meaning one receives 100-fold result. When giving to immoral humans, the results increase 1,000-fold. Giving to humans observing the 5 precepts in purity yields 100,000-fold results. Giving to non-Buddhist ascetics who have transcended sensual desires brings 100,000,000-fold result. Giving to one who is on the path to becoming a stream enterer, Sotapanna, brings such merit that cannot be counted. Giving to 100 stream enterers does not equal giving to a single once returner, Sakadagami. Giving to 100 once returners is not equal to giving to a single non-returner, Anagami. Giving to 100 non-returners is not equal to giving to a single arahant. Giving to 100 arahants is not equal to giving to a single Paccekabuddha, solitary Buddha. Giving to 100 Paccekabuddhas does not equal giving to a single Sammasambuddha, fully enlightened Buddha. Giving to the Sammasambuddha alone is surpassed by giving to the Sangha offering alms in the presence of the Sammasambuddha as their leader. Even this is surpassed by building a monastic hall for the monks who come from the 4 cardinal directions. 1. Giving things as a gift. The bodhisattva should know that when giving, there arises joyous delight in the present moment. 3.1. It brightens the mind during the act of giving. 3.2. It brings joy and happiness in the present. 3.3. It cultivates and strengthens good habits and virtues. 3.4. After death, one is reborn in a happy heavenly world. 3.5. When born as a human, one receives fair physical beauty, abundant wealth, and agreeable possessions as described in the Lakkhana Sutta. Monks, the Tathagata was once a human in a previous birth, in a previous existence, in a previous becoming. I gave things fit for chewing and eating, delicious foods and drinks of exquisite taste. After passing away due to the breaking apart of the body, The Tathagata attained the heavenly world because of the good karma myself had accumulated and increased in abundance. Upon rebirth from that heavenly world, I was endowed with the marks of a great man, the 7 physical signs including the soft hair on the back of the hands and feet, the shoulders, the neck, and the well-formed frame of a great person. If I were born as a householder, I would become a wheel-turning monarch, Chakravartin, or the like. As a king, I would enjoy such fine foods and drinks as described before. As a Buddha, I would similarly enjoy such refined, delicious things. To attain the glorious marks of a great man through giving, the bodhisattva ought to cultivate loving kindness, metta, alongside the practice of giving. As stated in the Lakkhana Sutta, monks, the Tathagata was once a human in a previous birth. In a previous existence, in a previous becoming. I was one who harbored no anger, no ill will. Even when many people took from me, I did not resist nor resent them. I bore no hatred, no enmity, no desire for revenge, and I did not manifest anger, resentment, or sorrow. Was one who gave fine robes made of delicate cloth, cotton, silk, and fine kamba cloth. After leaving the world, the Tathagata thus attained a blissful heavenly world due to the good karma I had myself accumulated, increased, and perfected. Upon rebirth from that heavenly realm to this world, one received the marks of a great man. My skin was radiant like pure gold, and my body was endowed with those great characteristics. If the great man is born as a householder, he will become a wheel-turning monarch, Chakravartin, or the like. What does a Chakravartin receive? He will receive fine robes of delicate texture and cloth for his attire, such as cotton, silk, and fine kamba cloth. If the great man renounces the world and ordains, he becomes Sammasambuddha, perfectly enlightened one, having laid aside the fetters of defilements in the world. What does the Buddha receive? The Buddha receives fine robes of delicate texture and cloth for his attire, such as cotton, silk, and fine kamba cloth. These are what the Buddha once spoke about giving. Having understood the merits of giving in this way, the bodhisattva firmly resolves to cultivate the perfection of giving. Vowing to give without remainder, like an overturned water vessel utterly emptied of its contents. To increase compassion toward all beings, to attain long life, safety, and freedom from illness within the cycle of existence, and to acquire the marks of a great man, the bodhisattva should give forgiveness, afitthana dana, with continuous IEVERNs too. Giving life as a gift, the great man sits in meditation, contemplating the giving of life as a gift thus. He gives slakabada, offering of cooked rice, and pakikabada, offering of cooked food suitable for birds. For the giving of food and water is called giving life, complexion, happiness, and strength. He arranges for physicians to tend the sick, distroves nets and fish traps, opens bird cages, and sets free animals bound by ropes and chains. He beats drums and proclaims to all not to kill living beings. He himself refrains from killing and encourages others to perform such good deeds. This is called giving forgiveness as a gift. 2.1 Removing dangers, fear and fright as written in the Lakkhana Sutta. The Supreme Buddha taught that, listen, monks, the Tathagata in a previous time, in a former existence, in a former birth, brought great happiness to the people. I alleviated their fear and fright, cared for and protected them with justice. I gave gifts along with attendants and possessions. Because of the karma that accumulated, when the Tathagata passed away after the breaking up of the body, I reached the heavenly realms. I exercised mastery over the other devas in the celestial world by virtue of the 10 bases of power, enjoying divine life and glory such as longevity. When I took birth in this world again, I possessed the marks of a great man. Beneath both feet were spinning wheels. I had a flawless ring, a complete circle adorned with all signs. My good karma was pure and well divided. The great man will also be endowed in that if he dwells in a household, he will become a wheel-turning monarch, Chakravartin. As a wheel-turning monarch, what does he gain? He commands many attendants, Brahmins, householders, villagers, astrologers, great ministers, armies, gatekeepers, officials, companies, princes, merchants, and servants. Once he becomes a Buddha, what does he gain? He has many attendants, monks, nuns, laymen, laywomen, devas, humans, spirits, nagas, and celestial musicians. In brief, when giving forgiveness as a gift in this way, the bodhisattva gains these blessings. 1. A clear mind. 2. Joy in the present moment. 3. Good habits firmly established. 4. After death, a rebirth in the heavenly realms. 5. When reborn in the world, a beautiful form marked by a wheel beneath each foot and surrounded by many attendant. 3. Giving Dhamma as a gift, Dhammadana. When the bodhisattva gives the gift of Dhamma in this manner, he obtains the fruits as declared in the Lakkhana Sutta. Bhikkhus, the Tathagata, in former lives, former existences, former births while still a human being, was one who spoke words endowed with meaning and endowed with Dhamma, one who instructed, guided, and advised a great multitude of people, one who brought benefit and happiness to living beings, one who habitually honored and revered the Dhamma. Because of that, karma performed, accumulated, developed, and brought to fullness upon the breaking up of the body, after death, the Tathagata attained a happy destination, the heavenly world. Having passed away from that heavenly world and come to this state of existence, the Tathagata was endowed with these two marks of a great man, Mahaparisa Lakkhana. 1. Feet like overturned conch shells. 2. Body hairs each curling upward, every single one. If the bodhisattva becomes a wheel-turning monarch, Kakavati Raja, he gains this result: he is supreme, eminent, and the highest leader, surpassing the multitude who partake of sensual pleasures. If he becomes a Buddha, he gains this result: he is supreme, eminent, and the highest leader, surpassing all beings. Bhikkhus, in former times the Tathagata, in former lives, former existences, former births while still a human being, was one who was resolute in teaching arts, sciences, moral conduct, or occupations with the deliberate intention. How might these people come to know quickly, attain success, and not endure prolonged difficulty? Because of that, karma performed, accumulated, cultivated, and made abundant, the Tathagata, upon the breakup of the body after death, attained a happy destination, the heavenly world. Having passed away from that heavenly realm and come to this present state of existence, the Tathagata obtained this mark of a great man, namely, calves well shapek and slender, like those of an antelope. Endowed with that mark, the great man is complete. When the bodhisattva becomes a king, he receives this result. He is immediately endowed with royal conveyances befitting a monarch, forming the retinue of a king, as well as royal regalia and requisites appropriate to royalty. When the bodhisattva becomes a Buddha, he receives this result: he is immediately endowed with requisites suitable for a recluse, with an assembly constituting the retinue of a recluse, and with ascetic requisites appropriate to a recluse. This is the fruition of that karma. Bhikkhus, in former times the Tathagata was a human being in a previous existence of a former birth, and was a leader of many people in wholesome dhammas. I was the chief of many people through bodily good conduct, verbal good conduct, and mental good conduct, threefold good conduct. Kaya Vaka Mano, in the practice of giving, in the undertaking of moral precepts, in the observance of the Uposatha, in proper conduct toward mother and father, ascetics and Brahmins, in reverence toward the elders of the family, and in other dhammas that are exceedingly wholesome. By reason of that karma performed, accumulated, cultivated, and made abundant, the Tathagata upon the breakup of the body after death, attained a happy destination, the heavenly world. Having passed away from that heavenly world and come to this present state of existence, the Tathagata obtained this mark of a great man. The head is perfectly rounded, crowned by the unhisa, as though adorned with a turban. Note, a turban in this context is used to describe the Thai word, anna, unhisa, which refers to a raised, rounded prominence of the head symbolizing sovereignty, eminence, and spiritual supremacy. The Buddha's head possesses a naturally elevated, perfectly proportioned crown. Not that he literally wears a turban. As shown in the picture, when the bodhisattva becomes a wheel-turning monarch, Kakavati Raja, he receives this result. His speech resonates with the public such as Brahmins, householders, townspeople, villagers, astrologers, royal ministers, military forces, gatekeepers, courtiers, retainers, local rulers, wealthy merchants, and princes. When the bodhisattva becomes a Buddha, he receives this result. His speech resonates with the noble assembly consisting of monks, nuns, male and female lay followers, deities, humans, asuras, nagas, and gandhabas, celestial musicians. 2. The perfection of morality. Sila Parami. The bodhisattva should understand the merit of the precept perfection, Sila Paramita, in this present life, the next life, in the blissful heavenly realms, and all future lives. When born as a human, the bodhisattva should know that Sila, moral conduct, is the source of peace and coolness free from anger, and serves as a protective refuge against evil in the present. Observing the 5 precepts, or the 10, or the 227 precepts as pure, the bodhisattva's heart will be filled with great joy and happiness, and the mind will become firmly concentrated with ease. One should realize that Sila is the foundation of wealth in this world and the next. It is the essential cause of all happiness. Those who keep Sila will be born in the 3 heavens, the Trarupya heavenly realms. Sila acts as a guard, a protector, and a guiding principle for those who have attained insight into the cycle of rebirth, samsara. It is the refuge of all beings in this world and beyond. Where else in this world or in any other world would you find anything equal to Sila? Sila is the firm foundation of all virtues, like the earth that supports everything fixed and moving. Therefore, it is described that only Sila is good karma. Sila is supreme in the world. Those who practice the noble way of conduct are called those with Sila. There is no ornament like Sila, no fragrance like Sila, no cleanser of defilements like Sila, no extinguisher of passion like Sila, no source of honor like Sila, no stairway to heaven like Sila, no gateway to the city of nirvana like Sila. Sila, moral discipline, brings about calmness and coolness by quelling anger. It serves as a safeguard against wrongdoing in the present life, preventing one from facing legal punishment. When a bodhisattva reflects on the purity of the 5 precepts, the 10 precepts, or even the 227 monastic precepts, his heart becomes filled with great joy and bliss, and the mind easily attains stable concentration. One should understand that Sila is the foundation of prosperity in both this world and the next. It is the principal cause of all forms of happiness. Those who uphold Sila ascend to the celestial realms through its power. Sila acts as a shield, a protective covering, and a leading force for those traversing the cycle of rebirth, samsara. It is the true refuge for beings in this life and in lives to come. What else in this world or the next could compare to Sila? Sila is the essential foundation for all virtues, just as the earth is the basis for both stationary and moving things. So too is Sila the ground of all goodness. It is said that Sila, moral discipline, alone is wholesome karma. Sila is supreme in the world. One who lives in accordance with the noble conduct of the Aryas, noble ones, is called a person of virtue. There is no ornament equal to the ornament of Sila. No fragrance comparable to the scent of Sila, no purifier of defilements equal to Sila, no remedy for inner turmoil greater than Sila. There is no source of honor greater than Sila. No stairway to heaven equal to Sila, and no gateway to the city of Nibbana comparable to Sila. Just as once the Supreme Buddha said, "Kings may adorn themselves with pearls and precious gems. Yet their splendor does not compare to that of renunciants who are adorned with the ornament of Sila, moral virtue. Such virtue shines with true nobility. No fragrance, whether carried by the wind or against it, can rival the scent of Sila. The scent of flowers does not travel against the wind, nor does the fragrance of sandalwood, agarwood, or jasmine. But the scent of a noble person, Satpurisa, spreads even against the wind. It reaches all directions. The fragrance of Sila surpasses that of all perfumes, including sandalwood, agarwood, lotus, and jasmine. Great rivers such as the Ganges, Yamuna, Sarabu, Sarasvati, Ninika, Asiravati, and Mahi cannot wash away the impurities of beings in this world. But the cleansing power of Sila purifies all defilements of living beings. This noble Sila, when well practiced, brings supreme coolness and extinguishes inner heat. Yellow sandalwood, necklaces, precious jewels, or even the golden pseudoranthemums, an auspicious flower that is considered to bring blessings, cannot quell this inner burning as Sila can. The Sila of the virtues dispels all dangers, including self-reproach, and brings continual honor and joy. What else could be a stairway to heaven equal to Sila? And is it not Sila that serves as the very gateway to the city of Nibbana? Therefore, let all of us come to know the supreme benefits of Sila, the foundation of all virtues and the force that defeats every form of harm. 2.1. Perfection of virtue, Sila Parami. Bodily conduct refraining from killing living beings brings merit that leads one to a blissful rebirth. Upon returning to human existence, it results in acquiring the Mahapurisa characteristics of a Buddha and grants long life. No one can bring about one's death. The Supreme Buddha once taught the monks that, monks in past lives, in previous worlds, in former existences, the Tathagata was born as a human being. I refrained from taking life, completely abstaining from killing. I laid down weapons, set aside violence, was filled with a sense of shame toward wrongdoing, and compassion, always seeking the welfare of all living beings. Because of that deed performed, accumulated, nurtured, and perfected, the Tathagata, after the dissolution of the body at death, was reborn in a heavenly realm of bliss. There, I surpassed other celestial beings in 10 aspects: divine lifespan, divine beauty, divine happiness, divine glory, divine leadership, divine form, divine voice, divine scent, divine taste, and divine touch. Having passed away from that heavenly realm and been reborn in this human form, I acquired 3 Mahapurisa, great man, characteristics. 1. Long soles of the feet. 2. Long fingers and toes. 3. A body upright like that of a Brahma deity as a universal monarch. Chakravartin. What does a bodhisattva gain? He gains a long lifespan. No enemy or rival is able to kill him. As a Buddha, what does a bodhisattva gain? He also possesses a long lifespan. No enemy, whether ascetic or Brahmin, deity, Mara, Brahma, or anyone in the world can take his life. 2.2. The bodhisattva should understand the merit of the perfection of virtue, Sila Parami, in terms of bodily conduct. Refraining from stealing, the bodhisattva should realize that abstaining from stealing and deceitful conduct leads to rebirth in a blissful realm. Upon returning as a human, one gains the Mahapurisa characteristics and acquires a pure and noble retinue. Monks, in past lives, in previous worlds, in former existences, the Tathagata was born as a human being. I abandoned wrong livelihood and lived by right livelihood. I completely refrained from cheating with false weights and measures, from using counterfeit goods, from accepting bribes, from deceiving and trickery. I abstained from cutting, killing, imprisoning, robbing, plundering, and extortion. Because of that deed performed, accumulated, nurtured, and perfected the Tathagata, after the dissolution of the body at death, was reborn in a heavenly realm of bliss. There, I surpassed other celestial beings in 10 aspects: divine lifespan, divine beauty, divine happiness, divine glory, divine sovereignty, divine form, divine voice, divine scent, divine taste, and divine touch. After passing away from that heavenly realm and being reborn in this human form, the Tathagata acquired 2 Mahapurusha characteristics. 1. Even and well-aligned teeth. 2. Beautiful white canine teeth. As a universal monarch, Chakravartin, what does a bodhisattva gain? He is surrounded by a pure and noble following, such as Brahmins, householders, townspeople, villagers, astrologers, royal ministers, military forces, gatekeepers, courtiers, retainers, local rulers, wealthy merchants, and princes. As a Buddha, what does a bodhisattva gain? He is surrounded by a pure and noble assembly consisting of monks, nuns, male and female lay followers, deities, humans, asuras, nagas, and gandhabas, celestial musicians. 2.3. One should understand the merit of the perfection of virtue, sila parami, in terms of speech. Refraining from false speech. One should recognize that abstaining from false speech leads to a blissful rebirth. Upon returning as a human, one gains the Mahapurusha characteristics and becomes a person widely followed by the masses. Monks, in past lives, in previous worlds, in former existences, the Tathagata was born as a human being. He abstained from false speech, completely refraining from lying. He spoke only the truth, upheld honesty, used words that were reliable and trustworthy, and did not deceive the world with his speech. Because of that deed performed, accumulated, nurtured, and perfected the Tathagata, after the dissolution of the body at death, was reborn in a heavenly realm of bliss. After passing away from that heavenly world and being reborn in this human form, I acquired 2 Mahapurusha characteristics. 1. Each pore of the body held a single hair. 2. Between eyebrows grew a right-turning white tuft of hair, unaloma, soft and delicate like cotton wool. When a great man possesses these 2 characteristics, what is the result? As a universal monarch, Chakravartin, he becomes one whom many people follow: Brahmins, householders, townspeople, villagers, astrologers, royal ministers, soldiers, gatekeepers, courtiers, retainers, lords, wealthy merchants, and princes. As a Buddha, he becomes one who is followed by many monks, nuns, laymen, laywomen, deities, humans, asuras, nagas, and gandhabas. 2.4. The perfection of virtue, sila parami, in terms of speech. Refraining from divisive speech. The practice of refraining from divisive speech and speaking only words that promote harmony leads to a blissful rebirth. Upon returning as a human, one attains the Mahapurusha characteristics and is surrounded by a harmonious retinue. Monks, in past lives, in previous worlds, in former existences, the Tathagata was born as a human being. He refrained from divisive speech, completely abstaining from it. When I heard something from one side, I would not go and tell the other side in order to cause division among them. When I heard something from the other side, I would not go and tell this side to create rifts. I reconciled those who were divided and supported those already united. I delighted in unity, found joy in concord, and took pleasure in the harmony of others. I spoke only words that fostered unity. Because of that deed performed, accumulated, nurtured, and perfected the Tathagata, after the dissolution of the body at death, was reborn in a heavenly realm of bliss. After passing away from that world and being reborn in this form, I acquired 2 Mahapurisa characteristics. 1. 40 teeth. 2. Teeth set closely together. If a bodhisattva remains a householder, he becomes a universal monarch, Chakravartin, and his retinue remains united. His supporters include Brahmins, householders, townspeople, villagers, astrologers, royal ministers, military forces, gatekeepers, courtiers, attendants, rulers, merchants, and princes. If he becomes a Buddha, he receives the fruit of unbroken unity within his community. Monks, nuns, male and female lay followers, deities, humans, asuras, nagas, and gandhabas all remain harmonious. 2.5. The perfection of virtue, Sila Parami, in terms of speech. Refraining from harsh speech. Refraining from harsh speech brings merit that leads to a blissful rebirth. Upon returning as a human, one attains the Mahapurisa characteristics of a Buddha and possesses a voice that is pleasant and delightful to hear. Monks, in past lives, in previous worlds, in former existences, the Tathagata was born as a human being. I refrained from harsh speech, completely abstaining from it. I spoke only words that were gentle, pleasing to the ear, touching the heart, words that were beloved and agreeable to the majority of people. Because of that deed performed, accumulated, nurtured, and perfected the Tathagata, after the dissolution of the body at death, was reborn in a heavenly realm of bliss. After passing away from that world and being reborn in this form, I acquired 2 Mahapurisa characteristics. 1. A large and broad tongue. 2. A voice like that of Brahma, with a tone that flows like the call of the Karavika bird, a melodious mythical bird. If a bodhisattva remains a householder, he becomes a universal monarch, Chakravartin, and speaks words that many believe. His speech is trusted by Brahmins, householders, townspeople, villagers, astrologers, royal ministers, soldiers, gatekeepers, courtiers, officials, local rulers, merchants, and princes. If a bodhisattva becomes a Buddha, he receives this result. His speech is trusted by multitudes. Monks, nuns, male and female lay followers, deities, humans, asuras, nagas, and gandhabas. 2.6. The perfection of morality in speech. Refraining from frivolous or meaningless talk. Refraining from frivolous or meaningless talk brings the merit of leading to a happy, blissful destiny. Upon returning to human existence, one gains the great man's physical characteristic of having a lion-like chin. Such a person cannot be overcome by any enemies or adversaries. Monks. In a previous life, in a former existence in birth, the Tathagata, as a human being, abandoned idle chatter. I abstained completely from frivolous speech, spoke at the proper time, spoke only truthfully, spoke with meaning, in accordance with the Dhamma and the discipline. My words were grounded, well referenced, and beneficial in due time. Because of that karma performed, accumulated, developed and perfected, the Tathagata was reborn in the heavenly realm of bliss after I left this world. And after passing away from that heavenly life, I was reborn with this feature. A lion-like chin, one of the great man's characteristics. A great man will be endowed with such a mark, if he chooses to remain in the household life. He will become a wheel-turning monarch, Kakavati. And as a universal monarch, he enjoys this result. No human enemies or foes can overpower him. And if he goes forth as a renunciant and becomes a Buddha, he gains the fruits that no adversaries internal or external can defeat him, whether they be lust, anger, delusion, or ascetics, Brahmins, gods, Maras, Brahmas, or anyone in the world. 3. The perfection of renunciation, Nekkhamma Parami. The bodhisattva should understand the dangers of sensual pleasures and recognize the value of renunciation. Living the household life is full of worries, suffering, and mental distress. One must work hard to earn a living, take care of one's wife and children, and labor tirelessly all day. When family members fall ill, one must care for them. Life becomes filled with constant anxiety, attachment, and concern for one's spouse, children, career, possessions, and wealth. Under such conditions, it is difficult to fully cultivate the perfections, paramis. When life comes to an end, one must leave everything behind. Nothing can be taken along. If one has not created merit, wholesome deeds, or perfections, then one has lived, aged, fallen ill, and died in vain. Just as the Supreme Buddha said, Bhikkhus, there are some people in this world who, though they themselves are subject to birth, still seek things that are also subject to birth. They themselves are subject to aging, yet still seek what is subject to aging. They themselves are subject to illness, subject to death, subject to sorrow, subject to defilement. Yet they continue to seek what is also sorrowful and defiled. Bhikkhus, what do you call things that are subject to birth? Monks, sons and wives are subject to birth. Male and female servants are subject to birth. Goats and sheep are subject to birth. Chickens and pigs are subject to birth. Elephants, cattle, horses, and donkeys are subject to birth. These are the upadi, the attachments or possessions that bind beings to suffering. A person who is entangled by such attachments is held fast, subdued, and penalized by them. Even though they themselves are subject to birth, they still seek what is also subject to birth. Bhikkhus, what do you consider as being subject to aging? Bhikkhus, sons and wives are subject to aging. Yet people still seek what is subject to aging. Bhikkhus, what do you consider as being subject to illness? Bhikkhus, sons and wives are subject to illness. Yet people still seek what is subject to illness. Bhikkhus, what do you consider as being subject to death? Bhikkhus, sons and wives are subject to death. Yet people still seek what is subject to death. Bhikkhus, what do you consider as being subject to sorrow? Bhikkhus, sons and wives are subject to sorrow. Yet people still seek what is subject to sorrow. Bhikkhus, what do you consider as being subject to defilement? Bhikkhus, sons and wives are subject to defilement. Yet people still seek what is subject to defilement. Monks, such seeking is ignoble. The bodhisattva should see the danger in sensual pleasures and the benefit of renunciation, nekkhamma. At that time, while sitting in a secluded place, I reflected as follows. Indeed, birth itself, and the decay, decline and eventual breakdown of the physical body, are suffering. Being crushed by old age, deluded by death, these are all forms of suffering. Now, since we are bound by the conditions of birth, aging, and illness, I ought to seek nibbana, which is free from aging and death, and is a state of peaceful happiness. Therefore, since I have no attachment and no desire, I should abandon this foul body, which is filled with various corpses, and be done with it. That path must surely exist, it is not possible that it does not. Therefore, I must seek that path for liberation from existence, bhava. Just as suffering exists, so too must there be happiness. Likewise, since the state or form of existence exists, a state beyond existence should also be aspired to. Just as heat exists, so too does coolness. And where there are 3 fires burning, the extinction of those fires should also be sought. Just as evil exists, so too does goodness. In the same way, since birth exists, the unborn state should be longed for. A man who falls into a pit of filth and sees a clean pond full of water but does not go in search of it, in that same way, When there is a pond of immortality available to wash away the stain of defilements, kilesas, yet people do not seek it, this is not the fault of the pond of immortality. A man surrounded by enemies, though there is a way of escape, does not flee, this is not the fault of the path, is it? In the same way, when a person is surrounded by defilements, kilesas, and does not seek the radiant path that exists, it is not the fault of that noble path. A man who is sick, though a doctor is available, refuses to be treated, this is not the fault of the doctor, is it? Likewise, when one is tormented by the disease of defilements and suffering, but does not seek a teacher, acharya, for guidance, it is not the teacher's fault. Therefore, I should abandon this foul body, full of corpses, with neither attachment nor desire. Just as a man removes a foul, decaying corpse from his neck and becomes relieved, free, and self-empowered, so too should one abandon this putrid body, which is a heap of corpses, with neither attachment nor desire. Just as men and women leave behind excrement in a toilet without regret or longing latrine, so too should I discard this foul body, filled with decay. As one abandons a filthy, just as a boat owner abandons an old, leaky vessel that takes in water and is beyond repair, so too should I cast away this rotten body, with its 9 openings constantly oozing unclean substances, just as the boat owner lets go of the unseaworthy ship. Just as a man traveling with bandits, carrying goods, perceives danger and the potential loss of his wares, and so abandons the bandits, so too should I abandon this body, which is like a great thief. Out of fear of damage to our wholesome deeds, kusala, having reflected in this way, I gave away hundreds of crores in wealth to both the well-to-do and the poor, and departed for the Himalayas. There, after contemplating thus, I renounced the world and cultivated the perfection of renunciation, nekama parami, developing deep meditative attainments and supernormal powers, and quickly completing the perfection of renunciation for the attainment of Buddhahood. 4. Parami of wisdom, panya parami. The bodhisattva should perceive the danger of lacking wisdom and recognize the value of possessing it. Wisdom brings about the arising of wholesome qualities that have not yet arisen and helps the already arisen wholesome qualities to grow, flourish, and shine ever more brightly. When cultivating the perfection of wisdom, the following benefits are obtained. 1. It makes the mind clear and radiant. 2. It brings joy and happiness in the present. 3. It develops good habits, the habit of inquiry and the pursuit of wisdom. 4. Altavancing way, the radiant wisdom leads one to a Bhist realm, such as a 5. Upon returning to the human world, it results in being a person of great wisdom, capable of becoming a teacher who guides humans and all beings toward right view. Samma Ditthi encourages them to abandon evil, cultivate goodness, and thereby accumulate great perfections in future lives. The bodhisattva should cultivate a deep appreciation for right view, Samma Ditthi, as the Blessed One has declared, Bhikkhus, I do not see any other single thing that leads to the arising of unarisen wholesome qualities, or to the increase, abundance, and fulfillment of those already arisen, like right view. Bhikkhus, when a person possesses right view, unarisen wholesome qualities arise, and those already arisen grow in abundance and fullness. Right view is of 2 kinds. 1. Right view with karmic results that leads to rebirth in a good destination, sugati, while one still continues in the cycle of birth and death, samsara. This includes beliefs such as generosity, dana, yields merit. Offering and ritual worship yield results. This world and the next exist, good and evil actions bear fruit. Parents are worthy of gratitude. All beings are reborn after death. Noble ones, samanas, who have gone forth and practiced diligently can attain the path, fruition, and nibbana. 2. Noble right view, Arya Samma Ditthi. which leads directly to the path of Nibbana. This is the realization of the Four Noble Truths, Arya Sakha 4, dukkha, suffering, samudaya, its origin, degree nirodha, its cessation. Magga, the path leading to its cessation. Tipitaka, Volume 14, Sutta Pitaka Volume 6, Majjhima Nikaya, Uparipanasa. 3 levels of wisdom, Panya, 1. Suttamayapanya, wisdom arising from hearing or listening. 2. Cintamayapanya, wisdom arising from reflection and contemplation, especially seeing the arising and ceasing of phenomena in a noble way. 3. Bhavanamayapanya, wisdom arising from meditation and mental cultivation. 1. Suttamayapanya, wisdom from hearing. 1.1 Wisdom arises through listening and questioning about karma and its results. What is wholesome? What is unwholesome? What is blameworthy? What is blameless? What leads to happiness? What leads to suffering? As the Supreme Buddha said in the Lakkhana Sutta, bhikkhus, in a past life, in a previous existence, in a former birth, the Tathagata, as a human being, approached ascetics and Brahmins and questioned them, saying, Venerable Sirs, what is wholesome karma? What is unwholesome karma? What karma is blameworthy? What is blameless? What karma should be cultivated? What karma should be avoided? What kind of actions will bring long-term harm and suffering? What kind of actions will lead to long-term benefit and happiness? Because of these inquiries and actions, the Tathagata was later reborn in a heavenly realm due to the wholesome karma I had performed, accumulated, and developed. Upon passing from that heavenly existence, I took birth in this final existence and attained the great marks of a great man, including possessing fine and delicate skin, so that dust and dirt would not cling to his body. A great man, Mahapurusa, who possesses such characteristics, if he chooses to live a household life, he will become a universal monarch, Kakavati Raja. In that role, he will possess great wisdom, superior to that of any sensual or worldly person. If he renounces the world and becomes a monk, he will attain arahantship as a perfectly enlightened Buddha, Sammasambuddha, one who has opened the roof of defilements for the world. As a Buddha, he will gain these fruits. He will possess great discernment, vast and expansive understanding. He will have cheerful wisdom, quick-witted wisdom, sharp wisdom, and wisdom capable of destroying all defilements. There will be no being who has wisdom equal to or greater than his. 2. Cintamayapanya, wisdom, the faculty for contemplating the arising and ceasing in a noble way. The bodhisattva should know thus. Cintamayapanya, wisdom, the faculty that contemplates the arising and ceasing of phenomena as a noble truth, seeing them as impermanent. This, verily, is a supreme wholesome quality, of great fruit, of great benefit, which is surpassing even the offering of alms to a noble disciple who has attained the fruit of stream entry, surpassing the offering of dwellings to the Sangha, surpassing the undertaking of moral precepts, surpassing even the development of loving kindness. The bodhisattva should frequently cultivate the perception of impermanence, anicasanya, should develop it repeatedly, should abide in it constantly until it becomes ingrained as his natural dwelling in order to let go of all mental objects and fabrications of the past, the future, and the present, regarding them as impermanent, anicca, as suffering, dukkha, and as not self, anatta. With mind thus calmed and released from defilements, the bodhisattva can enter into insight-born wisdom of meditation, bhavanamayapanya. 3. Bhavanamayapanya, wisdom, insight born of meditation. When the bodhisattva goes forth into the homeless life and earnestly engages in spiritual exertion, he shall, through striving, attain the 5 higher knowledges and the 8 meditative absorptions, samapatti. Then there arises within him the wisdom that sees clearly and knows truly. He recollects past births, reaching back 40 eons, kappa, into the past, and he foresees future births, extending forward 40 eons yet to come. Thus should the bodhisattva ever diligently accumulate the perfection of wisdom, Panya Parami, in great measure, for only then shall he be free from the perils of the woeful states, Apaya. 5. The perfection of effort, Viriya Parami. The bodhisattva should contemplate the blessings and fruits of the perfection of energy as follows. 1. It purifies and brightens the mind. 2. It gives rise to joy, piti, and happiness, sukha. 3. It establishes wholesome tendencies that follow into future lives. 4. Upon passing from this world, one is reborn in a blissful realm. 5. When returning to the human world, one is endowed with beauty of form and abundance of wealth. Noble and resplendent, the bodhisattva should understand the excellence of effort thus. Effort must be made today. Who can say whether death will come today or tomorrow? There is no bargaining or postponing with King Mara, the Lord of Death, who commands a mighty host. Bhikkhus. We see no other condition, not even one, that brings about the arising of unarisen wholesome states, or leads to the fading away of arisen unwholesome states, as does the arousing of effort. Bhikkhus. When one stirs up effort, unarisen wholesome states arise, and arisen unwholesome states vanish. When the bodhisattva realized how the perfections of generosity, morality, renunciation, and wisdom were to be cultivated, he began to practice all the perfections with deep reverence and persistent effort. He exerted continuous energy in removing and abandoning the obstacles to each perfection, abandoning greed as an obstacle to the perfection of generosity, abandoning anger as an obstacle to the perfection of morality, abandoning sensual objects and sensual defilements as obstacles to the perfection of renunciation, and abandoning delusion as an obstacle to the perfection of wisdom. He intensified his effort, viriya, and perseverance, usha, until they became habitual spiritual faculties and conditions, nizhe wasna, that supported the perfection. He completely abandoned all unwholesome actions, even to the point of giving up his life. When he passed away from this world, he was reborn in a blissful realm, Sugati. It is further stated in the Lakkhana Sutta, Bhikkhus, in previous lives, in past existences, in former births, the Tathagata was a human being who was firmly committed to wholesome states. He was unwavering in bodily, verbal, and mental virtue, in the practice of generosity, in the undertaking of moral precepts, in the observance of the Uposatha precepts, in my virtuous conduct toward my mother and father, toward ascetics and Brahmins, in my respect for elders in the family, and in other superior wholesome qualities. Because of these actions performed, accumulated, and developed, the Tathagata was reborn in a celestial realm, Sagga. There, I surpassed the deities in 10 divine attributes: divine lifespan, divine appearance, divine happiness, divine fame, divine authority, divine form, divine voice, divine fragrance, divine taste, and divine touch. And when I passed away from that heavenly realm, I came to be as I am now, and endowed with the marks of a great man, Mahaparisa Lakkhana. Placing feet evenly, the Supreme Buddha stood with his feet set firmly and evenly upon the ground. When he walked, his feet rose and fell evenly. When his soles touched the earth, every part of the soul made contact evenly. This is one of the marks of a great man, Mahaparisa Lakkhana, with which the Bodhisattva was fully endowed. If the Bodhisattva remains in the household life, he will become a universal monarch, Chakravartin, a righteous king, a king of Dhamma, whose domain extends to the 4 great oceans. Having conquered the land, his rule will be unshakable and adorned with the 7 treasures. 1. The wheel treasure, a divine discus. 2. The elephant treasure, a majestic, celestial elephant. 3. The horse treasure, a divine horse. 4. The gem treasure, a wish-fulfilling gem. 5. The queen treasure, an ideal royal consort. 6. The householder treasure, a wealthy and loyal citizen. 7. The advisor treasure, a wise and capable minister. He will have over 1,000 royal sons, all heroic and valiant true warrior kings capable of crushing the armies of any enemy. And yet, this great man will always conquer through righteousness, without need for punishment. Without wielding he will rule a vast realm, with the ocean as its boundary, without need for forts, border signs, or any barrier. His kingdom will be prosperous, flourishing, secure, and joyful, free of robbers and dangers. What benefit does he gain as a king? No human enemy will ever overcome him. But if a bodhisattva goes forth from the household life into homelessness, he will become a fully enlightened Buddha, an Arahant Sama Sambuddha. A teacher whose roof the defilements is removed from the world. What benefit does he gain as a Buddha? No internal or external enemies, neither lust, raga, hatred, dosa, nor delusion, moha, nor any ascetics, Brahmins, deities, Maras, or Brahmas. No one in this world will ever overpower him. 6. The perfection of patience, Kanti Parami. The Bodhisattva recognized the immense virtue of the perfection of patience, understanding that through endurance, one can reach the shore of Nibbana. Patience is the supreme austerity, tapa, that burns away the defilements. The forbearance of not retaliating in anger is called the victory in a battle that is hardest to win. As the Blessed One has declared, Bhikkhus, there are 5 benefits of patience. 1. One who is patient becomes beloved and pleasing to many people. 2. One becomes a person with few enemies. 3. One becomes a person with few faults. 4. One is not likely to die heedlessly. 5. Upon death, one is reborn in a blissful realm, Sugati, in the heavenly world. In brief, it is taught in the Samadhi Sutta, Bhikkhus, a monk endowed with patience to these 5 things is worthy of attaining right concentration, Samma Samadhi. What are those 5 things a monk this Dhamma Vinaya should patiently endure? They are: 1. Patient in the face of forms, visual objects. 2. Patient in the face of sounds. 3. Patient in the face of smells. 4. Patient in the face of tastes. 5. Patient in the face of tangible sensations, touch. Bhikkhus. A monk who truly embodies the great patience to all of the above is indeed fit to attain right concentration. The Supreme Buddha also said, Bhikkhus. A monk who is endowed with patience to 5 qualities is likewise worthy of veneration, worthy of hospitality, worthy of offerings, worthy of reverential salutation. Sa Tuptime field of merit for the world, with no greater field of merit than him. I Bhikkhu possessing these 5 qualities is a true field of merit. Patience purifies body, speech, and mind. Once one has resolved to fulfill the spiritual perfections, parami, with the aspiration of becoming a Buddha, if one loses patience, the aspiration will be abandoned and Buddhahood will not be attained. Therefore, patience is an extremely important virtue. The exalted Buddha also declared, besides wisdom, I also praise patience. When a bodhisattva possesses patience, he will eventually acquire the great man's body characteristics, Mahapura Salakana, as explained in the Lakkhana Sutta, Bhikkhus. In former lives, in previous existences, and previous births, the Tathagata was a human being who bore no anger, no resentment. Even when reviled by many people, I was not displeased, did not grow angry, did not retaliate, did not intend harm. I harbored no visible signs of irritation, vexation, or sorrow. I also gave away fine bedding and clothing such as soft-textured kamavasika cloth, fine cotton, fine silk, and woolen blankets. As a result of those actions performed, accumulated, cultivated, and expanded, I passed away from that life and was reborn in a heavenly realm. Upon departing from that heavenly life, I was reborn in this present form and attained this great man's characteristic. Skin with a golden hue, and like gold complexion. A bodhisattva will also possess this characteristic, if he lives a household life. He will become a wheel-turning monarch. If he becomes a king, what will he gain? He will enjoy fine bedding and garments, such as kamavasika cloth, fine cotton, fine silk, and woolen blankets. If he becomes a Buddha, what will he gain? He will possess fine bedding and be adorned with garments of kamavasika, cotton, silk, and wool, all soft and refined. While cultivating the perfection of patience, Kanti Parami, the bodhisattva receives the following blessings. 1. His mind becomes bright and clear as a result of that merit. 2. He experiences joy and happiness arising from the practice of patience in the present life. 3. He acquires a wholesome disposition, namely, the habit of patience, which becomes part of his character. 4. After death, he is reborn in a blissful realm. 5. Upon being reborn again as a human, he attains physical beauty, material wealth. The physical characteristics of a great man, Mahaparisa, a radiant complexion and graceful appearance, all due to his patience and freedom from anger. 7. Perfection of truthfulness, Sakka Parami. A bodhisattva should recognize the harm of being untruthful and the immense benefit of upholding truth. One who lacks truthfulness, after committing wrongful acts, will tell lies to conceal their misdeeds and will continue to engage in wrongdoing. Such a life becomes degraded, gloomy, and impure, and after death, they will fall into one of the four woeful states, apaya. In contrast, one who upholds truthfulness abstains from evil actions in body, speech, and mind, and instead strives to perform wholesome deeds through body, speech, and mind. They have no need to lie or speak falsely to hide their faults. A bodhisattva, through this practice, cultivates the wholesome habit of honesty and of performing only virtuous actions. As a result, they reap the fruits of wholesome karma happiness and perfect the Sakka Parami, which leads to their eventual enlightenment as a Buddha. Whenever danger arises, a bodhisattva can invoke the power of truthfulness to be delivered from all such perils. The perfection of truth holds great power. For instance, the great fish bodhisattva once invoked truth, causing rain to fall and saving his relatives the other fish from becoming prey to birds after the waters had dried up. The second example is the sage Sapraka, who invoked truth and helped the lost ship safely return to its homeland. Another example is the baby quail that left helpless when a forest fire raged and its parents fled. The baby bird had no refuge and so invoked the truth of the virtues of the Buddha, the precepts, and all truthfulness. The fire miraculously reversed course and did not harm it. A bodhisattva should recognize the merits of truthfulness in this present life, in the next, such as rebirth in the heavenly realms, and in future existences. By cultivating the perfection of truth, a bodhisattva will experience the following. 1. His mind becomes clear and radiant when speaking the truth. 2. He gains joy and happiness in the present. 3. He increasingly develops virtuous habits. 4. After death, he is reborn in the heavenly realms, Sugati. 5. Upon returning to human existence, he gains physical beauty and pleasing wealth, as described in the Lakkhana Sutta, bhikkhus in a past life. The Tathagata, as a human being, refrained from false speech. I completely abstained from lying. I spoke only the truth, upheld my word, and was trustworthy and sincere. I never deceived the world. As a result of that, karma accumulated, developed, and perfected. The Tathagata was reborn in a heavenly realm. Upon passing from that heaven, I was reborn into this present life and acquired 2 of the 32 marks of a great man. Each hair grows from a single pore and between the eyebrows. There is a white tuft of hair that curls to the right, soft and fine like cotton. When a bodhisattva becomes a wheel-turning monarch, Kakavati Raja, he gains the following benefit. He becomes a model whom the masses follow, including Brahmins, householders, town dwellers, country folk, astrologers, chief ministers, soldiers, gatekeepers, officials, businesspeople, nobles, and princes. When a bodhisattva becomes a Buddha, he gains this benefit. He becomes a guiding example for the masses, monks, nuns, laymen, laywomen, as well as devas, humans, asuras, nagas, and Gandhabas, who all follow his path. 8. Perfection of determination, Adhithana Parami. A bodhisattva should recognize the great significance and immense benefit of the perfection of determination. Once this body is attained, it will ease the continuation of merit making. And for every act of merit, the bodhisattva should resolve, by this merit, may my body, speech, and mind remain pure from birth to death in every existence and every Buddha era. May I have the chance to offer great alms to the Buddhas along with 100,000 kotis of arahants. May I progress swiftly on the path and never fall into the 18 unfavorable conditions nor commit the 5 heinous offenses, and may I never be born in the 4 woeful realms in any existence, until I attain full Buddhahood. This kind of regular and unwavering determination becomes Adhithana Parami. 2. The second aspect of Adhithana Parami is the quality of the determined mind itself. Adi means great, Thana means foundation, Sata means mind. So it refers to a deeply resolute and unwavering mind. Just as a solid stone mountain remains unmoved by fierce winds from all directions, so too does the bodhisattva remain unmoved in their determination to perform wholesome deeds and perfect the paramis, despite any hardship or obstacle. They never abandon their vows. Through this steadfastness they bring the perfection of determination to completion. The benefits of cultivating Adhithana Parami are experienced in the present life, the next, and future lives. 1. The mind becomes bright and pure from such merit. 2. One experiences joy and happiness in the present from practicing this parami. 3. One develops the wholesome habit of strong resolve and unshakable intention. 4. After death, one is reborn in the heavenly realms, Sugati. 5. Upon returning as a human, one gains beauty, wealth, and the Mahapurisa physical marks. As stated by the Buddha in the Lakkhana Sutta, bhikkhus, in past lives, the Tathagata, as a human being in former existences, firmly upheld wholesome states. He was unwavering in bodily, verbal, and mental virtue, in giving, in keeping the precepts, in observing the Uposatha days, in serving his mother and father, in honoring ascetics and Brahmins, and in respecting elders in the family and the Dhamma. These are higher kinds of merit. Because of that accumulated, cultivated, and abundant karma, the Tathagata, after the breakup of the body, was reborn in heavenly realms. In those realms, he excelled and dominated the celestial beings in 10 aspects: divine lifespan, divine appearance, divine bliss, divine glory, divine leadership, and in divine attributes of form, sound, scent, taste, and touch. When he passes away from that heavenly world and is reborn in this state of existence, he acquires this great man mark. His feet are even and well balanced. That is, when the Blessed One places his feet on the ground, both rest evenly upon the surface. When he lifts them, they are even. When he touches the ground, the entire sole of each foot makes contact evenly. The great man is thus endowed with this mark. If he becomes a universal monarch, Kakavati, the fruit of this mark is that no human enemy will ever be able to subdue him. if he becomes a fully awakened Buddha. The fruit of this mark is that no enemy, whether internal or external, will ever overpower him. Neither lust, hatred, nor delusion, nor ascetics, Brahmins, gods, Mara, or Brahma. No one in this world will be able to subdue him. 9. Perfection of loving kindness, metta parami. A bodhisattva should recognize the dangers of being without loving kindness. One who lacks metta is prone to anger. Because of excessive anger, the mind becomes clouded and incapable of attaining meditative absorption jhana. Such a person's heart is filled with agitation and rage. Their speech becomes harsh, and their bodily actions may turn cruel and violent. After death, they are likely to be reborn in hell. When they return to the human world, they may have rough, dark skin, bulging eyes like a demon, and an unpleasant appearance, making them repulsive to others and slowing down their progress in perfecting the paramis. In contrast, the bodhisattva sees the powerful merit and benefit of loving kindness in the present life. Metta quickly brings the mind to a calm and concentrated state, samadhi. It gives rise to a radiant complexion and a serene demeanor in this very life. As the Blessed One, the Buddha, declared, "Bhikkhus, do not be afraid of merit." Merit is another word for happiness. Bhikkhus, we clearly know the results of merit, results that are desirable, pleasing, and delightful, which we have experienced for a long time. We practiced loving kindness meditation continuously for 7 years. After practicing loving kindness, I, the Buddha, did not return to the human world for 7 cycles of world contraction and expansion. Shakus, it is said that when the world was being destroyed by fire, I was reborn in the Abhasara Brahma realm. And when the world was not being destroyed, I resided in an empty celestial mansion in the Brahma world. There, I was a Brahma, a great Brahma, sovereign and unshaken, firm in right view and endowed with supreme power. I became Sakka, king of the Devas, 7 times, enjoying divine pleasures in the celestial realm 36 times. I also became a wheel-turning monarch, Kakavati Raja, ruling over the people of Jambudipa. I was consecrated with the anointing of kingship Pen Kesatri di Rab Murka Fasek and became the supreme ruler of the human world, governing the entire earth without punishment or weapons, leading people through Dhamma gently and justly. After having ruled justly, I was reborn into a wealthy family, possessing abundant wealth and complete with the 7 royal treasures. Source: Punyavapaka Sutta, L37, N192193. Bhikkhus, when loving kindness liberation of the mind, metta sito, vamati, is developed, cultivated, practiced often, made one's vehicle, foundation, and stable basis when it is well established and rightly undertaken, one may expect 11 benefits. 1. Sleeps peacefully. 2. Wakes peacefully. 3. Has no bad dreams. 4. Is beloved by humans. 5. Is beloved by non-humans. 6. Is protected by devas. 7. Is unharmed by fire, poison, or weapons. 8. Has a mind that enters concentration quickly. 9. Has a radiant complexion. 10. Dies without confusion. 11. If higher attainments are not yet realized, is reborn in the Brahma realm. Thus, bhikkhus, when the mind liberation through loving kindness is well developed and practiced in this way, these 11 benefits can be expected. A bodhisattva should recognize the fruits of metta parami in the present life, the future, and other lives as follows. 1. The mind becomes clear and luminous. 2. Joy and happiness arise. 3. Wholesome habits of kindness are carried into future lives. 4. Upon death, one is reborn in the heavenly realms, Sugati. 5. When reborn as a human again, one gains beauty, the noble marks of a great man, and abundant wealth, as the Buddha taught in the Lakkhana Sutta. Bhikkhus, in past lives, the Tathagata, as a human being, never glared or scowled. never cast sidelong glances. I was straightforward and honest by nature, looked others in the eye with gentle, loving eyes. Because of that accumulated karma performed, nurtured, and magnified, the Tathagata was reborn in the heavenly realms. Upon passing from there, I was reborn into this present life and received 2 of the 32 marks, Mahapurisa physical marks of a great man. Deeply black eyes, eyes resembling those of a gentle ox. If the bodhisattva becomes a universal monarch, Kakavati, he receives this fruit. He is one whom people love and delight in when they see him, respected by Brahmins and householders, by townsfolk and villagers, by astrologers and great ministers, by the army, the gatekeepers, the courtiers, the guilds, the wealthy merchants, and the royal princes. If he becomes a fully awakened Buddha, he receives this fruit. He is one whom all beings love and delight in when they see him, respected by monks, nuns, laymen, laywomen, devas, humans, asuras, nagas, and gandhabas. Bhikkhus. In former times the Tathagata was once a human being in past lives, past realms, past births, who never harmed living beings, whether with the hand, with a clod of earth, with a stick, or with a weapon. Because of that deed which I myself performed, accumulated, increased, and made abundant, after death, the Tathagata was reborn in a good destination, in a heavenly world. Then I was reborn in this state of existence with this Mahapurisa physical mark, nerves that bring the taste of excellent food throughout the body. That is, the bodhisattva has nerves whose upper ends converge at the neck, allowing the taste of food to be evenly distributed throughout his entire body. The bodhisattva shall thus complete with this mark. If a bodhisattva becomes a universal monarch, Kakavati, he receives this fruit. He will experience few illnesses, little suffering, and will be complete with the fire element, Teho Dhat, that makes food digest well, not too cold, not too hot. If a bodhisattva becomes a fully awakened Buddha, he receives this fruit. He will experience few illnesses, little suffering, and will be complete with the fire element, Teho Dhatu, that makes food digest well, not too cold, not too hot, just right for nourishment. A moderate and balanced state. 10. The perfection of equanimity. Upekkha Parami. The bodhisattva should realize the immeasurable and supreme benefit of the perfection of equanimity. Meaning 1. It refers to maintaining impartiality and even-mindedness in both pleasure and pain, in gain and loss, in honor and dishonor, in praise and blame, like a balance scale set straight, which neither tips nor wobbles. This steadiness stabilizes the mind, preventing elation or dejection, and cultivates a neutral, balanced mind. Such a mind is firmly established and can easily attain deep meditative absorption, jhana. Meaning 2. It also refers to letting go, or remaining detached, when one sees that nothing can be helped. In cases where help is still possible, one assists as appropriate. But when nothing can be done, the bodhisattva relinquishes attachment, understanding that all beings are owners of their own karma. Whatever actions they have done, they will experience the results of those actions. One should recognize the benefits of the perfection of equanimity, Upekkha Parami, in the present life, in the next life, and in future lives as follows. 1. It makes the mind bright and clear. 2. It brings happiness to the mind. 3. It cultivates good habits that carry over into the next life. 4. Upon leaving this world, one is reborn in a good destination, Sukha Loka. 5. When reborn as a human, one will possess a beautiful form and wealth. The meritorious deeds leading to the marks of the great man, or the full physical features of the great man that are not yet complete with all 32 marks, will be fulfilled as follows. The Blessed One stated in the Lakkhana Sutta, Bhikkhus, in former times the Tathagata was once a human being in past lives, past realms, past births who benefited the people through the four means of social welfare, Sanghahavatu, 1. By giving. 2. By speaking words that endear. 3. By acting for the benefit of others. 4. By maintaining fairness and equality. Because of these deeds, the Tathagata was reborn in good destinations in heavenly worlds. Upon passing away from that heavenly world and being reborn in this state of existence, I acquired these two great man-marks. 1. The palms of the hands and the soles of the feet are soft. 2. The hands and feet bear net-like patterns. If a bodhisattva, being complete with these two marks, remains in the household life, he will become a universal monarch, Kakavati. If he assumes the role of king, the corresponding fruit is that he will possess well-cared-for subjects. These well-cared-for subjects encompass Brahmins, householders, townsfolk, villagers, astrologers, high ministers, the army, gatekeepers, courtiers, guild members, rulers, wealthy merchants, and princes. Should a bodhisattva renounce the world and attain Buddhahood, the resulting fruit is that he will have well-cared-for followers, comprising monks, nuns, laymen, laywomen, devas, humans, asuras, nagas, and gandhabas. Volume 16, page 14, Bhikkhus. In previous existences, the Tathagata was once a human being in former lives, past realms, and prior births who reunited family members, friends, and benevolent companions who had been separated for a long time. He restored mothers to their children, children to their mothers, children to their fathers, fathers to their children, fathers to siblings, brothers to sisters, and sisters to brothers. Upon bringing them together, all rejoiced. Owing to these meritorious deeds, the Tathagata was reborn in favorable destinations within heavenly worlds after the body ultimately perished, in accordance with the karma I myself had performed, accumulated, augmented, and perfected. When the Tathagata passes away from the heavenly world and is reborn in this state of existence, I'll acquire this great man mark. I possess a concealed reproductive organ within its sheath. If a bodhisattva, being complete with this mark, lives in the household life, he will become a universal monarch, Kakavati. If he assumes the role of king, the resulting fruit is that he will have abundant sons. His royal sons, numbering over 1,000, are all courageous, possess handsome forms befitting heroic monarchs, and are capable of vanquishing the armies of his enemies. Should he renounce the world and attain Buddhahood, the fruit is that he will have abundant sons. His sons, numbering in the thousands, are all valiant, endowed with perseverance as part of their qualities, and capable of defeating other armies. Bhikkhus, in previous existences, the Tathagata was once a human being in past lives, past realms, past births who, when observing the populace deserving of care, knew those of equal status, recognized each person, distinguished exceptional individuals, and discerned who was worthy of reverence. He then provided special assistance to those individuals. Owing to these deeds, the Tathagata was reborn in favorable destinations within heavenly worlds. Upon passing away from that heavenly world and being reborn in this state of existence, the Bodhisattva acquired these two great man marks. 1. His body has a circular circumference resembling a Nikroda tree. 2. When standing upright, without bending his body, he is able to touch both shoulders with both palms of his hands. Chapter 5. The time span for accumulating perfections. To become a Buddha. A Sankhya is a unit of time used to count the period during which a Buddha accumulates the perfection necessary to attain Buddhahood. 1. A Sankhya means countless, or incalculable. It is sometimes defined as 10 to the power of 140, or the number 14 followed by 140 zeros. Kalpa, kappa, there are 4 types. 1. Ayu Kalpa, lifespan Kalpa. This refers to the lifespan of human beings from birth until death. This period is called 1 Kalpa. During the time of the Buddha, the average human lifespan in 1 Ayu Kalpa was about 100 years. In the time of Buddha Kassapa, the human lifespan was 20,000 years. In the time of Buddha Padumutra, the human lifespan was 100,000 years. 2. Antara Kalpa. This is the period during which the human lifespan decreases from countless years down to 10 years. And then increases from 10 years back to countless years. One such cycle is called an Antara Kalpa. This cycle of rising and falling occurs 64 times. 64 Antara Kalpas make up one Asankhya Kalpa. 3. Asankhya Kalpa. There are 4 types of Asankhya Kalpas. Details continue beyond this section. 3.1 Samvada Asankhya Kalpa. This is the period during which the world is destroyed by world-consuming fire, water, or wind, known as the Great Cataclysm or Balalaya Kalpa. 3.2 Samvatathaya Sankhya Kalpa. This is the period during which the world remains empty and desolate after having been destroyed. 3.3 Vivada Asankhya Kalpa. This is the period during which the world begins to reform or come into existence. 3.4 Vivadataya Sankhya Kalpa. This is the period during which the world prospers, with the presence of the sun, the moon, and all living beings who undergo the cycle of birth and death. These 4 Asankhya Kalpas together are collectively called a Mahakalpa, Great Kalpa. A Mahakalpa is the period during which the world arises, remains, and then eventually disintegrates. Chapter 6 3 Types of Bodhisattvas. 3 types of bodhisattvas, bodhisattvas. 1. Panyadika Bodhisattva. This type of bodhisattva develops perfections with wisdom as the leading faculty. The total time required to fulfill the perfections is 20. Asankhya and 100,000 great kalpas as follows. The aspiration to become a Buddha is held silently in the heart for 7 Asankhya. Then, the bodhisattva expresses the aspiration verbally in the presence of a Buddha for 9 Asankhya, totaling equals 16 Asankhya. The first definite prediction, Niyata Vivarana, is received when 4 Asankhya and 100,000 great kalpas remain. Equals 20 Asankhya and 100,000 great kalpas, from that point on. The bodhisattva rigorously cultivates the perfections, receiving confirmations repeatedly whenever encountering a Buddha until the final life of Buddhahood. 2. Saddhadika Bodhisattva. This type of bodhisattva develops perfections with faith, saddha, as the leading faculty. The total time required to fulfill the perfections is 40 Asankhya and 100,000 great kalpas. The silent aspiration is held in the heart for 14 Asankhya. Then, the verbal aspiration is made in the presence of a Buddha for 18 Asankhya, totaling 32 Asankhya. The first definite prediction is received when 8 Asankhya and 100,000 great kalpas remain. From then on, the bodhisattva earnestly fulfills the perfections and receives confirmations through encounters with Buddhas until the final Buddhahood. 3. Viryadika Bodhisattva. This type of bodhisattva develops perfections with energy, virya, as the leading faculty. The total time required to fulfill the perfections is 80 Asankhya and 100,000 great kalpas. The aspiration is held in the heart for 28 Asankhya. Then, it is expressed verbally in the presence of a Buddha for 36 Asankhya, totaling 64 Asankhya. The first definite prediction is received when 16 Asankhya and 100,000 great kalpas remain. The bodhisattva then continues the perfection practices even more strictly, receiving confirmations repeatedly from Buddhas until the final Buddhahood. Determinate bodhisattva and indeterminate bodhisattva, niyata bodhisattva and aniyata bodhisattva. An indeterminate bodhisattva, Anyata bodhisattva, refers to a bodhisattva who cultivates the perfections merely at the level of mental aspiration and verbal resolve, but who has not yet received a Buddha's prophecy, Buddha Vyakarana. Such a bodhisattva is not yet irrevocably fixed and may still change his intention or abandon the aspiration to Buddhahood. A determinate bodhisattva, Niyata bodhisattva, refers to a bodhisattva who has received a prophecy from a Buddha, affirming with certainty that he will attain supreme enlightenment, Samma Sambodhi, as a Buddha in the future. From that point onward, his attainment of Buddhahood is definite and irreversible. Conditions for receiving a Buddha's prophecy. In order to receive a Buddha's prophecy, a bodhisattva must have fulfilled the perfections, parami, completely according to his dominant spiritual faculty. As follows: a wisdom-dominant bodhisattva, Panyadika bodhisattva, must cultivate the perfections for 16 asankhayas. A faith-dominant bodhisattva, Saddhadika bodhisattva, must cultivate the perfections for 32 asankhayas. An effort-dominant bodhisattva, Viryadika bodhisattva, must cultivate the perfections for 64 asankhayas. In addition, the bodhisattva must be fully endowed with the 8 concordant conditions, Dhamma Samodana. Only when all these requirements are fulfilled does a bodhisattva become eligible to receive a Buddha's prophecy. Chapter 7: The 8 Concordant Conditions. The 8 concordant conditions, Dhamma Samodana. The 8 concordant conditions, Dhamma Samodana, refer to the convergence of 8 essential qualities. That is, the necessary attributes enabling one to attain Buddhahood. These comprise both physical qualifications, Rupa Sampatti, and spiritual or moral qualifications, Guna Sampatti. If one lacks the requisite physical qualifications, even if the spiritual qualifications are present, one cannot attain Buddhahood. The 8 conditions are as follows. 1. Attainment of human existence. One must be born as a human being in order to attain Buddhahood, for a Buddha is human. If one is an animal or even a Naga, one cannot attain Buddhahood. 2. Possession of a pure gender, Linga Sampatti. A Buddha must possess pure male gender. One who is female, hermaphroditic, intersex, or genderless cannot become a Buddha. 3. The cause for arahantship. One must possess sufficient merit and spiritual power to eradicate the defilements and attain arahantship, together with the 6 higher knowledges, abhanya, in the present life. For a Buddha is endowed with the threefold knowledge, Tavya, the 6 higher knowledges, and the 8 knowledges, Vya. 4. Encountering a Buddha. One must meet a Buddha. For only a Buddha is able to give a prophecy, Vyakarana. 5. Renunciation, ordination. One must be a renunciant, for only a renunciant can attain perfect self-enlightenment, Samma Sambodhi. Even an ascetic hermit, Tapasa, who holds right view may receive a Buddha's prophecy. 6. Spiritual attainments. These consist of the 8 attainments, Samapatti. The first 4 being form absorptions, Rupa Jhana, and the 5th through 8th being formless absorptions, Arupa Jhana. The 5 higher knowledges, Abhanya, namely 1. Ldhi Vidya, the ability to display supernormal powers. 2. Dibba Sota, the divine ears. 3. Sitoparya Nana, the ability to read the minds of others. 4. Pubi Navasanusati Fana, the ability to collect the past lives of beings. 5. Kuttapapada Nana, the ability to be aware of the passing away and rebirth of beings. 7. Supreme self-sacrifice, Adhikara. This refers to the performance of great acts, even to the extent of sacrificing one's own life, for the sake of a Buddha or for the attainment of Buddhahood. Prior to his enlightenment, the Buddha resolved, even if my flesh and blood dry up, leaving only skin, sinews, and bones, If I have not attained supreme perfect enlightenment through the strength of human effort, shall not rise from this seat. It was through such supreme sacrifice that Buddhahood was accomplished. 8. Overwhelming aspiration, Chandata. This is an immense delight in wholesome aspiration toward Buddhahood. Illustrations are given as follows. If a person could cross an ocean as vast as a universe by swimming with the strength of his own arms, and thereby become a Buddha, he would joyfully undertake it. If a person could walk across a sea of blazing embers, stretching as wide as a universe, and thereby become a Buddha, he would gladly do so. If a person could pass through a dense forest of bamboo filled with tangled vines and sharp thorns, spanning a universe in breadth, and thereby become a Buddha, he would willingly proceed. Even if one had to burn in hell for innumerable eons and hundreds of thousands of world cycles, yet finally attain Buddhahood, such a person would still rejoice, saying, I am willing to burn in hell in order to attain Buddhahood. Chapter 8 Receiving a Buddha's Prophecy. The receiving of the Buddha's prophecy of future Buddhahood by the ascetic Sumedha, the Blessed One, recounted a story of the past to the Venerable Sariputta. 4 Asankhayas and 100,000 world cycles ago, there was city called Amara Nagara. There lived a Brahmin named Sumedha, who possessed many crores of wealth abundant in riches and grain. He learned and accomplished a master of sacred formulas, having fully mastered the 3 Vedas, and proficient in physiognomy and traditional lore, Itihasa, within his own religious discipline. At that time, the wise Sumedha, seated in seclusion, reflected that repeated birth is suffering. The breaking up of the body is suffering. Being oppressed by old age and then dying is suffering. Since birth, aging, and illness are my nature, let me seek Nibbana, which is unaging, deathless, and secure. Having reflected in this way, he gave away many hundreds of crores of wealth to those with refuge and those without refuge, and then departed for the Himavanta region. Not far from the Himavanta region, there was a mountain named Dhammika. There he established a hermitage and built a leaf hut. Within that hermitage, he constructed a walking path free from 5 defects and endowed with 8 qualities, conducive to the attainment of the powers of higher knowledge, Abhanya. In that hermitage, he discarded garments possessing 9 faults and donned bark garments endowed with 12 qualities. Establishing diligent effort at the foot of a tree sitting, standing, and walking within 7 days he attained the powers of higher knowledge. While he had attained success and mastery in the religious discipline, the great sage, the Buddha named Dipankara, arose in the world, but being absorbed and delighted in the jhanas, he did not perceive the 4 signs of the Buddha: his descent, his birth, his enlightenment, and his first proclamation of the Dhamma. In a border region, the people of Ramanagara, filled with joy, invited the Tathagata and together cleared the roadway to welcome his coming. At that time, the wise Sumedha left his hermitage, shook out his bark garments, and flew through the sky. Then he saw people filled with gladness, joyful, cheerful, and elated. Descending from the sky, he immediately questioned them. Upon hearing the word Buddha, rapture immediately arose in him. Repeating, Buddha, Buddha, he was deeply moved with joy. Filled with wondrous delight, he stood there reflecting, let me sow the seed in the presence of this Buddha. Let not this moment pass in vain. He then said, if you are clearing the path for the Buddha, please grant me a portion of the task. I too shall clear the roadway. Those people granted him a place at that time to clear the path. Before his portion was completed, the Buddha Dipankara, the great sage, arrived, proceeding along the road accompanied by 400,000 monks, endowed with higher knowledges, steadfast, taintless, destroyers of the defilements, Kanasava. A grand reception ensued. Many drums resounded of their own accord. Humans and devas alike were delighted and shouted words of praise. Devas saw humans, humans saw devas. Both groups, with hands joined in reverence, followed the Tathagata. The devas played celestial music, humans played human music, both accompanied the Tathagata with music. In the sky, forward-moving devas scattered Mandarava, lotus, and Parikchatika flowers throughout all directions. In the sky, devas also scattered powdered sandalwood and exquisite celestial fragrances in every direction. Humans upon the ground raised champa, naga, crathan, acacia, ironwood, and khed flowers in all directions. Thereupon, he loosened his hair, spread his bark garments and hid upon the muddy ground, and lay prone with the aspiration that, may the Buddha, together with his disciples, tread upon me and proceed, and may he not step upon the mud. This act shall be for my beneficent support, to attain the Dhamma and supreme knowledge of Sabbanyutta Jnana. As nay avenue upon the urn, nay refected so wisni could tadavorne wav my detailments. What benefit would there be for me in an obscure existence, unknown to others? By merely realizing the Dhamma in the presence of this Buddha, having attained omniscient knowledge Sabbanyutta Jnana, I shall not only tree myself, but shall also liberate the world together with the Deva world. What benefit would there be in crossing over alone, like one who merely displays his strength? Having attained omniscient knowledge, I shall take the world together with the Deva world to cross over as well. By virtue of this great act of self-sacrifice, adhikara parami which one have performed in the presence of the Buddha, the Supreme Person, having attained omniscient knowledge, I shall lead multitudes of beings across the flood of samsara. I shall cut off the current of the round of rebirths, eliminate the three planes of existence, ascend the boat of the Dhamma, and cause the world together with the Deva world to cross over the flood of samsara. The blessed Buddha Dipankara, the all-knowing one, the knower of the world, the worthy recipient of offerings, standing near the crown of the wise Sumita's head, proclaimed that, "Behold, O venerable ones, this Jatila ascetic, endowed with lofty austerity and resolute striving. From this incalculable eon onward, he shall arise in the world as a fully enlightened Buddha. The Tathagata shall go forth on the great renunciation from the delightful city called Kapilavatthu, and, establishing unwavering effort, shall undertake the practice of extreme asceticism. Thereafter, the Tathagata shall be seated at the foot of the Ajapala Nigrodha tree. Having accepted the sweet milk rice at that place, he shall then proceed to the banks of the river Naranhara. Thereupon, the Bodhisattva, having partaken of the milk rice on the bank of the river Naranhara, shall proceed to the foot of the Bodhi tree, along the well-prepared and auspicious path laid out for him. Then the Glorious One, possessed of great renown, shall circumambulate the Bodhimanda, and at the foot of the Asattva tree, the Bodhi tree itself, he shall penetrate to the unsupreme, perfect enlightenment. The mother of this ascetic shall be named Maya, and his father shall bear the name Suddhodana. This ascetic shall be known by the name Gautama. Kolita and Upatissa shall become his two chief disciples. Taintless, free from lust, serene and firmly composed. The attendant named Ananda shall minister devotedly to this victor. Khema and Upalavana Theri shall be his chief female disciples, taintless, free from lust, calm and steadfast in mind. The Bodhi tree of the Blessed One, beneath which he attains enlightenment, shall be known as the Asattva tree. Sata and Hataka of Alavi shall be his chief lay disciples. Nandamata and Uttara shall be his chief lay women disciples. The lifespan of Gautama shall be approximately 100 years. Hearing this utterance of the Peerless One, the seeker of the supreme good, without equal in the world, both humans and devas rejoiced, declaring, "This one is a sprout of the Buddha seed." Then the 10,000 world systems, together with the devas, raised a great cry of acclamation, cheering, applauding, laughing with joy, and with hands uplifted in reverent salutation, proclaimed, "If in future ages we should miss the teaching of this Buddha, we shall yet stand face to face with this very one." Just as people, when crossing a river, though missing the ford directly before them, may still take hold of another ford farther on across the great stream, so too, if we should pass beyond this Buddha in times to come, we shall nevertheless stand in the presence of this one. When Dipankara, knower of the world and worthy recipient of offerings, had proclaimed his destiny, he then raised his right foot. All the Buddha's sons present there circumambulated him in reverence. Devas, humans, asuras, and yakas paid homage and then departed, each going their own way. Whatever signs appeared of old to the bodhisattvas while seated in meditation, those very signs have appeared today. Cold has vanished. Heat has subsided. These signs have appeared today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. The 10,000 world systems became silent, free from clamor and disturbance. Those auspicious portents have been seen today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. The great winds did not blow, the rivers did not flow. Those signs have appeared today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. All flowers on land and all flowers in water blossomed at that moment. Those flowers have all come into bloom today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. Creepers and trees alike bore fruit at that moment. All those trees have borne fruit today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. Jewels in the sky and jewels in the earth shone forth with radiance at that moment. Those jewels have shone today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. Human music and divine music resounded at that moment. Both kinds of music have sounded today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. The great ocean roared. The 10,000 world systems trembled. Both these sent forth their mighty sound today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. The countless fires in the hell realms were extinguished at that moment. Even those hell fires have been quenched today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. The sun shone bright and stainless. All the stars were clearly visible, even those stars are seen today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. When no rain fell, water welled up from the very earth at that moment. Even that water has welled up from the earth today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. The hosts of stars and constellations shone brilliantly across the vault of heaven. The moon was accompanied by the Visakha stars. You shall indeed be a Buddha. Creatures dwelling in caves and those abiding in river channels emerged from their abodes. Even those creatures have come forth today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. Discontent was absent among all beings. Beings were contented and at peace at that moment. Even those beings are contented today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. At that time, diseases subsided and hunger vanished. Even those auspicious portents have been seen today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. At that time, there was no fear. That very freedom from fear is seen today. Knowing this cause, we declare, you shall indeed be a Buddha. The defilements, like dust, did not rise upward. Even that stilling of dust like defilements is seen today. Knowing this cause, we declare, you shall indeed be a Buddha. Unpleasant odors faded away. Divine fragrances wafted forth. Even those fragrant scents have spread today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. All devas except those of the formless realms appeared. Even those devas are all seen today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. However many hell realms there are, all were visible at that moment. Even those hells are seen today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. Walls, doors, and rocky mountains posed no obstruction at that time. Even walls, doors, and rocky mountains have become as empty space today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. At that time, there was no passing away and no rebirth. Even those auspicious signs are seen today. You shall indeed be a Buddha. These signs appear for the sake of the enlightenment of beings. Therefore, please uphold your effort firmly, do not turn back. Go forward without retreat. Knowing this cause, we declare, you shall indeed be a Buddha. Having heard both the utterance of the Buddha and the words of the Devas throughout the 10,000 world systems, the Bodhisattva rejoiced, delighted, and exalted at that moment, and then reflected thus: the utterances of the victor Buddhas are not twofold, their words are never vain. There is no falsehood in the speech of the Buddhas. I shall indeed be a Buddha. Just as a clod of earth thrown into the air must surely fall back upon the ground, so too the words of the supremely excellent Buddhas are firm and certain. There is no falsehood in the words of the Buddhas. I shall indeed be a Buddha. Just as the death of all beings is certain, so too the words of the supremely excellent Buddhas are firm and certain. Just as, when the night comes to an end, the sun must surely rise, so too the words of the supremely excellent Buddhas are firm and certain. Just as a royal lion, rising from its couch, surely utters its lion's roar, so too the words of the supremely excellent Buddhas are firm and certain. Just as a being heavy with pregnancy must surely lay down its burden, so too the words of the supremely excellent Buddhas are firm and certain. What follows is from the Tipitaka and the commentaries, the Buddhakarika Dhammas, the qualities that bring about Buddhahood, namely the 10 params. The ascetic Sumedha made this firm resolve: I shall surely become a Buddha. Wishing to contemplate the Buddha-making qualities, he surveyed and examined the entire field of phenomena in due order, pondering that, where, indeed, are the Buddhakarika Dhammas to be found above or below, in the greater or the lesser directions? Then he discerned that the perfection of giving, dana parami, stands foremost, the very practice habitually cultivated by the bodhisattvas of old in former ages. Thereupon he admonished himself that, come now, Sumedha, from this day onward, you must first cultivate the perfection of giving. Just as a water jar, when overturned mouth down, pours out all its water without remainder and does not draw any back in again, so too must you harbor no attachment to wealth or rank, to sons or wife, to greater or lesser bodily limbs, or even to life itself. When you give away everything requested by beggars, leaving nothing whatsoever behind in any place, then shall you sit as a Buddha at the foot of the Bodhi tree. Having spoken thus, he firmly resolved upon the perfection of giving as the first. The giving of flesh and blood is the subsidiary perfection of giving, upaparami. The giving of one's very life is the supreme perfection of giving, paramatha parami. Next, he reflected more deeply. It should not be that there are only these Buddhakarika Dhammas. Then he discerned the perfection of morality, sila parami, as the second. He admonished himself that, come now, Sumedha, from this day onward, you must cultivate the perfection of morality. Just as the yak, by nature, will relinquish even its life in order to protect the tuft of hair at the end of its tail, so too, from this day onward, you must relinquish concern even for your life and guard morality alone. Acting thus, you shall become a Buddha. Thereupon he firmly resolved upon the perfection of morality as the second. The surrender of flesh and blood in order to preserve morality is the subsidiary perfection of morality, upaparami. The surrender of life itself in order to preserve morality is the supreme perfection of morality, paramatha parami. Thereupon, he reflected yet more deeply. The Buddha-making qualities are not only these. Then he discerned the perfection of renunciation, nekkhamma parami, as the third. He admonished himself that, come now, Sumedha, from this day onward, you must cultivate the perfection of renunciation. Just as a man who has long dwelt in prison does not love that prison, but grows weary of it and longs to depart, so too must you regard all states of existence as a prison. Grow weary of them, long to be released from all becoming, and set your course toward renunciation alone. Acting thus, you shall become a Buddha. Having spoken, he firmly resolved upon the perfection of renunciation as the third. The surrender of flesh and blood for the sake of cultivating renunciation is the subsidiary perfection of renunciation, nekkhamma upaparam. The surrender of life itself for the sake of cultivating renunciation is the supreme perfection of renunciation, nekkhamma paramatha parami. Then again, he reflected more deeply. The Buddha-making qualities are not only these. He then discerned the perfection of wisdom, panya parami, as the fourth. He admonished himself that, come now, Sumita. From this day onward, you must cultivate the perfection of wisdom. You must not avoid persons of low, middle, or high status, but should approach all the wise and inquire into wisdom. Just as a bhikkhu who lives by alms does not avoid any household, whether of low status or otherwise, but goes on alms round in proper sequence, and thereby swiftly obtains sustenance sufficient to maintain the body, so too must you approach every wise person and inquire into wisdom. Acting thus, you shall become a Buddha. Having spoken thus, he firmly resolved upon the perfection of wisdom as the fourth. The surrender of flesh and blood for the sake of cultivating wisdom is the subsidiary perfection of wisdom, panfa upaparami. The surrender of life itself for the sake of cultivating wisdom is the supreme perfection of wisdom, panya paramatha parami. Thereupon, he reflected yet more deeply. The Buddha-making qualities are not only these. Then he discerned the perfection of energy, viriya parami, as the fifth. He admonished himself thus, come now, Sumita. From this day onward, you must cultivate the perfection of energy. Just as the lion, king of beasts, maintains firm exertion in all postures, so too must you possess steadfast energy, unwearied and unrelenting in every posture, throughout all states of existence. Acting thus, you shall become a Buddha. Having spoken thus, he firmly resolved upon the perfection of energy as the fifth. The surrender of flesh and blood for the sake of cultivating energy is the subsidiary perfection of energy, viriya upaparami. The surrender of life itself for the sake of cultivating energy is the supreme perfection of energy, viriya paramatha parami. Then again, he reflected yet more deeply. The Buddha-making qualities are not merely these. He then discerned the perfection of patience, khanti parami, as the sixth. He admonished himself thus, come now, Sumita. From this day onward, you must cultivate the perfection of patience. You must endure both praise and blame. Just as people cast upon the earth what is clean and what is unclean. Yet the earth neither delights in the clean nor is angered by the unclean, but patiently bears them all, so too must you endure both praise and abuse from all people. Acting thus, you shall become a Buddha. Having spoken thus, he firmly resolved upon the perfection of patience as the sixth. The surrender of flesh and blood for the sake of cultivating patience is the subsidiary perfection of patience, khanti upaparami. The surrender of life itself for the sake of cultivating patience is the supreme perfection of patience, khanti paramatha parami. Thereupon, he reflected yet more deeply. The Buddha-making qualities are not only these. Then he discerned the perfection of truthfulness, sakka parami, as the seventh. Having spoken thus, he firmly resolved upon the perfection of truthfulness as the seventh. The surrender of flesh and blood in order to uphold truth is the subsidiary perfection of truth, sakka upaparami. The surrender of life itself in order to uphold truth is the supreme perfection of truth, sakka paramatha parami. Then again, he reflected yet more deeply. The Buddha-making qualities are not merely these. He then discerned the perfection of resolution, adhithana parami, as the eighth. He admonished himself thus, come now, Sumita. From this day onward, you must cultivate the perfection of resolution. Whatever resolution you set, you must remain unwavering in that resolve. Just as a mountain, when struck by winds from all directions, is not shaken or disturbed but remains firm in its own place, so too, when you remain unshaken in your resolve, you shall become a Buddha. Thereupon, he firmly resolved upon the perfection of resolution as the eighth. The surrender of flesh and blood for the sake of cultivating resolution is the subsidiary perfection of resolution, adhithana upaparami. The surrender of life itself for the sake of cultivating resolution is the supreme perfection of resolution, adhithana paramatha parami. Then again, he reflected yet more deeply. The Buddha-making qualities are not only these. He then discerned the perfection of loving kindness, metta parami, as the ninth. He admonished himself thus, "Come now, Sumedha. From this day onward, you must cultivate the perfection of loving kindness. You must maintain a single, undivided mind toward those who are helpful and toward those who are unhelpful. Just as water spreads evenly, cooling alike both the wicked and the virtuous, so too must you maintain an even mind of loving kindness toward all beings. Acting thus, you shall become a Buddha." Having spoken thus, he firmly resolved upon the perfection of loving kindness as the ninth. The surrender of flesh and blood for the sake of cultivating loving kindness is the subsidiary perfection of loving kindness, metta upaparami. The surrender of life itself for the sake of cultivating loving kindness is the supreme perfection of loving kindness, metta paramatha parami. Then again, he reflected yet more deeply. The Buddha-making qualities are not only these. He then discerned the perfection of equanimity, upekkha parami, as the 10th. He admonished himself thus, "Come now, Sumedha. From this day onward, you must cultivate the perfection of equanimity. You must remain impartial in both happiness and suffering. Just as the earth remains even-minded toward those who cast upon it what is clean and what is unclean, so too, when you remain impartial amid pleasure and pain, you shall become a Buddha." Thereupon, he firmly resolved upon the perfection of equanimity as the 10th. The surrender of flesh and blood for the sake of cultivating equanimity is the subsidiary perfection of equanimity, upekkha upaparami. The surrender of life itself for the sake of cultivating equanimity is the supreme perfection of equanimity, upekkha paramatha parami. Having thus selected and examined these 10 perfections, he then reflected, the qualities that bring about Buddhahood, which nurture and mature perfect enlightenment, and which bodhisattvas must cultivate in this world, are precisely these. And none beyond them. These perfections do not exist in the upper sky, nor in the directions such as the east and the rest. Rather, they abide solely within the heart of one's own being. Seeing that these perfections dwelt within his own heart, he firmly resolved upon them all. Reflecting upon them repeatedly, he contemplated them both in forward order and in reverse, joining the end to the beginning to the end, the middle to both sides, and both ends to the middle. The relinquishing of external possessions is called parami. The relinquishing of bodily limbs is called upaparami. The relinquishing of life itself is called paramatha parami. Therefore, there are 10 paramis, 10 subsidiary perfections, and 10 supreme perfections, in total, 30 modes. He contemplated them as one would turn an oil press in reverse, again and again. As he contemplated the 10 perfections, through the power of Dhamma, the great earth, vast and thick, extending 240,000 yojanas, resounded with a mighty roar. Shaking and quaking violently, like a cluster of reeds trampled by an elephant, and like a great mechanical press crushing sugarcane, whirling and turning as a potter's wheel shaping clay vessels, or as an oil press grinding seeds. When the great earth thus quaked and trembled, the people of Ramavati who were in attendance upon the Blessed One were unable to stand. They collapsed senseless. Like a great sala tree struck down by a violent cyclone. Earthen vessels, jars and the like spun about, collided with one another, and were shattered into fragments. The great multitude, seized with fear, approached the Supreme Buddha and asked, "Venerable Blessed One, we do not understand the cause of this. Is this the writhing of nagas, or the disturbance of spirits, yakas, or devas? Or, Venerable Sir, is this some calamity afflicting the world? Or is it a sign of good? Please, declare to us the reason for this." Having heard the words of those people, the Tathagata said, "Do not be afraid. Do not harbor any fear. No danger will arise from this event for you. He of whom I have foretold that today the ascetic Sumedha shall become, in a future age, a Buddha named Gautama. He is at this very moment contemplating the perfections. By the power of the Dhamma as he contemplates them, the 10,000-fold world system trembles and resounds together." Upon hearing the words of the Tathagata, everyone rejoiced with glad hearts. Taking flowers, fragrances, and unguents, they departed from Ramavati and approached the ascetic Sumedha. They paid homage with flowers and perfumes, circumambulated him, and then returned to Ramavati. At that time, Sumedha, holding firmly to the qualities of the Buddha, composed his mind, bowed reverently toward Dipankara Buddha, and rose from his seat. Then he reflected, "Devas bear celestial flowers. Humans bear human flowers. Both devas and humans now scatter flowers upon me as I rise from my seat." Thereupon devas and humans together proclaimed with one voice, "Rejoice! Great is your aspiration. May that aspiration be fulfilled. May all misfortune depart. May sorrow and disease be destroyed. May no danger befall you. May you speedily touch the supreme enlightenment. Just as flowering trees bloom when their season comes, so too, O great hero, may you blossom with Buddha wisdom. As all perfectly enlightened ones fulfilled the 10 perfections, so too, O great hero, fulfill the 10 perfection. As all perfectly enlightened ones attained awakening at the Bodhi seat, so too, O great hero, may you attain awakening at the victor's Bodhi seat. As all perfectly enlightened ones set in motion the wheel of Dhamma, so too, O great hero, set in motion the wheel of Dhamma. Fulfill the to the id of lust want radian, so, are spratin. As the sun, freed from Rahu's grasp, shines forth in splendor, so too, freed from the world, may you shine in glory. As all river flow toward the great ocean, so may the world, together with the Deva worlds, gather at your presence. When devas and humans had thus praised and extolled him, he resolved, "I shall fulfill the 10 perfections and become a Buddha." At the end of 4 incalculable eons and 100,000 great cycles, having firmly established his resolve and energy, he rose into the air and departed for the Himavanta region, the dwelling place of companies of seers. A Niyata Bodhisattva, that is, a bodhisattva who has already received a definite prediction of Buddhahood, enjoys 18 special benefits, anisamsa, that endure uninterruptedly until the attainment of perfect enlightenment. These are as follows. 1. He is not born blind or deaf from birth. 2. He does not become insane. 3. He is not mute. 4. He is not crippled or deformed, nor is he born in a Malacca country, that is, a barbarous or uncivilized land. 5. He is not born in the womb of a slave woman, that is, he is not born into household bondage. 6. He does not adhere to fixed wrong view, niyata mashadithi. 7. He is not born as a woman, not as a hermaphrodite, nor as a being of dual sex. 8. He does not commit any of the 5 heinous deeds, anantarika kama. 9. He does not suffer from leprosy. 10. He is not reborn as an animal whose body is smaller than a sparrow nor larger than an elephant. 11. He is not reborn as a hungry ghost tormented by hunger and thirst, kupipasika pita, nor as a pita consumed by craving and inner burning, nijana tanhika pita. 12. He is not reborn as a kalakanjika asura. 13. He is not reborn in Avicii hell. 14. He is not reborn in the Lokantarika hell, the interworld hell. 15. He is not reborn as Mara. 16. He is not reborn in the Asanyasata realm, the plane of non-percipient beings. 17. He is not reborn in the Suddhavasa realms. 18. He is not reborn in the formless realms, Arupa Bhumi, nor in any other world system. Furthermore, once a bodhisattva has received a Buddha's prediction, Buddha Vyakarana, and thereby becomes a Niyata bodhisattva, he acquires an additional exceptional privilege. The capacity to perform Adamati Kala Kiraya. That is, when he is reborn as a Deva or a Brahma, and there arises in him a sense of disenchantment with celestial bliss, together with the aspiration to cultivate the perfections in the human world, he is able to exercise Adamati, a resolute determination by which he may immediately pass away from that divine existence and be reborn as a human being, with ease and without impediment, for the purpose of swiftly bringing the perfections to fulfillment. Chapter 9 Jataka Tales. Sataka is the accounts or a birth story of the Bodhisattva's previous lives. The following tales are narrated to show how the Bodhisattva cultivated his perfections to become the Buddha. The perfection of giving, Dana Parami. The story of the Vasaya Jataka. The story runs as follows. In a former time, when King Brahmadatta was reigning in the city of Varanasi, the Bodhisattva was a householder named Vasaya, a great merchant possessed of wealth amounting to 80 kotis. He observed the 5 precepts, was naturally inclined toward generosity, and took the greatest delight in giving. He caused alms halls to be built in 6 places, at the 4 gates of the city, in the very heart of the capital, and at the gate of his own residence. He maintained the giving of alms continuously, donating wealth to the value of 600,000 each day. Every day, both the Bodhisattva himself and the beggars ate the very same kind of food. As he gave alms in this manner, he caused the whole of Jambudvipa to have its plowshares raised aloft, that is, there was no need for plowing or farming. By the power of his generosity, the abode of Sakka was shaken, and the Pandukambala stone seed of the king of the gods grew hot. Then Sakka reflected, "Who is it that wishes to dislodge me from my seat?" While examining the matter, he perceived the great merchant and thought, "This merchant Vasaya has spread his fame far and wide. By giving alms he has made the whole of Jambudvipa cease from farming. He may well dislodge me and become Sakka himself. With generosity such as this, I shall bring about the ruin of his wealth and reduce him to poverty, so that he will no longer be able to give. I shall cause all his possessions to vanish, even rice in the husk, oil, honey, sugarcane juice, and the like, down to his slaves and hired workers." Those who were in charge of arranging the alms came and informed the merchant, "Master, the alms halls have failed us. We see nothing at all in the places where the provisions were stored." The merchant said, "Take whatever wealth is required for expenses from here. Do not let the giving of alms be cut off." Then he summoned his wife and said to her, "My dear, continue the giving of alms without interruption." His wife searched throughout the house but did not find even half a masaka. She said, "Sir, I see nothing at all remaining. Except for the clothes we are wearing, the entire house is empty." The merchant ordered the storehouse of the 7 kinds of jewels to be opened, but nothing was to be seen there either. Neither slaves nor hired workers were to be found, only the merchant and his wife remained. The great being again called his wife and said, "My dear, we cannot abandon the giving of alms. Search carefully throughout the dwelling and see whether there is any object at all." At that time, a grass carrier, having abandoned his sickle, carrying pole, and grass binding rope between the gates, had fled away. When the merchant's wife saw this, she brought them and said, "Sir, apart from these, I see nothing else." The great being said, "My dear, Grass is something we have never harvested throughout all this time. But today I shall cut grass, sell it, and give alms according to what is fitting. For I fear only that the giving of alms may be interrupted. Taking the sickle, the pole, and the rope, he went out of the city to a grass field and cut grass, thinking, 1 bundle of grass shall be for us, and with another bundle I shall give alms. He bound the grass into 2 bundles, hung them on the pole, and brought them to Salatna city gate. Having obtained a small amount or money, about 1 masaka, he gave a portion to the beggars, but there were many beggars. When they cried out, "Give some to us too," he gave away still more bevan that portion. On that day, he and his wife had no food at all, and he continued doing the same thing until 6 days went by. On the 7th day, as the merchant was bringing grass, having gone without food for 7 days, and because of his delicate constitution, Sukamala Jati, when the rays of the sun struck his forehead, both his eyes grew dim. He was unable to maintain mindfulness and collapsed upon the grass. Saka then went forth to observe and examine the conduct and condition of that merchant. At that very moment, he appeared standing in midair and addressed him, saying, "Venerable Vasaya, formerly, when there was wealth in your house, you gave alms and caused the whole of Jambudipa to raise its plowshares. While you were giving alms in this manner, yet as you continued to give in this way, a decline set in, and your wealth gradually came to an end. If from this point onward you were not to give alms, that is, if you were to give nothing at all to anyone, but were instead to conserve your resources, then your wealth would be restored as before. Make this declaration. From this day onward I shall not give alms, and I shall bestow wealth upon you." When the Bodhisattva heard these words of Saka, he asked, "Who are you?" Saka replied, "Elam, a mighty deity." The Bodhisattva said, "It is by giving alms, by undertaking the precepts, by observing the Uposatha, and by practicing the 7-fold duties that you yourself became Saka. Yet now you restrain the giving of alms, which is the very cause of your sovereignty, and you practice a course of conduct that is not befitting a noble person." Then he said further, "Venerable Thousand-Eyed One, the noble ones have declared concerning evil deeds, even when reduced to extreme poverty, an Aryan should not commit them. O Lord of the Devas, should I abandon faith in giving, that is, my perfection of giving for the sake of enjoying wealth? Let such wealth never come to me. As one chariot proceeds along a certain road, the chariot that follows goes along that same road. O Vasava, may the course of conduct I have practiced in former times remain just as it was before. So long as life remains, I shall give alms. Even if my condition should be such as this, still I must give, for I am utterly unable to abandon the giving of alms." When Saka was unable to restrain the merchant Vasaya, he asked, "For what purpose do you give alms?" "Because seems Epaulette, I do not desire to become Saka or Brahma." One I alms. When Saka heard Vasaya's words, he was greatly pleased, thinking, "This merchant does not wish to seize my position." He then stroked the merchant's back with his hand at the very moment Saka stroked his back. The Bodhisattva's entire body was restored to fullness and strength. By the power of Saka, the full extent of the Bodhisattva's wealth was restored just as it had been before. Saka said, "Great merchant, from this day onward, give alms to the amount of 1,200,000 each day." Having bestowed immeasurable wealth upon the Bodhisattva's household, he took leave of him and departed to his celestial mansion. The Blessed One, having expounded this Dhamma discourse, then identified the Jataka that the wife of the merchant at that time became the mother of Rahula, and Vasaya the merchant became I myself, the Tathagata. The story of Brahman Saruchi. This is the story in which the Bodhisattva made a great offering to a supreme field of merit, presenting alms to the Buddha together with 100,000 kotis of arahants for 7 consecutive days. The story runs as follows. Our Bodhisattva, in that existence, was a Brahmin named Saruchi, living in a village called Saruchi. The Brahmin Saruchi had mastered the 3 Vedas together with the sciences of Nyandu and Ketubah, as well as the various branches of grammar and philology. He was skilled both in metrical composition and in prose, and was also well versed in the worldly sciences, Lokayata, and in the science of the marks of a great man. That Brahmin Saruchi went to pay his respects to the Supreme Buddha. Having listened to the sweet and inspiring Dhamma discourse of the 10-powered one, he gained faith and went for refuge. He then invited the Supreme Buddha together with the community of his noble disciples, saying, "Tomorrow, may the Blessed One graciously accept my offering of food." The Buddha then asked that Brahmin, "Brahmin, how many monks do you wish to invite?" He respectfully replied, "Venerable Sir, how many monks are there in your retinue, O Lord?" That occasion was the first assembly. Accordingly, when it was declared that there were 100,000 kotis, the Brahmin Saruchi said, "If that is so, Venerable Sir, may the Blessed One graciously accept my offering of food together with all the monks, without exception." The Buddha then accepted the invitation. After inviting the Blessed One to partake of the meal on the following day, the Brahmin returned to his home and reflected, "With monks so numerous as this, I am indeed able to offer rice gruel, cooked rice, and robes. But how shall I possibly arrange seating for them all?" That Brahmin's anxious thought reached as far as the Pandukambala stone seat of Sakka, the thousand-eyed lord of the Devas, who dwelt above the summit of Mount Meru, at a distance of 84,000 yojanas. At that time, when Sakka perceived that his seat had grown hot, he reflected, "Who now seeks to dislodge me from this place?" Directing his divine eye to examine the human world, he saw the great Bodhisattva and thought, "This great man has invited the Sangha of monks with the Buddha at their head, and he is now concerned about the seating arrangements for the monks. It is fitting that I should go there and partake of the merit." Accordingly, he disguised himself as a carpenter, carrying a knife and an axe, and appeared before the Bodhisattva. He said, "Is there anyone who has work to hire me?" When the great Bodhisattva saw him, he asked, "Are you able to do my work?" The man replied, "There is no craft that I do not know. Whatever anyone may wish to have made, whether a pavilion, a palace, a residence, or anything else at all, I am able to do it." The great Bodhisattva said, "If so, I do have work." The carpenter asked, "What is the work, sir?" The great Bodhisattva replied, "I have invited 100,000 kotis of monks to partake of a meal tomorrow. You must construct a pavilion for those monks to sit in." He answered, "Very well, sir." He then said, "Good. In that case, I shall do it." He surveyed a certain tract of land, extending about 12 yojanas, flat and level like a kasina disc, exceedingly pleasant to behold. He then formed this thought, "Let a pavilion, made of heartwood and fashioned from the 7 kinds of precious substances, arise upon this area." As he looked on, in that very instant, a pavilion burst forth from the earth, appearing just like a completed structure. That pavilion had silver pots upon golden pillars, golden pots upon silver pillars, coral glass pots upon crystal pillars, crystal glass pots upon coral pillars, and pots of the 7 kinds of precious substances upon pillars made of the 7 kinds of precious substances. Then he examined further, thinking, "Let nets of little bells be hung throughout the pavilion." And as he looked on, nets of bells were hung. When stirred by a gentle breeze, they gave forth melodious sounds. Their sound was sweet and exceedingly delightful, like the music of the 5 instruments, as though celestial music was being played. He then formed the thought, "Let garlands of perfume, garlands of flowers, garlands of leaves, and divine garlands of the 7 kinds of precious substances be hung at intervals." As soon as he thought this, the garlands appeared, hanging down throughout the pavilion. Next, he thought, let seats, valuable coverings made of what is allowable, and all the necessary supports for 100,000 kodas of monks burst forth from the earth. In that very instant, all these items arose. He then thought, let water pots be placed at every corner, one pot at each. Immediately, water pots appeared, filled with clean, fragrant water that was allowable, pleasant tasting, and delightfully cool. Their mouths covered with banana leaves and set in place. When the thousand-eyed Lord had thus created all these things in due measure, he approached the Brahmin and said, Sir, come here. You have now seen your pavilion, please give me my wages. The great Bodhisattva went to inspect the pavilion. Upon seeing it, his entire body was pervaded by the 5 kinds of rapture, without any part left untouched. At that time, as he beheld it, the great Bodhisattva reflected, this pavilion is not the work of human hands. Through my intention and the power of my virtue, my wish has reached as far as the abode of Sakka, the king of the Devas. It must surely be Sakka himself, Lord of the gods, who has created this pavilion. The great Bodhisattva reflected, to offer alms for only a single day in a pavilion such as this would not be fitting for me. I must make the offering for 7 days. For external gifts, even when given in such measure, are still not sufficient to satisfy the heart of a bodhisattva. Bodhisattvas are said to find contentment through generosity only at the time when they give what is most difficult to give, when they sever an adorned head, pluck out well cared for eyes, or tear out the very flesh of the heart as a gift. Indeed, in the Sivi Jataka, when our Bodhisattva gave alms by relinquishing 500,000 kahapanas each day, offering at 5 places within the city and at its 4 gates, those gifts did not bring contentment in generosity at all. But when Sakka, king of the Devas, disguised himself as a Brahmin and came to ask for both eyes, and the Bodhisattva plucked out and gave those eyes, it was at that very moment, through the power of that gift, that joy arose. His mind did not waver in the slightest, not even by the breadth of a hair. For this reason, bodhisattvas aspiring to omniscience are not satisfied by external gifts alone. Therefore, that great bodhisattva resolved, one should offer alms to 100,000 kodas of monks. Having seated those monks in the pavilion, he made an offering for 7 days of a dish known as kapana. The food was prepared by filling large cauldrons with cow's milk and setting them upon the fire. Rice was gradually added to the milk as it was boiled down and thickened, then seasoned with honey, mixed with finely powdered sugar crystals, and blended with clarified butter. This preparation is called kapana in the Pali. It is said to be a delicacy possessing 4 kinds of excellent flavor. Human beings were unable to distribute it, only devas stationed in the spaces between could serve it. Even though the site extended for 12 yojanas, it was still insufficient to accommodate all the monks. The monks sat each by the power of his own attainment on the final day. The great man had the alms bowls of all the monks washed and filled with clarified butter, thick butter, honey, sugarcane juice, and the like. He offered these together with the triple robe. Robes received by even the most junior monks present were worn in hundreds or thousands. At that time, when the Blessed One had made the expression of rejoicing, Anumodana, he reflected, this great man has made a great offering of such a kind, who indeed will he become? He then perceived that in a future time, after the passing of 2 Asankheyas and 100,000 eons, he would become a Buddha named Gautama. Thereupon, the Supreme Buddha summoned the great Bodhisattva and made the prediction, saying, after the lapse of such a period of time, you will become a Buddha named Gautama. As soon as the great Bodhisattva heard the Buddha's prediction, his heart was filled with joy. He reflected, the Blessed One has declared that I shall become a Buddha. I have no desire to remain a householder. Thus, he relinquished such vast wealth as though it were a lump of spittle. went forth into homelessness in the presence of the great teacher, and learned the words of the Buddha. He brought about the arising of the higher knowledges and the 8 attainments, possessed unwavering jhana, and abided thus for the remainder of his life. At the end of his lifespan, he was reborn in the Brahma world. One who is accumulating the perfections in order to become a Buddha should make this resolution. May I be able to offer a great gift to the Buddha together with 100,000 kotis of arahants for 7 consecutive days. The story of the Buddha Mangala. When the perfectly enlightened Buddha named Mangala, 2 Asankhayas and 100,000 eons ago, was still a bodhisattva, he had a son and a wife in that existence, just as in the life in which the Buddha Gautama was Prince Vesantara. He dwelt upon a mountain in a forested region. At that time, there was a powerful Yaka who fed on human beings, delighting in oppressing all people. His name was Kartathika. Having heard that the great Bodhisattva delighted in giving, he transformed himself into a Brahmin and went to the Bodhisattva, asking for his 2 sons. The Bodhisattva rejoiced, thinking, I shall be able to give my children as a gift and thus bring the perfection of giving to fulfillment. Accordingly, he gave both sons to that Brahmin, saying, These are my children. And it is not that I do not love them, I do love them. But I love perfect enlightenment even more. Right after the Bodhisattva had given away both children, the great earth, 240,000 yojanas in thickness, quaked and trembled down to the waters below, by the power of the Bodhisattva's perfection of giving. When that false Brahmin had led the 2 children to the end of a circular path 60 cubits long and 2 cubits wide, he resumed his Yaka form. His eyes were round and bulging, red like flames of fire, his tusks were crooked and uneven. He was hideous and terrifying, with a flattened nose, coarse long red hair, and a body like a newly burnt palmyra tree. Seizing the 2 children as one would seize lotus roots, he chewed and devoured them. The great Bodhisattva stood there watching the Yaka. When the Yaka opened his mouth, and the Bodhisattva saw blood flowing from it like flames of fire, he did not give rise to sorrow or grief even to the breadth of a hair. Reflecting, I have given well, he was filled with rapture and profound joy throughout his body. He did not allow even a moment for a mental thought to arise such as, the Yaka has deceived me, for through long cultivation he was skilled in means. Throughout the vast past 80 Asankhayas and 100,000 eons he had thoroughly contemplated that all conditioned phenomena proceed under the power of impermanence, suffering and non-self. Thus, he gave rise to joyful confidence, thinking, my perfection of giving is now fulfilled. Have accomplished the great purpose by means of this heap of conditioned phenomena, which is without essence, subject to decay, and momentary duration. Knowing the excellence of his own mind at that moment, an experience not shared by others, the great Bodhisattva made this aspiration, by the power of this deed. In the future may I become a Buddha, and may rays of light issue forth from my body I asked this same manner. When he established this aspiration for Buddhahood, rays of light immediately radiated from his body, spreading throughout that entire region. Having completed the perfections in full, and endowed with mindfulness and clear comprehension, he passed away and was reborn in the Tusita heaven. When he departed from the Tusita heaven and took rebirth in the womb of Queen Uttara Mahadevi, rays of light from his body spread throughout an area of about 80 cubits, both by day and by night. Neither moonlight nor sunlight could rival them. That radiance dispelled all darkness entirely. The bodily radiance of the Bodhisattva arose without reliance on any other source of light. When he attained Buddhahood, rays issued forth from his body in all directions, by day and by night, throughout 10,000 world systems, for a long period of 90,000 years, leading vast numbers of beings across to the far shore of Nibbana. The story of Varanasi wealthy merchant. The story runs as follows. In a former time, When King Brahmadatta was reigning in the city of Varanasi, the Bodhisattva was born into a wealthy merchant family in that same city. His relatives nurtured and raised him with every kind of comfort and provision, in diverse ways, just like a divine youth. As he grew up, he gradually came to maturity and understanding. By the time he was only 16 years of age, he had attained mastery in all the arts. When his father passed away, the Bodhisattva assumed the position of chief merchant. He caused 6 alms halls to be built, 4 alms halls at the 4 gates of the city, 1 in the very center of the capital, and 1 at the gate of his own residence. Having done so, he made a great offering of alms continuously. He observed the precepts and undertook the Uposatha observances. One day, at breakfast time, while the servants were bringing to the Bodhisattva various kinds of exquisite and pleasing food, a certain Pachakabuddha, having entered upon Nirodha Samapatti for 7 days, had to leave from that attainment since it was the proper time for alms round. He spread forth the net of his knowledge and perceived that the Bodhisattva was a young householder merchant in the city of Varanasi who regularly distributed alms. He reflected, "Today it is the right time that I go to the gate of the house of this merchant of Varanasi, who is a Bodhisattva." Accordingly, he chewed the tooth-cleaning stick called Nagalata, washed his face at Lake Anotata, stood upon the Manasila stone, adjusted his under robe and fastened his girdle, donned his outer robe, and taking up his alms bowl made by supernormal power came through the air. At that moment, the servants had reached the gate of the Bodhisattva's residence with the food. When the Bodhisattva saw this, he rose from his seat, showed reverence, and looked toward the attendant. When the attendant said, "What shall I do, sir?" the Bodhisattva replied, "Bring me the alms bowl of the Blessed One." Immediately, Mara the Evil One was shaken and alarmed. He thought, "This Pachekabuddha has gone without food for 7 days. If from today onward he receives none, he will perish. I shall destroy this Pachekabuddha and obstruct the almsgiving of this merchant by preventing the offering." At once he appeared and conjured up a pit of blazing embers, about 80 cubits across. In the space between the 2 places, the pit was filled with burning charcoal of ironwood. The flames blazed fiercely, shining brilliantly, appearing like the great Avicii hell. Having created the pit of fire, Mara himself stood in the air. The Bodhisattva reflected, "Today Vasavati Mara, wishing to harm my almsgiving, must have done this. But Mara does not know that even 100 Maras, 1,000 Maras, or 100,000 Maras cannot make me waver. Today it shall be known whether I or Mara possesses the greater power and might." Having so resolved, he himself took the tray of excellent food that had been prepared, went out of the house, stood at the edge of the pit of fire, and looked into the sky. Seeing Mara, he asked, "Who are you?" Mara replied, "I am Mara." The Bodhisattva asked, "Did you create this pit of fire?" Mara answered, "Yes, I created it." The Bodhisattva asked, "For what purpose?" Mara replied, "To harm your almsgiving and to bring about the destruction of the life of the Pachekabuddha." The Bodhisattva said, "I shall not allow you to harm my almsgiving, nor shall allow you to harm the life of the Pachekabuddha. Today it shall be known whether you or El possess the greater power and might." Standing at the edge of the pit of fire, he proclaimed, "Venerable Pachekabuddha, even if my head were to fall down into this pit of blazing embers with my feet pointing upward, I would not turn back, I would not abandon the act of giving. Please accept the excellent food that I offer." Having spoken thus, firmly undertaking his resolve, recollecting the merits and perfections he had accumulated well in the past, he advanced forward, holding the tray of food, over the pit of fire. At that very moment, a great Mahapaduma lotus fully in bloom, arose in tears from the bottom of the pit, 80 cubits deep, and emerged to receive the feet of the Bodhisattva. Asked, "Did you create this pit of fire?" Mara answered, "Yes, I created it." The Bodhisattva asked, "For what purpose?" Mara replied, "To harm your almsgiving and to bring about the destruction of the life of the Paccekabuddha." The Bodhisattva said, "I shall not allow you to harm my almsgiving, nor shall allow you to harm the life of the Paccekabuddha. Today it shall be known whether you or El possess the greater power and might." Standing at the edge of the pit of fire, he proclaimed, "Venerable Paccekabuddha, even if my head were to fall down into this pit of blazing embers with my feet pointing upward, I would not turn back, I would not abandon the act of giving. Please accept the excellent food that I offer." Having spoken thus, firmly undertaking his resolve, recollecting the merits and perfections he had accumulated well in the past, he advanced forward, holding the tray of food, over the pit of fire. At that very moment, a great Mahapaduma lotus fully in bloom, arose in tears from the bottom of the pit, 80 cubits deep, and emerged to receive the feet of the Bodhisattva. Then pollen, as large as great measures, arose above the head of the great being and fell down, causing his entire body to appear as though it had been sprinkled with golden dust. Standing upon the lotus receptacle, the Bodhisattva placed the various excellent foods into the alms bowl of the Paccekabuddha. The Paccekabuddha accepted the food, made an act of rejoicing, anumodana, and then tossed the bowl into the air. Before the eyes of the assembled people, he himself rose into the sky and departed straight toward the Himavanta forest, as though treading upon layers of raincloud petals. Mara, defeated, fell into dejection and returned to his own abode. The Bodhisattva, standing upon the lotus receptacle, preached the Dhamma to the assembled people, expounding the virtues of generosity and moral conduct. Surrounded by the multitude, he returned to his residence, performed meritorious deeds such as giving throughout his life, and then passed on according to his karma. In the Jataka conclusion, the Buddha said, "The Paccekabuddha of that time has attained final nibbana at that very place." The merchant of Varanasi who defeated Mara, stood upon the lotus receptacle, and offered alms to the Paccekabuddha. That was I myself. The story of Sasa Pandita Karya, the noble conduct of Sasa the wise, the perfectly enlightened Buddha once said to the Venerable Sariputta, "Sariputta, when I was seeking the supreme Bodhi knowledge, in a former existence I was Sasa the wise, a hare dwelling in the forest. I lived on grass, leaves, vegetables, and fruits, abstaining entirely from harming other beings. At that time, a monkey, a jackal, an otter, and lived together as companions, meeting each other both in the morning and in the evening. Although I had been reborn as an animal, a hare, through past karma, yet the latent dispositions and accumulated perfections acquired over a long course of striving for Buddhahood caused my mind to incline constantly toward the cultivation of parami, especially generosity and moral conduct. I instructed those companions in wholesome and unwholesome actions, saying, 'Friends, abandon evil deeds performed by body, speech, and mind. Establish yourselves in good conduct of body, speech, and mind.' When I saw the full moon on the Uposatha day, I said to them, 'Today is the Uposatha. Prepare gifts of food to offer to worthy recipients, Dakineya. Having given alms, observe the Uposatha precepts.' They accepted my words with joy, saying, 'So be it,' and prepared offerings according to their abilities, then went in search of a worthy recipient. As for myself, I lay down reflecting, if a worthy recipient should come to me, what could I give? I have no sesame, no green gram, no beans, no rice, no ghee. I sustain my life on grass, and grass is not suitable to give. If a worthy recipient were to come seeking alms from me, I would give my own body, so that he would not go away empty-handed.' Sakka, king of the gods, knowing my thought, disguised himself as a Brahmin and came to me in order to test my perfection of giving. Seeing the Brahmin, I rejoiced exceedingly and said, "You have come to my dwelling seeking food, this is most fitting. Today I shall give you a gift unsurpassed, such as none has ever given. You are virtuous, and harming living beings by killing them would be improper for you. Please gather firewood and light a fire. I shall roast my own body, and you may eat well-cooked flesh." The Brahmin agreed gladly and brought various kinds of wood, building a great pyre, a chamber filled with glowing embers, and ignited a blazing fire like a vast inferno. I shook off the dust from my body, so that small creatures might escape, and sat quietly to one side. When the fire was fully ablaze, thick with smoke and heat, leapt into the midst of the flames. Yet the fire did not burn me in the slightest. It was like plunging into cool water, which calms agitation, quenches heat, brings delight and joy. Just so, when I entered the blazing fire, all distress subsided, as if immersed in cool water. I gave my entire body without remainder hair, skin, flesh, sinews, bones, and even my life itself. Not that I did not love my life, rather, I loved supreme Buddhahood more. Therefore, I relinquished flesh, blood, and life itself as an offering, aspiring to perfect enlightenment. This act constituted giving at the level of ultimate perfection, Paramatha Parami. These practices that mature the seed of enlightenment are classified as the 10 perfections, the 10 subordinate perfections, and the 10 ultimate perfections. The fasting I undertook as Akiti the ascetic was giving as a subordinate perfection. The self-sacrifice I performed as the Lord of Hares was giving as the ultimate perfection. The perfection of moral virtue, Sila Parami. The Sankapala Jataka. The story of King Sankapala. The Naga i.e. Bodhisattva was reborn as King Sankapala, Lord of the Nagas, in the Naga realm after some time had passed. They became weary and disenchanted with that splendor and longed for rebirth in the human world. With this aspiration, he undertook the observance of the Uposatha precepts. However, while dwelling in the Naga realm, his observance of the Uposatha did not reach fulfillment, for he was disturbed by Naga maidens and his moral discipline was compromised. From that time onward, he left the Naga realm and went to coil himself upon the summit of a great anthill, situated near the main road and a narrow footpath, not far from the Ganavena river. There, having solemnly undertaken the Uposatha and firmly established himself in moral discipline, he relinquished himself as an offering, resolving, "Let all who desire my skin, flesh, and other parts take them as they wish." Thus, he lay upon the anthill, practicing the ascetic life and observing the Uposatha on the 14th and 15th lunar days. Returning to the Naga realm on the following day. One day, while the Naga king lay there, steadfast in his observance of moral precepts, 16 sons of hunters set out together, armed with weapons. Thinking, "We shall go and obtain meat." They wandered through the forest, but having found nothing, they turned back and came upon the Naga king lying atop the anthill. They said among themselves, "Today we have not even caught a lizard. Let us kill this Naga and eat him." Then they reflected further, "This Naga is enormous. If seized, he may escape. We must spear him while he is still coiled, drain his strength, and then capture him." Taking spears and other weapons, they approached the Bodhisattva's body, vast as a great ferryboat, coiled like a garland of jasmine laid out by human hands. His eyes were like scarlet seeds, his head adorned like blossoms of the golden shower tree and jasmine, surpassing all beauty that words could convey. Edipente fours are the ite men there he aed is had to he call. Today my aspiration will reach its culmination. Through this perfection of moral virtue, I shall attain Buddhahood. Having already surrendered himself as an offering, he resolved with unwavering determination, "I shall not open my eyes to look upon them. Though they pierce my body with spears, making small and great wounds, I shall endure. I must not allow my moral discipline to be broken. Fearing the destruction of his Sila, he reaffirmed his resolve and drew his head back into his coils, lying motionless as before. When the hunters came close, they seized his tail and dragged him down to the ground. They pierced his coils in 8 places with sharp spears, threaded thorny black rattan through the wounds, inserted carrying poles into all 8 points, and began to carry him along the main road. From the moment he was pierced by the spears, the great Bodhisattva endured excruciating pain, suppressing the agony to avoid breaking his moral discipline. He did not open his eyes to look at them even once. As they bore him along on the 8 poles, his head hung down, striking the ground. Seeing this, the men said, "The Naga's head is dragging." They laid him on the road, drove an iron spear through his mouth and out through his nostrils, flooding his mouth with blood. They threaded a rope through the wound, hoisted his head onto the end of the pole, and continued their journey. At that time, a wealthy householder named Lara, a citizen of Mithila in the Videha country, was traveling comfortably with a caravan of 500 carts. Seeing the villagers of the frontier settlement carrying the Bodhisattva in such a manner, he gave each of the 16 men a handful of gold coins and 16 head of cattle. He also provided them with garments, lower robes and cloaks, and even gave cloth and ornaments for their wives. He then addressed them, saying, "This Naga is a powerful Naga king. He has done you no harm such as the power of his moral virtue. Those who cause suffering to this Naga king commit grave demerit. Release him." The hunters replied, "This Naga would be delicious food for us. We have never eaten a Naga before. Still, we honor your words. Therefore, we shall release him." Having said this, they left the great Bodhisattva lying upon the ground in their own rough and careless manner. Grasping the ends of the thorn-bound creepers and rattan cords, they prepared to wrench them out. Seeing the Naga king in such distress, the householder Lara acted compassionately. Using a sword, he carefully cut the creepers and gently drew them out, causing no pain, just as one delicately removes a child's ear-piercing needle. The hunters also assisted, slowly loosening the bindings that had been forced through the Naga's nostrils. After a short while, the great Bodhisattva turned his face toward the east and gazed at Alara, his eyes filled with tears. When the hunters had gone a little distance, they secretly conferred among themselves, thinking, "The Naga is weak. When he dies, we shall take him." Alara paid homage to the great Bodhisattva and said, "Go now, O great Naga. The hunters will not seize you again." He accompanied the Naga for a short distance and then returned. The Naga king went to the Naga realm without lingering there. Soon afterward, he returned with a great retinue to invite Alara, praising the splendor of the Naga realm. He brought him there, conferred great honor upon him, and bestowed 300 Naga maidens. Alara enjoyed divine sensual pleasures in the Naga realm for 1 year. Reflecting, he thought, "This Naga king is endowed with great strength, majesty, beauty, and wisdom. He possesses such splendor and happiness, surrounded by every delight." He then asked, "O Naga king, endowed with divine power and great might, why do you go to the human world to practice austerities? What do you seek that you observe the Uposatha and undertake moral discioline?" The Naga replied, "Desire rebirth as a human. Heritor. I strive with Edert in assetio practice." "Why?" asked Alara, "is the human world superior to the Naga realm?" Sankapala Naga answered, "Friend Alara, outside the human world there is no perfect purity, no restraint, no path and fruition, no nibbana, no attainment of Buddhahood or Paccekabuddhahood. When one am born as a human, I shall bring suffering, birth, aging, and death, to its end." Alara said, "I have dwelt in divine sensual pleasure here for a year, well cared for by you. Yet human birth is of far greater value, for it enables purity, restraint, the path, fruition, and nibbana. Therefore, I wish to renounce the world. Rejoicing, Sankapala Naga granted him the requisites of an ascetic. Alara accepted them, departed from the Naga realm, and ordained in the Himavanta forest, practicing asceticism for a long time. When the Bodhisattva was Sankapala Naga, he relinquished himself in this manner. Bore no anger toward the hunters, though they pierced me with spears and lances. This is my perfection of moral virtue, Sila Parami, and indeed it is ultimate perfectior, Paramatha Parami. No one is my equal in moral discipline. Nekama Parami, the perfection of renunciation. The story of the wise youth Udanyajaya in a former time in the city of Rama. The Bodhisattva was born as the son of King Sabadatta, ruler of Rama. The king had 1,000 sons. The Bodhisattva, Prince Udanyajaya, was the eldest among them. And the king appointed him to the position of viceroy. The prince regularly performed great acts of generosity at 6 places every day, at the 4 corners of the city, at the center of the city, and in front of the royal palace. As time passed by, one day, early in the morning, the Bodhisattva mounted his magnificent chariot and went to the royal pleasure garden. Accompanied by great splendor and majesty. There he beheld dewdrops clinging to the tops of trees, blades of grass, the tips of branches, and even to spider webs. They appeared like a net of crystal and pearls. He asked, "Charioteer, what is that?" When he heard, "Those are dewdrops that fall during cold weather," he took delight in the royal garden throughout the day. When evening came and he returned, he no longer saw those dewdrops. He then asked, "Charioteer, where have those dewdrops gone? Now I do not see them at all." When he heard, when the sun rises, all the dewdrops dissolve and disappear, he reflected, just as these dewdrops arise and then vanish, so too do conditioned formations, the lives of all beings, arise and pass away, like dewdrops upon the tips of grass. Therefore, while I am not yet afflicted by illness, old age, and death, I should take leave of my mother and father and go forth into homelessness. Therefore, he took the dewdrop as his meditation object. And he beheld the 3 realms of existence as a house engulfed in flames. They remain for a brief moment and then decay and disappear entirely. Thus, even a single arising of this perception of dismay, samvega, wher repeatedly retected upon, was greatly intensited while illness, old age, and death nave not yet overcome me. Should go torture and seek the great nibbana, the deathless, in which there is no illness, no old age, and no death. Then he approached his mother and father. Having paid homage to his royal father, he stood respectfully to one side and petitioned for ordination, saying, "May my mother and father grant permission for me to go forth." When the great Bodhisattva requested leave to renounce the world, a great commotion arose throughout the entire city. It is said that Prince Udanyajaya, the viceroy, intends to go forth into homelessness. At that time, the people of the Kasi country had come to pay homage to the king and had gathered in the city of Rama. All those assembled the king together with his retinue, the townsfolk and villagers. The Bodhisattva's mother, the queen, and all the royal consorts pleaded with the Bodhisattva, saying, "O prince, do not renounce the world." The great Bodhisattva spoke only of his delight in renunciation, but his father persisted. Then the Bodhisattva replied, "O my father, sovereign of the realm, do not hinder me. I am complete in all sensual pleasures. Do not let me fall under the dominion of old age." When his mother, together with the consorts, lamented pitifully, he explained to them the reason for his renunciation, saying, "The lifespan of human beings is like dewdrops upon the tips of grass. As soon as the sun rises, they dry up and vanish. O my mother, do not restrain me." Even though his mother and father continued to dissuade him, his resolve did not falter, for the sense of spiritual urgency had grown exceedingly strong. He felt no attachment to the large and beloved circle of relatives, nor to the magnificent royal sovereignty. Thus, he went forth into homelessness. As the Blessed One declared, the great multitude townsfolk and people of the provinces with palms joined, implored me. My father said, "Today, my son, rule this vast and expansive land." Though the people, together with my father, the consorts, the townsfolk, and the people of the provinces, wept and wailed in sorrow, I felt no attachment, relinquished them all. I abandoned sovereignty over the land, my relatives, attendants, and all rank and honor, without a single thought of regret. For the sake of awakening. It is not that I despised my mother and father. It is not that, despised great honor and glory. But the knowledge of omniscience was dearer to me by 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 100,000-fold. Therefore, I relinquished the royal sovereignty. When the great Bodhisattva had abandoned everything and gone forth into renunciation, Prince Udithala, the younger brother of the Bodhisattva, paid homage to their royal father, and also requested permission to go forth in ordination, following the Bodhisattva. Thus both princes departed from the royal city and entered the Himavanta forest. There, in a pleasant and suitable place, they established a hermitage and went forth as ascetics. They developed jhana and the higher knowledges, abhanya, sustaining their lives on forest roots and fruits and the like. Having lived in this manner throughout their lifespans, they passed away and were reborn in the Brahma world. The mother and father at that time became members of a great royal family via this present time. Prince Udithala, the Vangar brother, was Ananda Thera, while Udunvayava was the supreme Buddha, the giving of great gifts prior to renunciation, and the relinquishing of royal sovereignty and the like by the great Bodhisattva, constitute the protection of giving, dana parami. The restraint of body and speech constitutes the perfection of virtue, sila parami. The going forth into homelessness and the attainment of ihana constitute the perfection of renunciation, nekama parami. Wisdom, beginning with careful attention to impermanence and culminating in the attainment of the higher knowledges, as well as the discernment of which phenomena are supportive and which are not supportive of generosity and the other virtues, constitutes the perfection of wisdom, panya parami. Effort that brings these benefits to fulfillment in all circumstances constitutes the perfection of effort, virya parami. Cognitive patience and endurance in the face of provocation constitute the perfection of patience, kanti parami. Not deviating from one's pledged word is called the perfection of truthfulness, sakka parami. An unwavering resolve in all situations is called the protection of determination, achithana narami. Because the mind continually inclines toward the welfare of all beings through the power of the divine abode of loving kindness, this is called the perfection of loving kindness, metta parami. Through equanimity toward the disturbances arising in conditioned existence due to the nature of beings, and through the divine abode of equanimity, this is called the perfection of equanimity, upekkha parami. Consequently, the 10 perfections are fulfilled in this manner. However, it should be understood in particular that this narrative exemplifies the perfection of renunciation. The perfection of renunciation of the great Bodhisattva is characterized by relinquishing royal sovereignty and going forth without attachment. In this manner, we abandon this vast royal sovereignty, already within our grasp, as one would spit out a lump of saliva. Once relinquished, there is no lingering attachment. This, indeed, is the perfection of renunciation of the great Bodhisattva. Panya parami, the perfection of wisdom. The Sanaka Jataka. In a former time, a king named Janaka ruled the kingdom Varanasi. At that time, the Bodhisattva was born into a Brahmin family, and his relatives gave him the name Sanaka. When he had grown up, he studied all the arts and sciences at the city of Takasila. After completing his studies, he returned to attend upon the king in Varanasi. The king then appointed him to the position of minister and bestowed upon him great rank and honor. Sanaka frequently presented discourses on meaning and doctrine to the king. He was a teacher of the Dhamma, endowed with graceful and eloquent speech. He instructed the king to abide in the 5 precepts and guided him to conduct himself in this wholesome course of practice, namely, in generosity, in the observance of uposatha duties, and in the 10 courses of wholesome action. At that time, there was a Buddha's arising in that era. The great Bodhisattva would ascend the prepared Dhamma seat, elegantly adorned and fragrant, in the Dhamma hall, and expound the Dhamma with the bearing and manner of a Buddha. His discourses on the Dhamma were comparable to those of the Buddha himself. There was an aged Brahmin who wandered about begging and earned 1,000 kahapanas. He deposited this money with a certain Brahmin family, thinking, "I shall continue to wander and beg for more," and then departed. While that Brahmin was away, the family spent all the kahapanas. When the Brahmin returned and asked for his money back, they were unable to repay it. Instead, they gave their daughter to him as a bharaya, that is, as a wife. The Brahmin took her and lived with her in a village not far from the city of Varanasi. At that time, his wife, being still young and not satisfied with sensual pleasure, engaged in wrongful conduct. She became involved in an adulterous relationship with a young Brahmin. For there are said to be 16 things that are never satisfied. 1. The great ocean is never satisfied with the waters flowing into it from all directions. 2. Fire is never satisfied with fuel. 3. A king is never satisfied with sovereignty. 4. A fool is never satisfied with evil. Aroma never ate with he the seal nisas, adornments. 6. A Brahmin is never satisfied with mantras. 7. One who is tained ha is never satisfied with meditative absorptions. And 8. A noble disciple who is still in training, sekha, is never satisfied with the expenditure involved in giving. 9. One who is content with little is never satisfied with the qualities of ascetic practices. 10. One who has begun striving is never satisfied with arousing effort. 11. A preacher of the Dhamma is never satisfied with discussions on the Dhamma. 12. A courageous person is never satisfied with followers. 13. A person of faith is never satisfied with attending upon the Sangha. 14. A donor is never satisfied with acts of generosity. 15. A wise person is never satisfied with listening to the Dhamma. 16. The fourfold assembly is never satisfied with attending upon the Buddha. So too, that Brahmin woman was not satisfied with sexual intercourse. Desiring to get rid of the Brahmin, she resolved upon wrongdoing. One day, she lay brooding. When the Brahmin asked her, "My dear, is there something troubling you?" She therefore said, "Venerable Brahmin, I am no longer able to do the household work for you. I simply cannot manage it. Please go and procure a female slave and a male slave." The Brahmin replied, "My good lady, I have no wealth. What could I give in payment so as to obtain a female slave and a male slave?" The Brahmin woman said, "Then go begging and seeking money and bring it back." The Brahmin replied, "My good lady, if that is so, then prepare provisions for me." She then prepared lumps and powder of parched grain, kata, filled them into a leather bag, and handed it to the Brahmin. The Brahmin wandered through villages, market towns, and royal cities, and obtained 700 kahapanas. Thinking, "This is enough for me, sufficient to purchase a male slave and a female slave," he returned toward his home. When he reached a certain place where there was convenient access to water, he untied the leather bag, ate some of the parched grain, but failed to tie the mouth of the bag again. He then went down to drink water. A pot-bellied cobra caught the scent of the parched grain, slithered inside the bag, coiled itself up, and began eating the grain. When the Brahmin returned, he did not look inside the bag. He tied it up, slung it over his shoulder, and continued on his way. A deity dwelling in a tree along the road stood at the fork of the path and said, "Brahmin, if you rest along the way, you yourself will die. But if you reach your home today, your wife will die and then disappear." The Brahmin looked around but did not see the deity. Yet he was now threatened by the danger of death. He therefore wept and wailed as he made his way to the gate of the city of Varanasi. Now that day was the 15th day Uposatha. On that very day, the Bodhisattva was seated upon the prepared Dhamma seat, expounding the Dhamma. Many people, carrying perfumes and flowers, went in groups to listen to the discourse. When the Brahmin saw them, he asked, "Good sirs, where are you all going?" They replied, "Brahmin, do you not know? Today the wise Sanaka will expound the Dhamma with a melodious voice, in the manner of a Buddha." He then reflected, "I have heard that the one who expounds the Dhamma, the preacher, is a wise man. As for me, I am threatened by the danger of death. Surely a wise person is able to alleviate even great sorrow. I too should go and listen to the Dhamma there." Thereby, he went to that place together with the great multitude. Fearful of death, he stood weeping at the rear of the assembly, not far from the Dhamma seat, while the king sat surrounded by the great Bodhisattva, still with the bag of parched grain hanging around his neck. The great Bodhisattva expounded the Dhamma as though enabling beings to cross the celestial river, and as though raining down ambrosia. Those people, filled with joy, expressed their approval and listened to the Dhamma. Now, it is the nature of the wise to observe directions and signs. At that moment, the great Bodhisattva opened his eyes, his 5 sense faculties bright and clear, and surveyed the surrounding assembly. He saw that Brahmin and reflected, "Among this great assembly, all have arisen to joy and are uttering words of approval as they listen to the Dhamma, yet this one Brahmin alone is weeping. Surely there is an inner sorrow within him that gives rise to these tears. I shall turn the darkened mind of this Brahmin, dispel his sorrow by teaching the Dhamma, and bring him to contentment in this very matter, just as verdigris is removed from copper by rubbing with something sour, and just as a drop of water rolls off a lotus leaf." He then had the Brahmin summoned. Addressing him, he said, "Brahmin, 1 a.m. known as the wise Sanaka, I shall make you free from sorrow. Set your mind at ease and tell me." He then uttered the first verse, "You are distraught, your faculties, your eyes are withered, and tears flow from both your eyes. What have you lost? Or what do you desire, that you have come here? Come, tell me of it." Indeed, when the great Bodhisattva was about to admonish the Brahmin, he spoke thus, "Brahmin, human beings grieve and lament for 2 reasons, either because they have lost someone dear among beings and conditioned things, or because they long for someone dear but do not reach them as desired. Of these 2, which loss have you suffered, or what do you desire, that you have come here? Tell me this matter quickly." Then the Brahmin, wishing to reveal the cause of his sorrow to the great being, uttered the second verse, "A Yaka, a tree deity, told me this: if today you reach your home, your wife will die. But if you do not reach it, you yourself will die. Terrified by this suffering, I tremble. O Sanaka, tell me the reason for this. There are many causes of death for beings. Some drown in the ocean. Some are seized by fierce fish. Some fall into water. Some are caught by crocodiles in rivers. Some fall from trees. Some are pierced by thorns. Some are slain by various weapons. Some ingest poison. Some climb mountains and fall into ravines. Others are afflicted by various diseases, such as severe cold. All die in the same way. When the causes of death are so numerous, for what reason, then, would this Brahmin die if he rested along the way? Yet his wife would die if he reached home? While reflecting, he noticed the leather bag hanging around the Brahmin's neck. Through knowledge his skill in means, he understood. There must be a snake that has slithered inside this bag. It must have entered because of the scent of the parched grain. When this Brahmin ate parched grain at his morning meal, he did not tie the mouth of the bag and then went to drink water. Unaware that the snake had entered the bag, he must have tied it up and carried it on his shoulder. If this Brahmin were to rest along the way, he would untie the bag and put his hand inside, thinking, "I shall eat parched grain at the resting place in the evening." Then the snake would bite his hand, bringing about his death. This is the cause of death for the Brahmin if he rests along the way. But if the Brahmin reaches home, the bag will fall into the hands of his wife. She will untie the bag and put her hand inside, thinking, "I shall see what is inside." Then the snake will bite her, bringing about her death. This is the cause of death for his wife if he reaches home to Dove. Then the great Bodhisattva reflected further. This pot-bellied cobra is bold and deserves safety. For even when pressed against the broad side of the Brahmin, it has shown no agitation or struggle. Even in the midst of this great assembly, it has not revealed its presence. Therefore, this courageous cobra deserves to be spared. All of this the great Bodhisattva knew through knowledge his skill in means, as though he were seeing it with the divine eye. Thus, having comprehended the situation by his skill in means, like a man watching a snake crawl into a bag, and standing amid the assembly with the king present, the great Bodhisattva resolved to solve the Brahmin's problem and uttered the third verse. I have searched out many causes, among them, the cause I shall tell you is the true one. Brahmin, I understand that a pot-bellied cobra has slithered into your bag of parched grain without your awareness. Having spoken thus, the great Bodhisattva then asked, B. Brahmin, is there parched grain in that bag of yours? M. Indeed there is, wise sir. B. Today, at your morning meal, did you sit and eat parched grain? M. Yes, wise sir. B. And where did you sit? M. At the foot of a tree in the forest. B. After you ate the parched grain, when you went to drink water, you did not tie the mouth of the bag, did you? M. I did not tie it, wise sir. B. After drinking water, you returned without inspecting the bag and simply tied it up, did you? M. I did not look inside, I just tied it, wise sir. B. Brahmin, I understand that when you went to drink water, a snake entered the bag, drawn by the scent of your parched grain, without your knowing it. Since matters are thus, place the bag down here in the midst of the assembly. Untie its mouth, then step back to a suitable distance, holding a wooden stick. He then uttered the fourth verse. Strike the bag with a stick and you will see a snake with a forked tongue, spitting venom, slither out. Today itself your doubt will be dispelled. Untie the bag. Brahmin, you will see the snake. When the Brahmin heard the words of the great Bodhisattva, struck with fear and sobered by the danger, he did as instructed. As soon as the bag was tapped with the stick, the snake slithered out from the mouth of the bag. Seeing the great crowd of people, it paused. The Brahmin, shaken, dropped the bag of parched grain in the midst of the assembly. Then the venomous snake, filled with deadly poison, spread its hood and moved forward. At the moment the snake spread its hood, the great Bodhisattva's prediction proved true, just like the prophecy of an omniscient Buddha. The people raised cloths aloft by the thousands, snapped their fingers and whirled them around thousands of times. A rain of the 7 kinds of precious gems fell down like hail. Shouts of approval resounded by the thousands, as though the great earth itself would split apart. Now, solving such a problem in this Buddha-like manner is not a power derived from birth, lineage, clan, country, rank, or wealth. What power is it? It is the power of wisdom. For a person endowed with wisdom, cultivating insight, can open the gate to the noble path and enter the deathless great nibbana, whether penetrating to the perfections of a disciple to Pachekabodhi knowledge, or to perfect self-awakening. Among all qualities that lead to the realization of the deathless great Nibbana, wisdom alone is supreme. All other qualities are merely its attendants. For this reason it is said, the wise declare that wisdom is supreme, just as the moon surpasses all the stars. So too virtue, prosperity, and the qualities of the noble ones follow in the wake of one endowed with wisdom. After the great Bodhisattva had resolved the matter, a snake catcher fastened the snake's mouth, seized it, and released it into the forest. The Brahmin then took the 700 Kahapanas from the bag. Wishing to praise and extol the great Bodhisattva, he uttered 1 verse and a half, saying, "Have you removed the veil that covers all things, that you see everything so clearly? O Brahmin, your knowledge is truly marvelous. These possessions of mine amount to 700 Kahapanas. Please accept them all. I offer them to you, for today I have preserved my life because of you, and moreover, you have brought safety to my wife as well." Having spoken thus, the Brahmin repeatedly implored the Bodhisattva, "Even if I possessed 100,000 pieces of wealth, I would give them all. But this is all the wealth I have. Please accept these 700 Kahapanas." When the Bodhisattva heard this, he uttered the 8th verse, "The wise do not accept payment for the well-spoken verses they have uttered. Brahman, place your wealth here near my feet, then take it up again and carry it back to your dwelling." And having spoken thus, the great Bodhisattva gave him a full 1,000 Kahapanas and asked him, "Brahman, who sent you to seek wealth?" "My wife did, venerable sir." "Is your wife old or young?" "She is young, venerable sir." The great Bodhisattva said, "If that is so, she is likely to engage in misconduct with another man. It is for this reason that she sent you away, thinking that she could behave improperly without danger. If you take these Kahapanas straight into your house, she will give away the wealth you obtained with great hardship to her lover. Therefore, do not go directly home. First, hide the Kahapanas beneath the fork of a tree or in some place outside the house. Only then should you enter the house." Having instructed him, the great Bodhisattva sent him away. The Brahmin went near his house, hid the Kahapanas beneath the fork of a certain tree, and then entered the house in the evening. At that time, his wife was sitting together with her lover. The Brahmin stood at the doorway and said, "Sister." Recognizing his voice, she extinguished the lamp and shut the door. When the Brahmin entered the house, she led her lover out and made him stand by the door, while she herself returned inside. Seeing nothing in the bag, she asked, "Brahmin, what did you obtain from your begging?" "I obtained 1,000 Kahapanas." "Where did you keep them?" "I kept them over there. Tomorrow morning I will bring them. Do not concern yourself with it." She then went and told her lover. He went out and took the Kahapanas, just as if they were his own property. On the following day, when the Brahmin went there and did not see the Kahapanas, he returned to the Bodhisattva. When asked, "What is the matter, Brahmin?" he replied, "Venerable sir, I cannot find the Kahapanas." The great Bodhisattva said, "You told your wife, did you not?" "Yes, venerable sir." Then the great Bodhisattva understood that the woman had informed her lover and asked, "Brahmin, does your wife have a family Brahmin?" "Yes, venerable sir." "And you, do you have one as well?" "Yes, venerable sir." Then the great Bodhisattva instructed the Brahmin to offer food to both family Brahmins for 7 days and said, "Go now. On the first day, invite 14 Brahmins to the meal, 7 from your side and 7 from your wife's side. From the following day onward, reduce the number by 1 each day. On the 7th day, invite only 2, 1 from your side and 1 from your wife's side. Observe carefully and remember. The Brahmin whom your wife invites consistently over the 7 days, report that person to me." The Brahmin did as instructed and later reported to the great being, "Venerable sir, I have identified the Brahmin who came regularly to partake of the meal. The Bodhisattva then sent a man together with the Brahmin and had that Brahmin brought before him. He asked, "Do you not know that I am Sanaka the wise? I will make you return the Kahapanas." Frightened, he confessed, "I took them." "Where did you store them?" "In that very place, Venerable Sir." Then the Bodhisattva asked the husband, "Brahmin, will you accept that woman who is indeed your wife, or will you take another?" "She alone is my wife, Venerable Sir." Thereupon the Bodhisattva sent men to fetch both the Kahapanas belonging to the Brahmin and the Brahmin woman. He compelled the thief Brahmin to place the Kahapanas into the hands of their rightful owner, had royal punishment inflicted upon the Brahmin who was the thief, and banished him from the royal city. He likewise inflicted royal punishment upon the Brahmin woman. He then conferred great honor upon the Brahmin to dwell within his own establishment. When the Blessed One had delivered this Dhamma discourse, he proclaimed the truths and brought the Jataka to its conclusion. At the conclusion of the exposition of the truths, many people realized the fruit of stream entry, Sotapatti. The Brahmin of that time was Ananda in the present, the tree deity was Sariputta, the assembly was the Buddha's assembly, and Sanaka the wise was I myself, the Tathagata. Thus ends the commentary on the Sanaka Jataka. Mahamakarandika, Volume 59, pp. 263–285, the wisdom perfection, Panya Parami, of the Bodhisattva is illustrated here by the episode of discerning the serpent hidden within the bag. As the Buddha said, "By wisdom I searched it out and freed the Brahmin from suffering. None is equal to me in wisdom. This is my perfection of wisdom, which is called the ultimate perfection, Paramatha Parami, alone. The perfection of effort, Viriya Parami." The story of the great Janaka. In former times there was a king named Mahajanaka, who ruled the kingdom in the city of Mithila, in the land of Videha. He had 2 sons, Arithajanaka and Palajanaka. He appointed the elder prince as viceroy and the younger as a minister. When King Mahajanaka passed away, Prince Arithajanaka ascended the throne and appointed his younger brother Palajanaka as viceroy. Now a certain minister, who was close to the king, repeatedly approached him and reported, saying, "The viceroy intends to assassinate your majesty." Thereupon King Arithajanaka ordered that Prince Polayanaka be imprisoned. While Prince Palajanaka was confined in prison, he made a solemn act of truth, Saka Adhithana, saying, "If I have committed no offense against my elder brother, may these fetters fall away from my hands and feet, and may the prison doors open." Immediately the bonds were broken into pieces, and the doors opened at once. Prince Palajanaka then escaped and went to a frontier village, where he brought the surrounding border regions under his control. Reflecting thus, he thought, "Formerly I committed no offense against my elder brother, but now I shall commit one." He gathered his forces, established a military camp outside the royal city, and sent a message to his elder brother, saying, "Formerly I committed no offense against you, but now I shall commit one. Will you bestow the white royal parasol upon me, or will you fight?" When King Arithajanaka heard this, he resolved to wage war. He summoned his chief queen and said to her, "In battle, victory or defeat cannot be known. If danger should befall me, you must carefully protect the child in your womb." Having spoken thus, he marched forth from the city at the head of his army. In that battle, the soldiers of Palajanaka brought about the death of King Arithajanaka. When the people of the city learned that the king had fallen, great turmoil arose throughout the capital. The queen, upon learning that her royal husband had died, fled from the city. The being in her womb was the great Bodhisattva, Mahasattva. She escaped to the city of Kalakampaka, and there gave birth to a son of golden complexion. In accordance with the name of his grandfather, she named him Prince Mahajanaka. When the prince had grown up, he questioned his mother and learned that he was the son of King Arithamahajanaka of Mithila, who had been slain by Palajanaka. From that time onward, the great being studied the three Vedas and all the arts and sciences until he had mastered them completely. At the age of 16, he reflected, "I shall reclaim the royal sovereignty that belonged to my father." He requested from his mother the valuable possessions she had brought with her, sold them, obtained wealth, converted it into merchandise of various kinds, and embarked on a ship bound for Suvarnabhumi. At that time about 700 merchants boarded the ship. The vessel sailed for 700 yojanas over the course of 7 days. Then, driven by violent waves, the ship was unable to remain steady. Planks broke apart under the force of the sea, water rushed in from every direction, and the ship sank in the midst of the great ocean. The merchants, terrified by the fear of death, wept, lamented, and paid homage to the gods. But the great Bodhisattva neither wept nor lamented, nor did he pray to the deities. Instead, he mixed sugar crystals with clarified butter, ate until his body was fully nourished, stood firm, climbed the mast to its very top, determined the direction, Mithila lies in this direction, and leapt from the masthead. Passing beyond the schools of fish and turtles, he plunged into the ocean at a distance of 1 yusaba. For he possessed great bodily strength. He swam across the great ocean for 7 days, as though he were swimming for only a single day. During that time, the great Bodhisattva reflected, "Today is the Uposatha day." Thereupon he undertook the Uposatha precepts. The 4 great kings of the world, Kataro Maharahano, entrusted their protection to the goddess named Manamekala, saying, "Any being who is endowed with virtues, such as taking care of his mother, is not the one who deserves to die." At that time the goddess Manamekala had not surveyed the great ocean for 7 days. Having been absorbed in her own delight, when she at last beheld the great Bodhisattva, she reflected, "If Prince Mahajanaka were to die, I would not be admitted into the assembly of the Devas." Then she addressed him, saying, "Who is this, who, seeing no shore, still strives and exerts himself, swimming in the midst of the great ocean? Knowing what power or what benefit, do you persist in swimming in this manner?" At that time, the great being reflected, "I have been swimming across the great ocean for 7 days now. Yet I have not seen anyone at all." Then, as he looked upward into the sky, he beheld the goddess Manamekala, and said, "Lady Deva, I have reflected upon the course of the world and upon the benefits of effort. Therefore, even though I see no shore, I must continue to strive, swimming in the midst of the great ocean." Then the goddess Manamekala replied, "The shore of the ocean is deep and immeasurable, but it does not appear to you. Your manly effort is futile. Before you reach the shore, you will surely die." At that time, the great Bodhisattva addressed Manamekala that, "What is this that you are saying? I exert myself. Even if I should die, I would be free from blame. A person who makes effort, even if he dies, is said not to be indebted among relatives, devas, or parents. Moreover, one who undertakes a task in a manly way does not suffer regret thereafter." The goddess then said to the great Bodhisattva, "What benefit is there in effort undertaken in an improper situation? When a task cannot be completed by such effort and death itself becomes manifest." After Manamekala had spoken thus, the great Bodhisattva replied, "Lady Deva, one who knows with certainty that a task cannot be accomplished and, for that reason, abandons effort, such a person does not preserve his own life. If he relinquishes effort in such circumstances, he will surely come to know the fruits of indolence. Lady Deva, some people in this world, seeing the desired result before them, engage in action, whether or not that action will ultimately succeed. Lady Deva, have you not yourself seen the result of Kama plainly? All others have sunk in the ocean. I alone continue to swim, and I have seen you appear near me. Therefore, I shall exert myself according to my strength and mindfulness. I shall perform the effort that a man ought to perform, until I reach the shore of the great ocean." Having heard these firm and resolute words, the goddess, wishing to praise the great Bodhisattva, uttered this verse. "Anvone who is endowed with righteous effort will not sink in the immeasurable great ocean. Through the deed of manly exertion such as this, may you go to the place your heart desires." Then Manamekala asked, "O wise one, endowed with great perseverance, where shall I take you?" When the great Bodhisattva replied, "To the city of Mithila," she lifted him up like one raising a cluster of flowers, and, supporting him with both arms, held him close to her breast. Carrying him through the air, she flew away, like one bearing a beloved child. The goddess Manamekala conveyed the great Bodhisattva to the city of Mithila and laid him down to rest upon the auspicious stone slab in the mango grove. At that time, King Palajanaka had already passed away. He had no son, only a single daughter named Princess Savali. While King Palajanaka lay upon his deathbed, the ministers approached him and asked, "Your Majesty, when you have passed away, to whom shall we entrust the royal sovereignty?" The king replied, "Ministers, bestow the kingship upon the one who is able to delight my daughter Savali, or upon the one who knows the head position of the square throne, or upon the one who can lift the 1,000-weight bow, or upon the one who can bring forth the 16 great hidden treasures. To whomever these qualifications belong, grant the royal sovereignty." The great Bodhisattva, Prince Janaka, succeeded in winning the heart of Princess Savali and fulfilled the remaining 3 conditions as well. Accordingly, he was consecrated king and assumed the royal sovereignty. After ascending the throne, the king rejoiced and reflected, "Indeed, effort is something that truly ought to be undertaken. Had I not exerted myself in the midst of the great ocean, I would never have attained this sovereignty." As he recollected his effort, rapture and joy suffused his being. Overcome by delight, he uttered this inspired utterance with the force of his joy: "A wise man should sustain hope and not grow weary. I have seen kingship attained in accordance with my aspiration. A wise man should sustain hope and not grow weary. I have seen myself rise from the waters onto dry land. A wise man should continue striving unceasingly, even when suffering draws near. A discerning person should not abandon hope of happiness. Indeed, many people, when struck by suffering, engage in what is useless. When struck by pleasure, they engage in what is beneficial, yet they fail to reflect upon this principle, and as a result, they meet with death. What is not anticipated may still arise. What is anticipated may perish. The possessions of women and men alike are not accomplished by mere wishing alone. Thus is the perfection of effort, Virya Parami, of the Bodhisattva when he was great Janaka. Crossing the great ocean, I remained in the midst of the ocean without sight of any shore. All other people had perished, yet my mind did not waver. This is my perfection of effort. None is my equal in exertion. This is called the supreme perfection, Paramatha Parami, the perfection of patience, the story of the Kantavadi Jataka at that time. The Bodhisattva was born into a Brahmin family, possessing wealth amounting to 80 kotis. He was a young man named Kandalakumara. When he came of age, he studied all branches of learning in the city of Takasila. Having completed his education, he amassed wealth and established himself. After his parents passed away, he surveyed the great heap of riches and reflected thus: "My relatives generated this wealth but took none of it with them. Yet it would be fitting for me to take this wealth and put it to use." Accordingly, he arranged all his possessions, distributed wealth to those who are worthy of receiving it through acts of generosity, and then entered the Himavanta forest. There he went forth into the ascetic life. sustaining his body on fruits and roots, and dwelt there for a long time. Later, wishing to taste salty and sour flavors, he went to the human realm and in due course arrived at the city of Varanasi, where he took up residence in the royal park. On the following day, he went on alms round through the city and came to the gate of the commander-in-chief's residence. The commander, inspired by the Bodhisattva's deportment, invited him into the house, offered him food prepared for himself, requested his undertaking, and then arranged for him to dwell again in that very royal park. One day, King Kalabu, intoxicated with strong liquor and surrounded by his retinue of consorts, proceeded to the royal park in great royal splendor. He had a couch spread upon an auspicious stone slab and lay down, resting his head upon the lap of a favored woman. Female performers skilled in singing, music, and dance entertained him with song and performance. Endowed with splendor like that of Sakka, king of the gods, King Kalabu soon fell asleep. Then those women said among themselves, "For whose sake do we sing and perform? The king for whose benefit we do so has fallen asleep. What use is our singing and dancing to us now?" Leaving their instruments, lutes and the like, where they were, they wandered about the royal park. Attracted by flowers, fruits, and foliage, they took delight and sported there. At that time, the Bodhisattva was seated at the foot of a sal tree in full bloom within the royal park, passing his time in the bliss of renunciation. Serene like a noble elephant in Musith, those women, roaming about the park, saw the Bodhisattva and said to one another, "Come, ladies, our Lord is an ascetic seated at the foot of a tree. Let us sit and listen to something from him until the king awakens." They approached, paid homage, sat around him, and said, "Venerable sir, please teach us on whatever is fitting." Thereupon, the Bodhisattva taught Dhamma to those women. At that moment, the woman upon whose lap the king had been resting shifted her posture, causing the king to awaken. When he awoke and did not see the women, he said, "Where have those wretches gone?" The favored woman replied, "Great king, they have gone to sit around a certain ascetic." The king, enraged, seized his sword and hurried off with the intention, "I shall cut off the head of that deceitful ascetic." Seeing the king approaching in anger, one among those women, she who was most dear, rushed forward and wrested the sword from the king's hand. Calming him, the king then went and stood in the presence of the Bodhisattva and asked, "Ascetic, what doctrine do you proclaim?" The Bodhisattva replied, "Great king, I proclaim the doctrine of patience," and he extolled patience. The king said, "What is this thing called patience?" The Bodhisattva answered, "It is the absence of anger when one is abused, assaulted, or mocked." The king said, "Very well. Now I shall see your patience," and he ordered that the executioner who put criminals to death be summoned. The executioner, in accordance with his custom, took up an axe and a thorny whip, donned a red garment, and wore a garland of red flowers. He paid homage to the king and said, "What shall I do, your majesty?" The king said, "Seize this wicked ascetic, villainous like a robber. Drag him down to the ground and flog him with the thorny whip 2,000 times on all four sides, front, back, and both flanks." The executioner carried out the command. The Bodhisattva's skin was torn, his flesh lacerated, and blood flowed forth. The king then asked again, "What doctrine do you now proclaim?" The Bodhisattva replied, "Great king, I still proclaim the doctrine extolling patience. You imagine that patience resides in my skin. Patience does not reside in my skin, great king. My patience abides solely within my heart, which you are unable to see." The executioner again asked, "What shall I do now?" The king said, "Cut off both hands of this deceitful ascetic." The executioner took the axe and severed both hands at the wrists. Then the king said to the executioner, "Cut off both feet." The executioner cut off both feet. Blood flowed from the ends of the hands and feet as lacquer water pours forth from a shattered vessel. The king asked again, "What doctrine do you now proclaim?" The Bodhisattva replied, "Great king, I still proclaim the doctrine extolling patience. You imagine that patience abides in the tips of my hands and feet. Patience does not abide there. My patience abides solely within my heart, a place profound and inward." The king then said, "Cut off this ascetic's ears and nose." The executioner cut off the ears and nose. The Bodhisattva's entire body was covered with blood. The king asked again, "What doctrine do you now proclaim?" The Bodhisattva replied, "Great king, I still proclaim the doctrine extolling patience. You imagine that patience abides at the tips of my ears and nose. My patience abides solely within my heart, deep within." The king said, "You deceitful ascetic, sit there and exalt your patience as you will," and stamping his foot upon the Bodhisattva's chest, he departed. After the king had gone, the commander wiped the blood from the Bodhisattva's body. He gathered up the severed hands, feet, ears, and nose, placing them in the fold of his cloak. Gently supporting the Bodhisattva, he helped him to sit, paid homage, then sat to one side and said, "Venerable sir, if you are to be angry, you should be angry with the king who has wronged you, not with anyone else." Then, wishing to entreat him, he recited the first verse, saying, "O venerable one of great energy, whoever caused your hands, feet, ears, and nose to be cut off, be angry with that person alone. Do not bring this kingdom to ruin." Upon hearing this, the Bodhisattva recited the second verse, saying, "May the king who ordered my hands, feet, ears, and nose to be cut off enjoy long life. Wise ones such as myself do not give rise to anger at all." At the very moment when the king departed from the royal park and passed beyond the Bodhisattva's sight, the great earth 240,000 yojanas in thickness split apart, as a thick and broad cloth is torn asunder. Flames from Avicii hell leapt forth and seized the king, enveloping him as though he were wrapped in a crimson woolen cloak bestowed by a noble family. The king sank into the earth at the very gate of the royal park and came to abide in Avicii, the great hell. The Bodhisattva passed away on that very day. Royal officials and the people of the city gathered perfumes, flowers, lamps, and incense, and performed the cremation rites for the Bodhisattva's body. There are these two verses of supreme enlightenment. Long ago, in times past, there existed an ascetic perfected in patience. The king of Kasi ordered violence against that ascetic, who abided solely in the Dhamma of patience. The king of Kasi now burns in hell, experiencing the fierce result of that coarse and cruel deed. The perfection of patience of the great Bodhisattva, when he was the ascetic Kantavadi, endured great suffering as though devoid of feeling. Though beaten by the king of Kasi with a sharp axe, though his ears, nose, mouth, hands, and feet were cut off, he felt no anger like one without a mind. This is his perfection of patience. Called the perfection in the ultimate sense, Paramattha Parami, alone. The perfection of truth, Sakka Parami. The story of King Sutasoma and one war means to learn the Stamamen one who else in Isening. King Sutasoma, King Brahmadatta, and another 101 kings throughout the whole of Jambudvipa were once companions. They studied together at the same seat of learning. Among those 101 kings, King Sutasoma stood in the position of teacher, and he was an intimate friend of King Brahmadatta. After completing their education, they parted ways, each returning to govern his own kingdom. In time, King Brahmadatta developed a fondness for eating meat. It happened on a day, which was an Uposatha day. The royal cook made a big mistake. The meat that had been prepared was stolen, and no fresh meat could be found. Fearing punishment and greatly distressed, the cook remembered that someone had recently died. He secretly went to the charnel ground, cut flesh from the thigh of a newly deceased corpse, prepared it as food, and presented it to King Brahmadatta. When King Brahmadatta consumed that human flesh, he became strongly attached to it. He asked, "What kind of meat is this?" The cook replied that it was human flesh. From then on, prisoners were executed, and their flesh was taken to be prepared as food. When there were no prisoners left in the prison, bags of money were placed as bait. Villagers who were unaware would take the bags of money for themselves, be arrested, executed, and their flesh brought to King Brahmadatta. As a result, many people lost their lives. Eventually, no one dared to touch the bags of money. The cook himself then hid it in secluded places. Whoever passed by on the road was captured, killed, and their flesh prepared as food. Again, many people lost their lives. The matter was reported to Kalahathy, the chief minister. He ordered officials to lie in wait and observe. They discovered that the culprit was the cook himself. When interrogated, the cook confessed and declared that King Brahmadatta had long been addicted to eating human flesh and was unable to abandon it. The minister then went to King Brahmadatta and implored him to give up the consumption of human flesh. King Brahmadatta replied that he was incapable of abandoning it. If that were so, he said, he would have to renounce his kingdom, his sons and daughters, and his queen. Choosing to continue eating human flesh, King Brahmadatta relinquished his sovereignty and all that he possessed, left the city together with the cook, and went away. In the end, being unable to kill others, he killed the cook himself and ate his flesh. He thus became a notorious bandit known as Porisada. Later, the bandit Porisada captured a great merchant who was leading a caravan. The merchant's strong retainers pursued him closely. Porisada abandoned the merchant's body and fled, but was pierced through the sole of the foot by a sharp tree stump. In his distress, he made a vow to the deity dwelling in a great tree, saying that if he were healed within 7 days, he would offer as a sacrifice 101 kings. Indeed, within 7 days the wound healed, by Porisada's own merit, not through the aid of the deity. He then went forth and captured those 101 kings. During this time, he encountered an old companion from a former existence, who had become a Yaka. That Yaka gave him a spell of great power. By means of that spell, Porisada captured the 101 kings and hung them upon a banyan tree, intending to offer them as a sacrifice to the deity residing in that tree. The deity, distressed and troubled, went to inform Saka, king of the Devas. Saka replied, "In this universe, there is no one who can subdue Porisada except King Sutasoma alone. Devise a stratagem by which Porisada will capture King Sutasoma, and King Sutasoma himself will subdue Porisada." The deity acted accordingly. In due course, the bandit Porisada captured King Sutasoma and carried him off on his back. After running for 3 yojanas and realizing that no one was pursuing him, he noticed drops of water dripping from King Sutasoma's head, from his hair, and assumed that King Sutasoma was weeping. He then said, "Great king, you are a wise man, a refuge for all people." This referred to their former days of study, when King Sutasoma had been the teacher of the 101 kings. Porisada said further, "When we studied together, there were 101 kings and myself, Porisada. We all listened to the Dhamma from you and practiced accordingly. You are the refuge of all people, the refuge of the 101 kings. Like an island in the middle of the sea, a safe haven for a shipwrecked sailor. One who is a refuge to others in this way. How could such a man weep? How could such a man fear death?" King Sutasoma replied, "O Porisada, slayer of men, I do not weep out of fear of death or love of life. I weep because I am unable to keep the truthful vow I made to Nanda the Brahmin, who was to expound the Dhamma preserved since the time of the Buddha Kassapa. I vowed to listen to his teaching and then give him a gift. But you seized me before I could hear the Dhamma. I do not fear death, I do not cling to life. I grieve only that I may break my word and fail to hear the Dhamma. Then the Bodhisattva added, it is falsehood that I fear. Even if the sun and moon were to fall to earth, even if the wind blew mountains light as clouds, even if the ocean dried up, I would not utter an untruth. I uphold truth because truth is dearer to me than life itself. Even if death comes, I shall speak only truth. Bodhisattva then asked, well then, if I release you, will you return? He wondered in his heart, will Sutasoma come back or not? I too am a king. If he does not return, will offer my own royal blood along with that of the 101 kings one intended to sacrifice. Will cut my own arm in place of him. Whether he returns or not. It is fine, for we were once companions in our youth. Bodhisattva then said, why would you return? You are full of sensual pleasures, fine sights, sweet sounds, garments, food, consorts, attendants, rank and power. After enjoying all these, why would you return here to die? King Sutasoma answered, Bodhisattva, I have already said, none of these beloved things, not forms, sounds, wealth, or even life itself, can save a man from hell. They drag him deeper instead. Therefore, I cling to none of them. I cherish only truth. After being released, the Bodhisattva returned to his city and listened to the Dhamma from Nanda the Brahmin, teachings preserved since the time of Buddha Kassapa. The teaching he received was, the Buddha's teaching 1. One encounter with a noble friend is better than many encounters with the ignoble. One meeting with the virtuous protects a man, but the wicked cannot protect him, they plunge him into hell. 2. Associate with the wise, for their Dhamma brings growth and prosperity, and never deteriorates. 3. Chariots finely adorned wear out, this body too grows old and decays. But truth does not age, does not decay, does not die. 4. Sky and earth, and the farthest horizons, are distant from one another, but further still is the distance between the ways of the wise and the ways of the foolish. King Sutasoma listened with deep joy and devotion. He honored Nanda the Brahmin with 4,000 pieces, 1,000 for each verse. After hearing the sacred verses and offering due respect to Nanda the Brahmin, King Sutasoma set out immediately to return to Bodhisattva, exactly as he had vowed. When Bodhisattva saw the king approaching, he was astonished. You have returned? Truly returned? King Sutasoma replied, I have listened to the Dhamma of the fully enlightened one. I have rendered homage to the one who taught it. My duty is fulfilled. Now I stand before you a guardian of truth. Even if death awaits, I do not abandon my word. If you wish to make sacrifice, then take me. Bodhisattva gazed upon the king with wonder. He saw no trembling, no fear, only serenity born of Dhamma. A desire arose in him. He too wanted to hear the Dhamma. Sutasoma said, Bodhisattva, your hands are stained with blood, you feed upon human flesh, you kill as a habit. Your mind is coarse. How can such a person understand the elevated Dhamma that leads to heaven and Nibbana? Bodhisattva answered, there are hunters everywhere who kill animals for food. Are they not coarse as well? The Bodhisattva replied, they know the kinds of meat that may be eaten and those that may not. But you eat only human flesh. Therefore, your mind has grown exceedingly harsh. Then Bodhisattva asked, you escaped my grasp. Why did you not flee? Why return here to die? King Sutasoma spoke with calm majesty, noble deeds one have performed. Sacred duties praised by the wise I have honored. I have purified the path to the next world. One who dwells in Dhamma, why should he fear death? Noble deeds have I performed. Holy offerings have I made. I do not suffer at the thought of journeying to the next world. Come, Bodhisattva, offer me as your sacrifice. He continued, my father and mother I have served and cared for. As a king I have ruled with the 10 royal virtues, Dasa Raja Dhamma. I have purified the way to the next world. One established in Dhamma, why should he fear death? Again, he declared, I have supported relatives and friends, governed the realm in righteousness, purified my future path. One established in Dhamma, why should he fear death? Porisada, if you wish to make sacrifice, then consume me. And finally, gifts I have given abundantly to countless beings. Ascetics and Brahmins have supported and nourished. My path to the next world is clear. One established in Dhamma, why should he fear death? 1 am not troubled at the thought of dying. Come, Porisada, make your offering, consume me. When the bandit Porisada heard this, he reflected. This great king Sutasoma is a true man, Sapurisa, fully endowed with wisdom. He expounds the Dhamma that is noble and melodious. A sense of fear arose in him, and he replied, would a man of understanding ever drink deadly poison, or seize a fierce and powerful serpent endowed with blazing might? Whoever should consume a noble person who speaks truthfully as your majesty does, that person's head would surely split into 7 pieces. When Porisada heard King Sutasoma's words, so fearless, so serene, so overflowing with virtue, his cruel heart began to soften. He thought, this king does not fear death. He has returned purely because of truth. How can such a man be ordinary? Perhaps the Dhamma he has heard is greater than anything I have known. A deep longing arose within him. He wished to listen to the Dhamma. But King Sutasoma, seeing the terrible deeds Porisada had committed, said, Porisada, you have lived with hands stained by the blood of men. You delight in human flesh. You have made killing your daily habit. How can a mind so dark and coarse comprehend the noble Dhamma that leads to the realms of heaven and even to Nibbana? Porisada bowed his head and replied, others, too, kill animals for their food. They, too, are coarse. Why is their mind not shut out from the Dhamma? The Bodhisattva answered, they know which flesh may be eaten and which must never be eaten. But you eat only human flesh. Your mind has become far more hardened than the minds of hunters or butchers. For this reason, the Dhamma is difficult for you. Yet Porisada persisted, even so, I wish to hear the Dhamma. Teach me, O king. Then the bandit Porisada implored King Sutasoma to expound the Dhamma for him to hear, saying, when people hear the Dhamma, they come to know merit and demerit. My heart, having heard these verses, may come to rejoice and delight in the Dhamma, at least in some measure. King Sutasoma thought, this man has devoured countless beings. His cruelty is heavy, his mind defiled. But even such a person is not beyond the reach of the Dhamma. If a spark of faith has arisen in him, it may become a flame. Moved by compassion, he resolved to teach Porisada. Sutasoma said, Porisada, know this first, Dhamma cannot enter a mind clouded by evil until remorse arises, until the mind sees the weight of its own wrongdoing. Reflect upon the suffering you have caused, not for the sake of guilt, but so that wisdom may arise. For unless a man sees his own wrongs, he cannot renounce them. And unless he renounces them, he cannot receive the Dhamma. Porisada trembled. For the first time in his life, a painful clarity filled his heart. He saw the river of blood behind him. He saw the agony of the victims he had slain. He saw the wickedness of feeding on human flesh. A profound sorrow arose, the seed of remorse, the beginning of transformation. He fell at the king's feet and said, teach me, O Sutasoma. I am ready. I wish to turn away from evil. And the Bodhisattva prepared to deliver the teaching that would save even a cannibal. Thereupon King Sutasoma expounded the Dhamma, saying, listen, Porisada. 1. Even association with a true person on a single occasion, that association protects the one who associates with him by establishing him in goodness. Association with untrue persons, even many times, cannot provide such protection. 2. One should associate with true persons. One should cultivate intimacy with true persons, for by knowing the true Dhamma of the true persons, there is growth and no decline. 3. A royal chariot, though exquisitely fashioned, nevertheless grows worn with age. The body too inevitably reaches old age. But the Dhamma of the true person does not grow old. True persons alone truly recognize one another. 4. Heaven and earth are far apart. The farther shore and this shore of the great ocean are said to be distant from each other. But, Porisada, the Dhamma of true persons and that of untrue persons are said to be even farther apart than that. Porisada reflected. The verses spoken by King Sutasoma are as though uttered by the omniscient Buddha himself. They are spoken beautifully, and the king himself is a sage. His entire body became suffused with rapture. His complexion shone with the 5 kinds of radiance. His heart softened toward the Bodhisattva. He regarded the Bodhisattva as one would regard a father who bestows the white royal parasol. Therefore, he uttered these verses. O King Sutasoma, sovereign of the people, these verses are meaningful and well phrased. Your Majesty has spoken them beautifully. Having heard them, I am delighted, gladdened, refreshed and fulfilled in heart. I humbly offer to your Majesty 4 blessings. King Sutasoma then asked for blessings, saying, 1. May this bandit Porisada live long, for a full span of 100 years. 2. May he not consume the flesh of the 101 kings whom he has captured. 3. May he release those 101 kings and allow them to return to the normal exercise of kingship. 4. May the bandit Porisada abandon the eating of human flesh for the remainder of his life. Although Porisada's heart had already become gentle and softened, he was still unable to grant the 4th blessing, for he had long been addicted to the consumption of human flesh over a very great length of time. King Sutasoma therefore comforted and exhorted him with many verses. Yet in the end, Porisada still found himself unable to grant the 4th blessing. Then King Sutasoma spoke, saying, O Porisada, most excellent of men, may you be fully endowed with the Dhamma of the true person. A wise person should relinquish wealth for the sake of noble limbs, in order to preserve life. One should relinquish even the limbs, but when reflecting upon the Dhamma, one should relinquish limbs, wealth, and even life itself. When Porisada heard these verses to their conclusion, he wept, tears streaming down his face. He consented to renounce and abandon the eating of human flesh for the rest of his life. King Sutasoma then made Porisada undertake the 5 precepts. Undertaken the 5 precepts for life, Porisada released the 100 kings and sent them back to their own countries. King Sutasoma then brought Porisada back to his own land and established him as king there. Through gentle and gracious speech, he persuaded the prince who had ascended the throne in his absence, together with the ministers and the former chief queen, to accept Porisada and allow him to continue ruling as king, under the name King Brahmadatta. He persuaded that king to perform 6 great acts of generosity, at the 4 gates of the city, at the center of the city, and at the entrance to the royal palace. That king gave alms in this manner throughout his life, observed the 5 precepts, refrained from killing according to circumstance, and lived righteously. The connection of the Jataka, Samodana. King Porisada at that time became Angulimala. The dark-handed general, Kalahata Senapati, became Sariputta. Nanda the Brahmin became Ananda. The tree Deva became Kassapa. Sakka, lord of the Devas, became Anuruddha. The remaining 101 kings became members of the Buddha's community. The royal mother and father became members of a great royal family. As for King Sutasoma, he was none other than myself, the Tathagata, the perfectly enlightened Buddha. Indeed, it was that karma performed in that life bore fruit in this present existence. The perfection of truth, Sakka Parami, of the Bodhisattva, when he was the great Sutasoma, consisted in the relinquishing of his very life for the sake of maintaining truth, declaring thus, I uphold truthful speech, I relinquish my life so that Bodhisattva may release these 101 kings. This is my perfection of truth. Called the ultimate perfection, Paramatha Parami, in its fullest sense. The perfection of resolution, Adhithana Parami. The story of the Temya Jataka. At that time, the Bodhisattva was reborn in the city of Varanasi, bearing the name Temya. His father was King Kasi, known as King Kasiraja. When the Bodhisattva was born, he was dearly loved by his royal father and by all the members of the court. One day, the king, holding Prince Temya, his beloved son, in his arms with affection and tenderness, was seated there. At that very moment, royal officers brought 4 thieves before the king. Upon seeing them, the king issued an order that punishment be inflicted upon those thieves. One was to be scourged with thorny canes 1,000 times, another was to be bound with chains and sent to prison. Another was to have his body pierced with a spear, and the last was to be impaled upon a stake. When the Bodhisattva beheld this scene, he was seized with great fear. He then recollected thus, when formerly was a king, I reigned for 20 years. Because ordered punishments to be inflicted upon others, as a result of that very karma, I fell into the Usada hell and remained there for as long as 80,000 years. From hell he then ascended and was reborn in the heaven of the 33, Tavatimsa. From there, he descended again and was reborn beneath this very white royal parasol, the symbol of kingship. When he recollected this, a great and overwhelming fear arose in him. For he feared that he might fall into hell once again. At that very moment, Adavata, a divine presence guarding the Bodhisattva's kingship and destiny, dwelling in the royal palace, manifested herself and addressed Prince Temya the Bodhisattva, saying, Let your highness not be afraid. If you truly wish to escape from unwholesome karma, then feign yourself to be lame, crippled, deaf, and mute. Do not allow anyone to know that you possess keen mindfulness and sharp wisdom. When people disparage you as inauspicious, your lofty aspiration will be brought to fulfillment. Upon hearing this, the Bodhisattva established an unshakable resolve, Adhithana Parami. He pretended to be lame, crippled, deaf, and mute, speaking nothing, showing no sign of intelligence whatsoever. When the Bodhisattva was born, 500 sons of ministers were also born at the same time. Those children were gathered together and raised collectively. When the time came for nursing, the children cried aloud from hunger. But the Bodhisattva admonished himself, If I drink this milk, I shall surely fall into hell once again. Therefore, he did not drink the milk at all, no matter how much his mother commanded the wet nurses to try to feed him. For a long time, he refused to take nourishment. Eventually, when his mother herself gave him milk, he consented to drink. When he reached the age of 1 year, the children delighted in eating sweets. His mother tested him by offering sweetmeats, but the Bodhisattva did not eat them. He admonished himself, saying, If you wish to be reborn in hell, then eat the sweets. When he reached the age of 2 years, his mother brought various kinds of fruits to test him. The Bodhisattva took no delight at all in any of those fruits, whether small or large, maintaining his firm resolve, Adhithana Sata. When he reached the age of 3 years, his mother brought toys to test him. The children clamored and played noisily, vying eagerly for them, but the Bodhisattva remained utterly still, admonishing himself, If you desire hell, then go on and play. When he reached the age of 4 years, the ministers submitted that children of this age naturally delight in flavorful foods. Accordingly, various kinds of delicacies were offered. But the Bodhisattva took no delight in them and did not even cast a glance. When he reached the age of 5 years, he was tested with fire. The children were placed in a house of fire. The other children were terrified and wept in fear. But the Bodhisattva remained unmoved, instructing himself, "The fires of hell are far more intense than this. If you fear this fire, you will surely fall into hell." When he reached the age of 6 years, he was tested with an elephant, yet the Bodhisattva remained still and unshaken. At 7 years of age, he was tested with a serpent, but he felt no fear at all. At 8 years of age, he was tested with performances of dance, yet the Bodhisattva took no delight. At 9 years of age, he was tested with executioners bearing weapons, running toward him as if to strike. The Bodhisattva remained motionless and unperturbed. He remained firmly resolved in his original determination to appear lame, crippled, deaf, and mute. At 10 years of age, he was tested with the sound of conch shells. At 11 years of age, with the beating of drums. At 12 years of age, with the light of lamps in a dark place. Years of age, with the beating of drums. At 12 years of age, with the light of lamps in a dark place. Yet on every occasion, the Bodhisattva remained utterly unmoved. At 13 years of age, he was tested with sugarcane juice. His body was smeared with it so that flies would bite him. The Bodhisattva endured patiently, admonishing himself, "The suffering in the great hells is far more severe than this." At 14 years of age, he was tested with filth. It was smeared upon his body, and he was not permitted to bathe for an entire year. The Bodhisattva remained steadfast, calm and equanimous, neither pleased nor displeased. At 15 years of age, he was tested by being made to sit upon heated tiles, with fires kindled all around him. The other children cried out from the heat, but the Bodhisattva instructed himself. At 15 years of age, he was tested by being made to sit upon heated tiles, with fires kindled all around him. The other children cried out from the heat, but the Bodhisattva instructed himself, "The fires of hell are far more dreadful than this." Finally, at 16 years of age, he was tested with beautiful dancing maidens. Yet the Bodhisattva took no delight whatsoever in form, sound, smell, taste, or touch. He remained unwavering in his resolution, continuing to present himself as lame, crippled, deaf, and mute. Throughout this long period of 16 years, the Bodhisattva maintained this firm resolve to appear disabled, deaf, and mute. This constituted the ultimate perfection of resolution, adhithana paramattha parami. For the full 16 years, the king and the great ministers tested the Bodhisattva, being utterly convinced that he was indeed lame, crippled, deaf, and mute. The king finally commanded that the Bodhisattva be taken away and buried. When the charioteer led the Bodhisattva out of the city and reached the place designated for burial, and while the charioteer was digging the pit in preparation for the burial, the Bodhisattva revealed himself, showing that he was fully healthy and complete in every respect, strong and whole, neither crippled nor deaf as had been believed. When the king learned the true facts from the charioteer, he set out together with his retinue and troops to the place where the Bodhisattva was staying. The Bodhisattva then respectfully addressed him, saying, "Your Majesty, welcome. It is well that you have come. Though your Majesty has traveled far, it is as though the distance were near. Let the royal attendants now prepare the royal throne for your Majesty to be seated. May your Majesty be pleased to sit here upon the leaf-strewn bedding that has been arranged in this place for you. And may your Majesty take water from this vessel and wash your royal feet. Your Majesty, these myrobalan leaves of mine are ripe and free from any salty taste. May your Majesty, having come here as my guest, partake of them." The king replied, "I do not consume myrobalan leaves. My food is not of this kind at all. I partake of cooked wheat rice, prepared with clean and pure meat. Then the king said, a great wonder becomes clear to me, seeing my beloved son living alone in this secluded place, consuming food of this kind. How is it that his complexion is so radiant? The Bodhisattva replied, Your Majesty, I sleep alone upon the leaf-strewn bedding prepared here. Because I sleep alone, my complexion is radiant. I have no royal guards bearing swords stationed around me. Because I sleep alone, my complexion is radiant. I do not sorrow over objects that have passed away, nor do I long for objects that have not yet come. I sustain this body with what is present before me. For this reason, my complexion is radiant. Foolish people wither for two reasons: longing for what has not yet come, and grieving over what has already passed, like a green reed, freshly cut, left to dry in the sun. The king then said, Beloved son, take up the kingship. May my son prosper. What will you do in the forest? The Bodhisattva replied, A young man should practice the holy life. One who practices the holy life should be young. Going forth is fitting for the young. This has been praised by those who seek virtue. A young man should practice the holy life. One who practices the holy life should be young. I shall practice the holy life. I have no desire for kingship. I have seen your sons, beloved children, obtained with great difficulty, calling out to their mothers and fathers, yet dying before reaching maturity. I have seen your daughters, beautiful and pleasing young girls, lose their lives, like tender bamboo shoots pulled up before they harden. Indeed, whether man or woman, young or old, all must die. Who, then, can place trust in life, thinking, I am still young? The lifespan of human beings is very short, for days and nights pass by continually, like the lifespan of fish in shallow water. What can youth or youthful beauty truly accomplish? Beings in the world are constantly overpowered and surrounded by conditions that are of no benefit. Why, then, should your Majesty make me king? The world of beings is dominated by death, hemmed in by old age. What is of no benefit, namely days and nights, continues to pass away. Let your Majesty understand this. Just as, when a thread is being woven, however much the weaver has already woven, only a little yet remains to be woven, so too is the life of beings. Just as a river filled to its banks does not flow back upward, so too the lifespan of human beings never returns to childhood again. Just as a river in flood carries away and uproots the trees growing along its banks, so too are all beings swept away by old age and death. Why, then, should your Majesty cause me to decline because of wealth? Why should a person die because of a wife? What benefit is there in youth that must inevitably grow old? Why should one allow old age to dominate? In this world of habitation, where old age and death are the norm, why take delight? Why engage in frivolity? Why rejoice? What benefit is there in the pursuit of wealth? What benefit are sons and wives to me? Your Majesty, I am one who has already been freed from bonds. The King of Death does not neglect one who clearly understands this. When a person is already dominated by death, why delight? What benefit is there in the pursuit of wealth? Just as ripe fruit is perpetually in danger of falling, so too all beings who are born are perpetually in danger of death. Many people are seen together in the morning. By evening some are no longer seen. Many are seen together in the evening. By morning some are no longer seen. In the battle called death, there is no battlefield where elephant troops, chariot troops, or infantry can be deployed. Victory over death cannot be won by spells, by strategy, or by wealth. Death spares neither kings, Brahmins, merchants, laborers, outcasts, nor the destitute. It tramples upon all without exception. One should hasten to make effort today itself. Who knows whether death will come tomorrow? There is no delaying with the King of Death, who commands a great army. Thieves delight in wealth. 1 a.m. One freed from bonds. I humbly ask your majesty, I have no desire for kingship, to return. In the end, all went forth into homelessness. His father and mother, royal attendants, and ministers all renounced the household life. Only the drunkards remained in the city. Even when kings from other realms marched forth with armies to seize the city, upon hearing the Dhamma they too went forth into homelessness. At that time, ascetics filled the land. All attained supernormal knowledges and meditative absorptions, and all were reborn in the Brahma world. In this account, this constitutes the supreme and ultimate perfection of resolution, Adhithana Paramatha Parami, of Prince Temya the Bodhisattva. The perfection of resolution of the Bodhisattva, when he was Prince Temya, consisted in undertaking a vow of resolute determination even to the relinquishing of life, declaring thus, I do not bear hatred toward my mother and father. I do not bear hatred toward myself. Omniscient knowledge is dear to me. Therefore, I undertake this vow of resolution, which is called the ultimate perfection alone. The perfection Metta Parami. The Ekaraja Jataka. At that time, the great Bodhisattva was born as a royal prince, the son of the king of Varanasi. Upon his father's passing away, he ascended the throne and assumed full sovereignty. His fame resounded far and wide under the name Ekaraja, the sole sovereign. For he had perfected the paramis and was endowed with exceptional qualities not commonly found in others, such as disciplined conduct grounded in virtue, firm faith, and a delight in hearing what is wholesome. Moreover, by virtue of his leadership, he had no equal or rival throughout the whole of Jambudvipa. He had 6 alms halls to be built, at the 4 gates of the city, in the heart of the city, and at the gate of the royal palace. There he distributed gifts to the poor, to travelers, and to others in need. He undertook and firmly resolved upon moral discipline, namely the 10 wholesome courses of action in their highest purity, that is, restraint of body, restraint of speech, and right conduct of mind, pure and stainless through careful observance and non-transgression of the precepts. He governed the great realm, ruling the kingdom of Kasi. Having undertaken the 10 wholesome courses of action, from abstaining from the taking of life through to right view, leaving none of these wholesome practices unfulfilled, he supported and nurtured the people by means of the 4 bases of beneficence, Sangahavathu, generosity, kindly speech, beneficial conduct, and impartiality. He was a heedful ruler, mindful of welfare both in the present life and in the life to come. It is said that at that time the great Bodhisattva observed the precepts, observed the Uposatha, and was endowed with patience, loving kindness, and compassion. He delighted in all living beings. Just as parents delight in a child seated upon their lap, he reigned in accordance with Dhamma. Later, however, one of his ministers conceived treason within the city and made it manifest. The king came to know this clearly for himself. He then ordered that minister to be summoned and commanded him to be expelled from the realm, declaring, "Vile man! You have committed an unworthy deed. You are not fit to remain in my kingdom. Take your wealth, your wife, and your children, and go dwell elsewhere." That minister departed for the Kosala country and entered the service of the king of Kosala, whose name was Tapasena. Gradually he gained the king's confidence. One day, he addressed the king, saying, "Your Majesty, the city of Varanasi is like a beehive without bees. Its king is weak. Your Majesty could seize that kingdom with ease." King Tapasena did not at first believe the words of that minister, for the king of Varanasi was possessed of great power and majesty. Therefore, he sent bands of men to commit acts of robbery and murder among the villagers and others in the realm of Kasi. When he heard the report that the Bodhisattva gave wealth to those robbers and released them, and when he came to know that the king is one who practices Dhamma to the highest degree, he reflected, "I shall seize the sovereignty of the city of Varanasi. Accordingly, he set out with an army. In due course, the soldiers of the king of Varanasi received the news. The king of Kosala is advancing with an army, and they reported to their king, saying, "Your Majesty, we shall seize that king and have him beaten while he has not yet crossed into our territory." The Bodhisattva restrained them, saying, "Good sirs, do not cause hardship to others on account of my command. Let one who desires sovereignty take sovereignty. You should not go forth." When the king of Kosala advanced into the midst of the countryside, the soldiers again made the same report to their king, and again the king restrained them as before. King Tapasena halted outside the city and sent a message to King Ekaraja, saying, "Will you hand over the sovereignty, or will you fight?" King Ekaraja sent a reply, saying, "I do not wish to fight. Take the sovereignty as you please." Once again the soldiers entreated King Ekaraja, saying, "Your Majesty, we shall not allow the king of Kosala to enter the city. We shall strike him down outside the city and bring him bound before you." But the king restrained them as before. He commanded that the gates of the city not be closed. He sat upon the throne in the great audience hall. King Tapasena entered the city with his great army. Seeing not a single person offering resistance, he proceeded to the royal palace and brought the entire sovereignty under his control. Ascending the great audience hall, he ordered that the Bodhisattva, though innocent of any offense, be buried in a pit up to the neck. Then the great Bodhisattva, having aroused loving kindness toward that king who acted as a robber, entered upon the meditation on the kasina. Through this he brought about jhana and the higher knowledges. He rose up from the pit of sand and sat cross-legged in mid-air. Now, while the great Bodhisattva was seated cross-legged in the air, radiating loving kindness toward that robber king, King Tapasena experienced intense burning throughout his body. Crying out, he exclaimed, "I am burning! I am burning!" He rolled back and forth upon the ground and said, "What is this?" When the royal attendants replied, "Great king, you gave the order to bury in a pit the righteous king, who is innocent of any crime," he answered, "If that is so, then go quickly and bring that king out." The royal attendants went and saw the king seated cross-legged in mid-air. They returned and reported this to King Tapasena. Thereupon he hastened to the spot, paid homage, and begged forgiveness, saying, "May your Majesty rule over your own sovereignty. I shall protect you from robbers." He ordered punishment to be inflicted upon the wicked minister and then departed for his own capital. The Bodhisattva, for his part, entrusted the sovereignty to his ministers and went forth into the ascetic life as a hermit. He established many people in virtue, beginning with moral discipline. At the end of his lifespan, he was reborn in the Brahma world. King Tapasena of that time was Elder Ananda in this present age. King Ekaraja was the supreme Buddha himself. Thus is the perfection of loving kindness, metta parami, of the Bodhisattva, as declared by the Blessed One. With whatever loving kindness I regarded King Tapasena together with his company of ministers who seized my prosperous sovereignty within my own city as though they were my dearly beloved sons. No loving kindness equal to that of mine exists anywhere in the entire world. Therefore, this is my perfection of loving kindness, brought to the level of the ultimate perfection, Paramatha Parami. The perfection of equanimity, Upeka Parami. The story of Lomahamsa Jataka. It is said that at that time the great Bodhisattva was born into a family of great wealth. Having lived in dependence upon a teacher in the famed academy of Disapamaka, he mastered all branches of learning. He then returned to the household of his family. After his mother and father had passed away, his relatives urged him to take possession of the inherited wealth. Yet, through careful reflection, he became deeply moved with spiritual urgency toward all conditioned states. By attending to their impermanence, he developed perception of the foulness of the body. did not cling to the defilements that give rise to anxiety in household life, and further strengthened the inclination toward renunciation that he had long accumulated. Desiring to abandon the great mass of wealth and go forth into homelessness, he reflected further, if I go forth, I shall become one who is conspicuous through praise for moral qualities. The great Bodhisattva held gain and honor in contempt and therefore did not immediately go forth. Reflecting that, I am sufficient to remain unshaken amid gain and loss and the like, he resolved, by practicing a path distinguished by endurance of ridicule and abuse from others, shall bring the perfection of equanimity to its ultimate fulfillment. Accordingly, he departed from the household wearing only the cloth that was already wrapped around his body. He lived a life of extreme self-discipline and purification of the defilements. Though possessing strength, he behaved as if weak; though not foolish, he behaved as if foolish. He allowed others to mock and deride him on account of his outward appearance, devoid of self-conscious concern. Wandering through villages, market towns, and royal capitals, he stayed in each place for only a single night. Ridicule was most intense, there he remained the longest. When the cloth he wore became old, so old that it turned into mere rags, he still would not accept garments offered by others. He wandered clothed only enough to conceal his body and to arouse a sense of moral shame, hiri, and nothing more. After time had passed, he arrived at a certain village and market town. There, the village children, quarrelsome by nature, fond of fighting and violence, some of them were sons, grandsons, or slaves of royal favorites. They were arrogant, insolent, unruly, sharp-tongued, abusive in speech, and spent much of their time idling about in play. When they saw elderly men and women who were poor and wretched, they would scatter dust upon their backs, hang pandanus leaves beneath their armpits, and perform disgraceful and blameworthy antics as part of their games, laughing loudly at those who looked on. When the great Bodhisattva saw those unruly children roaming about that town, he reflected, now I have found a suitable means for cultivating the perfection of equanimity. Thus, he took up residence in that very place. When the band of unruly children saw the great Bodhisattva there, they then began to engage in improper conduct. The great Bodhisattva rose and walked about, behaving as though he could not endure it and as though he were afraid of those children. The children followed after the Bodhisattva. When the Bodhisattva saw that the children were pursuing him, he went to the charnel ground, thinking, in the charnel ground there will be no one to restrain them. There he lay down, using a skeleton as a pillow. The unruly children also went to that charnel ground and committed many kinds of improper acts. They spat upon him, laughed in mockery, urinated, and poked blades of grass and the like into his ear openings, indulging freely in their play as they wished. Afterward, they went away. The unruly children acted in this manner day after day. Those who were wise, seeing the children behave in such a way, reproved them. Knowing that this venerable one possessed great spiritual power and was a great ascetic endowed with austerity, they gathered together and paid him honor and respect. They brought abundant perfumes and flowers, many kinds of food, and other offerings and requisites for comfort. As for the great Bodhisattva, he remained exactly the same toward all of this, equanimous in every respect. He then declared, thus am I one whose mind is even toward all beings. I remain equanimous amid pleasure and pain, amid honor and dishonor. My mind is equal in all things. This is my perfection of equanimity. One equal to me in equanimity does not exist. This is the perfection brought to the level of the ultimate perfection, Paramattha Parami. Such was the perfection of equanimity of the Bodhisattva when he was the great Lomahamsa. Dwelling in the charnel ground, he lay with a corpse reduced to bones as his pillow. A group of village children repeatedly committed many kinds of coarse and brutal acts against him. This indeed is called the perfection brought to the level of the ultimate perfection, and nothing else. Chapter 10 Miscellaneous. The great wisdom and great compassion of the Bodhisattva. 1. By wisdom, he himself crosses beyond samsara. By compassion, he enables all other beings to cross beyond samsara as well. 2. By wisdom, he fully comprehends the suffering of others. By compassion, he undertakes the alleviation of the suffering of others. 3. By wisdom, he becomes disenchanted with the suffering inherent in samsara, that is, the round of wandering on through successive states of existence and lifetimes, in each of which suffering necessarily arises from birth, aging, illness, and death, from separation from what is dear and pleasing, from encounter with what is not dear and not pleasing, and from not obtaining what one desires. The tears shed by each being on account of such suffering are greater than the waters contained in the 4 great oceans. Bearing suffering through compassion, that is, possessing great compassion toward human beings and all sentient beings. 1. He wishes that human beings and all sentient beings may be satisfied and well provided for through the giving of material alms, amisadana, namely, food, water, clothing, vehicles, flowers, perfumes and unguents, seats and beds, lamps and lanterns, dwellings and the like. 2. He wishes that all sentient beings may be freed from every danger through the gift of forgiveness, abhidana. By destroying traps and nets, dismantling fish weirs, opening bird cages, rescuing animals from places of slaughter, proclaiming the abandonment of killing and the cessation of cruelty toward living beings, and by arranging protection against dangers such as banditry, fire, windstorms, floods, disease, and hostile threats. 3. He aspires that all sentient beings may be freed from the perils of the lower realms, apaya, through the gift of the Dhamma, Dhammadana. By expounding the teaching so that beings come to understand this world and the next, the results of wholesome actions and the results of unwholesome actions. Through this, beings give rise to hiri, moral shame, and ottappa, moral dread, becoming restrained in body, speech, and mind. Having purified body, speech, and mind, they establish concentration of mind and proceed to fortunate destinations, the heavenly worlds, the Brahma worlds, and are freed from the 4 states of deprivation, apayabhumi, through the gift of Dhamma. Such is the great compassion of the great being, Mahasattva. 4. He is one who inclines toward nibbana through wisdom, knowing that the realization of nibbana truly exists, that nibbana is manifest, the supreme bliss, the deathless element, amada dhatu, peaceful, sublime, subtle, and exquisite, the complete cessation of all formations, the relinquishment of all acquisitions, upadi, which bind beings to the mass of suffering, the exhaustion of craving, the fading away of passion, and the cessation of suffering, that is, nibbana. Nibbana is supreme. Nibbana is the secure refuge from bondage, yogaksema. Though he knows with wisdom that nibbana is the highest bliss, yet, because of immeasurable great compassion for all sentient beings, he turns again toward the round of samsara. Intent upon giving material alms, the gift of forgiveness, and the gift of Dhamma, as previously described, to the fullest extent possible through that great compassion. 5. He turns directly toward the round of samsara through compassion, intent on giving material alms, the gift of forgiveness, and the gift of Dhamma to all sentient beings, as stated above. Yet the Bodhisattva is not attached, nor inwardly entangled, by any affection or bond within samsara, through wisdom. Seeing that all sentient beings are but aggregates of formations, sankhara, within this round of existence impermanent, suffering, and non-self arising, persisting briefly, and then ceasing, he becomes disenchanted with all formations and with the entire world through wisdom. He relies upon these impermanent, suffering, and non-self phenomena merely as instruments for the cultivation of the perfections, parami, without clinging to formations that arise temporarily and then decay and vanish. This is as in the case of the Mangala Buddha, who, while still a bodhisattva, gave his own child as alms to a yaka. When the child was devoured before his very eyes, he remained entirely unshaken. Rather, rapture, pity, arose within him, and then made a resolute aspiration to attain Buddhahood. Upon realizing the Dhamma and becoming a Buddha, his radiance then pervaded the 10,000-fold world system. The four qualities of the Buddha ground, Buddhabhumi Dhamma, 1. Usaha, supreme effort marked by extraordinary endurance. Undertaken for the fulfillment of all requisites of enlightenment, Bodhisambhara. Once the bodhisattva has resolved to cultivate any particular perfection, parami, he applies himself with the utmost diligence, without the slightest discouragement, carrying it through continuously until the goal is reached even at the cost of his life. 2. Umanga, wisdom characterized by ingenuity and discernment in the cultivation of the perfections. Possessing such wisdom, he is able to teach both himself and others, clearly distinguishing what is wholesome, meritorious, and conducive to the accumulation of perfections, and what is unwholesome, demeritorious, and should be avoided. He strives to seek out great merit and to accumulate it in abundance, so that this merit may eradicate the residual effects of unwholesome karma and provide sufficient spiritual provisions to accompany him through every existence and every birth, until the realization of Buddhahood. 3. Avathana, unwavering determination. Because his resolve is firm and unshakable, the bodhisattva repeatedly makes solemn aspirations to attain Buddhahood. Constantly reaffirming this mental resolve, his determination does not waver even when he is reborn as an animal. As illustrated in the account of the hare who sacrificed its life by leaping into a fire in order to offer itself as food to a Brahmin. 4. Hidacharya, beneficent conduct. This means that his mind is habitually filled with loving kindness toward all sentient beings. For this very reason, he never harbors thoughts of harming or speaking ill of others, rather, his mind consistently delights in the success and well-being of others. He is naturally inclined to give material alms, the gift of forgiveness, and the gift of Dhamma to all sentient beings, wishing continually, may all beings be happy. In this way, from the time he first begins the cultivation of the perfections until the attainment of Buddhahood, he conducts himself throughout with beneficent intention. 4 further causes for the attainment of Buddhahood. 1. The great being, Mahapurusha, in this world is one whose character is habitually perfected through the accumulation of supreme dedication, adhikara, toward the Buddhas in former times. This refers to the willingness to relinquish one's life for the sake of the Buddha, or to sacrifice one's life for the attainment of Buddhahood itself. For example, 1.1 in the lifetime as the ascetic Sumedha, he willingly laid down his body upon the muddy ground so that the Buddha and 400,000 arahants might cross over. 1.2 in another lifetime, as the Brahmin Saruchi, he offered a great almsgiving to the Buddha named Mangala, together with 100,000 million arahants, and experienced great rapture continuously for 7 days. 1.3 in each lifetime in which he encountered a fully enlightened Buddha, he would renounce the household life, undertake strenuous practice, attain the 5 higher knowledges, abhanya, and the 8 attainments, samapatti, master completely the Buddha's teaching, the Tipitaka, retaining it accurately in memory, and expound the Dhamma beautifully in the beginning, the middle, and the end. He would cause the Buddha's dispensation to flourish through lifelong heedfulness, and upon relinquishing the world, he would be reborn in the Brahma realm. 2. By nature, the great bodhisattva is endowed with a compassionate disposition, inclined toward compassion, aspiring to remove the suffering of all beings. even to the extent of sacrificing his own body and life. 3. The great bodhisattva strives tirelessly, without weariness, neither recoiling from the suffering inherent in the round of existence, vata dukkha, nor shrinking from the difficult practices undertaken for the benefit of beings over long periods of time. He is fearless, unwavering, and perseveres until the desired benefit is fully accomplished, possessing immeasurable great compassion. 4. The great bodhisattva relies upon the virtues of spiritual friendship, kalyanamitata, restraining beings from what is unbeneficial and establishing them in what is beneficial. Reliance upon the role of a good friend is thus a cause for great supernormal accomplishment. A good friend in this world is endowed with faith, moral virtue, learning, generosity, energy, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. He has perfect faith in the enlightenment of the Tathagata and in the results of karma. He does not abandon the pursuit of benefit for beings, which is a cause for perfect enlightenment, sammasambodhiñāna. He is dear, pleasing, worthy of respect and veneration, one who admonishes and reproves wrongdoing, enduring harsh words through moral discipline, one who expounds profound Dhamma conducive to the welfare and happiness of beings through learning, one who is contented, modest, secluded, and unentangled through generosity, one who arouses effort in practice for the benefit of beings through energy, one who is firmly established in blameless states through mindfulness, one whose mind is steady and undistracted through concentration, and one who understands reality without distortion through wisdom. Such a great bodhisattva investigates wholesome and unwholesome courses with mindfulness, understands the true benefit and non-benefit of beings with wisdom, unifies the mind in those principles through concentration, restrains beings from what is unbeneficial, and encourages them toward what is beneficial through energy. As the Supreme Buddha has declared, the great bodhisattva is lovable, venerable, worthy of praise, one who admonishes patiently, expounds profound Dhamma, and does not lead others onto a wrong path. Thus, should the consummate disposition of the great bodhisattva be understood, just as his temperament inclines, bends, and turns solely toward perfect enlightenment, so too does his conduct incline toward the welfare of all beings. Having made firm resolve in former times in front of the Buddhas both mentally and verbally declaring, I too shall become such a fully enlightened Buddha, the great bodhisattva practices for the welfare and happiness of the many, for the compassion of the world, for the benefit, support, and happiness of devas and humans alike. He brings about skillfulness in welfare and happiness through inspired intelligence arisen from wisdom and compassion, rightly for accomplishing benefit and happiness for all beings. On account of these, faith in the immeasurable virtues of the fully enlightened Buddha, faith in the Dhamma, namely the 30 perfections, parami, and faith in the wholesome qualities that bring about the 32 marks of a great bodhisattva, together with all the bodhisattva qualities described in the Jataka accounts above, bring immeasurable and boundless merit to those who place their faith therein. I wish those who read this book would form the aspiration for Buddhahood. For practitioners dedicated to the cultivation of the perfections, may you uphold the aspiration of a bodhisattva in your practice, striving toward the ultimate end of the Dhamma. To follow his footpath as a great bodhisattva, to give is essential. Giving material alms as much as possible, especially giving rightly to fertile fields of merit. Give the gift of forgiveness as much as possible. Give the gift of Dhamma as much as possible, so that one may possess wealth and not be impoverished through material giving. Enjoy safety, freedom from imprisonment and torture, freedom from grave illness and disability through forgiveness, and possess great wisdom, not falling into ignorance, through the gift of Dhamma during the cultivation of the perfections. Just as the Bodhisattva said, parents, sons and daughters, ministers and officials, and all people, it is not that I do not love them, I do love them. Yet I love fully enlightenment even more. The author holds the view that the great Bodhisattva desired nothing whatsoever in this world but only the perfections alone, because the perfections are the key to lead to the attainment of Buddhahood. Bodhisattvas remain within samsara solely to accumulate the perfections, so that they may become Buddhas as soon as they can. May the wholesome merit and perfections arising from the writing of this book bring peace and happiness to readers and their families, and lead them to the realization of the Dhamma without delay. May all the merits you have previously accumulated bear sacred fruit continuously. May past unwholesome karma fail to overtake you and find no opportunity to ripen until the attainment of Buddhahood. And afterward, finally, the author respectfully dedicates the merit of writing this book to the most venerable teachers, Phra Mongkol the Muni, Satkanda Saro, Luang Por Dhammajayo, and Kun Yaya John Maharatana Upasika Chan Kanokyang. May the Via Dhammakaya tradition of the Buddha's dispensation spread throughout the world. May peace arise for all humanity. May readers and their families speedily realize the Dhamma, be free from dangers and obstacles throughout the cultivation of the perfections, and reach the ultimate end of the Dhamma. May all sentient beings presently wandering in samsara throughout the 100,000 million world systems and the infinite cosmos receive this merit and be freed forever from the 4 states of deprivation. And may all sentient beings throughout the countless universes reach the far shore of Nibbana with ease. Bhikkhu Siriwangso. Appendix: The Teaching of Samatha Vipassana Meditation by Phra Mongkol Thepmuni, transcribed by Pra Kru Samanadam Samadan. Now, all of you, both women and men, have given your valuable time to study Buddhism. The study of Buddhism is indeed the important task of each individual. Buddhism is the teaching of the Buddha. The Buddha teaches all beings of the world to abandon all evils, to perform good deeds physically, verbally, and mentally, and to purify the mind. The 3 principles are the teaching of all the Buddhas of the past, the present, and the future. The aim of taking the firm faith in Buddhism is therefore to cultivate your mind according to the purpose of Buddhism. The cultivation of mind is based on Pali Canon, namely, Deva mi bhakave vichapagya, O bhikkhu, there are 2 types of knowledge. Katame deva, what are the 2 types of knowledge? One is samatho ca, samatha, the calmness and tranquility. The other one is vipassana ca, the knowledge of insight. Samatho bhavito kamatha manupati, what does it need when samatha, calmness and tranquility, is developed? Chidan bhavyati, the mind needs to be developed. Chidan bhavitan kamatha manupati, what does it need when the mind is developed? Yo rago sopahiyati, any sensual pleasure existing in the mind will be ceased through samatha, calmness and tranquility. Vipassana bhavita kamatha manupati, what does it need when vipassana, insight, is developed? Panna bhavyati, wisdom needs to be developed. Panna bhavita kamatha manupati, what does it need when panna, wisdom, is developed? Ya avya sapahiyati, any ignorance existing in the mind will be expelled by the insight, the vipassana. These are the 2 utmost knowledge of Buddhism. The purpose of sacrificing your time is to study the 2 knowledge of samatha and vipassana. Samatha is the basic knowledge that Buddhists must pay their attention. Samatha means calmness and tranquility. Vipassana is the insight and the higher Dhamma, higher than samatha. Both samatha and vipassana are the profound Dhamma of Buddhism. I, the speaker, have learned practicing samatha continually since my ordination, starting the following day after leaving the temple of ordination. At present, I have both practiced and taught the 2 knowledge of samatha and vipassana. What is the scope of samatha? Samatha covers 40 subjects of concentration, namely, the 10 kasina, objects, the 10 asubha, impurities, the 10 anasati, reflection, the 4 brahmavihara, modes of sublime conduct. The one aharpatikulasana, perception of the loathsomeness of material food. The one katudatuvavattana, analysis of the four elements, the four arupa jhana, formless realms. Vipassana has 6 groups of subjects of concentration, i.e. the 5 khanda, aggregates. The 12 ayatana, sense spheres, the 18 dhatu, elements, the 22 indriya, faculties, the 4 aryasaka, noble truths, and the patikasamuppada, dependent origin. These are the subjects of Vipassana. These 2 subjects of Samatha and Vipassana are the textbooks of Buddhism, which have been practiced successively all along. The subject of Samatha, which we are now learning. We have to start with making our mind to stop in order to attain the state of Samatha. Otherwise, the state of Samatha cannot be realized. Samatha means calmness, tranquility, stop, and stillness. The mind must be stopped. What is a mind? A mind is composed of one perception, one memory, one thought, and one knowledge. The 4 components combining into one single point are called mind. Where is the mind? The mind is inside of its feeding fluid. Perception is in the midst of the body. Memory is in the midst of the mind substance. Thought is in the midst of the consciousness sphere. Knowledge is in the midst of the soul sphere. The 4 components, namely, perception, memory, thought, and knowledge, control the whole body. Perception leads to knowledge. Memory leads to the mind substance. Thought leads to the consciousness sphere. Knowledge leads to the soul sphere. The soul sphere is of the size of a pupil of an eye, situating in the center of the consciousness sphere. The consciousness sphere is of a size of a cornea of an eye, locating in the center of the mind substance. The memory sphere is slightly larger with a size of an eyeball. The perception sphere is in the center of the body, larger than an eyeball. Perception dhatu, element, is at the center of the perception sphere. This is called perception. Perception is in the perception dhatu. Memory dhatu, element, sits in the center of the memory sphere. Therein is the memory. Thought dhatu, element, is in the center of the thought sphere. Knowledge dhatu, element, is in the center of the knowledge sphere. When the 4 components, perception, memory, thought, and knowledge, are united into one single point, it is called mind. See how difficult it is, the word mind. Now, as we sit here, our mind can flash to home, to hell, or to heaven, or even to the nibbana, our thought. Mind is very profound. It can flash narrowly, if its knowledge is narrow. It can flash widely if its knowledge is wide. It can flash refinedly if its knowledge is refined. It can flash crudely if its knowledge is crude. The scope of flashing depends on the level of its knowledge and perception. The word mind is very important. We must control the mind to stop at one single point. The 4 components of mind, namely, perception, memory, thought, and knowledge, must stop together into one single point at the center of the human body. This is the point of the intersection of 2 strings, where one strung from the front of the navel to the back while the other one strung from the right to the left. This is called the center point, striking right at the center of the Dhamma sphere, which constitutes the human body. The sphere is pure and clear, with the size of an egg yolk of a hen. The midpoint of the sphere is the same as the center point, at which the place you are taught to concentrate Phra Kong Kwan, a sacred Buddha amulet. We place our mind at this center point. The 4 components of mind, i.e. perception, memory, thought, and knowledge are at the center point. The midpoint of the Dhamma sphere, which constitutes the human body, has only one location. To be attentive is to place and to stop our mind right at the center point. Now, as we are performing good merit, we must be attentively placing our mind at the center point. Now, as we are taking the 5 precepts, our mind is to be attentive at the point. Now, as we are practicing bhavana, concentration of words, must be attentive at this point as well. We must stop our mind at the center point. When the mind is able to stop at the center point, perceive and memorize this firmly. Stop and be still. Control the mind to be still. If it is not still, bhavana, concentration of words, is used to control the mind to stop. Keep controlling the mind. At the right balance, the mind will stop and be still. As soon as the mind stops, it strikes right at samatha. Stop is therefore samatha. Stop is the absolute success for both the earthly and Dhamma worlds. To be happy in the earthly world, the mind must stop relatively to the scope of the world. To attain happiness in the Dhamma world, the mind must stop relatively to the scope of the Dhamma. As it is put in Pali, Nati santi param sukham, there exists no other happiness, except the happiness when the mind stops and is still. Stop is the fundamental key. Hence, we must keep our mind stop. When our mind stops, we must continue to stop, stop and stop, stop and stop. Never retrace back. Always stop and stop, stop and stop. The mind must stop at the center point. Otherwise, it is incorrect. The mind must stop and reach the sib, the soon, and the suan. Be right at the sib, the soon, and the suan. If the mind stops at the center of the human body in such a manner, it will strike right at the sib. It will soon reach the soon. The mind will reach the soon once it strikes the sib. As the ancient colloquial puts it, see the soon once the sib is seen. Impermanence is truly certain, be constantly seen. Death and birth are the unending cycle. Sankhara, all aggregates are impermanent. It is the root of freedom from defilements. The sib and the soon are very essential. Beings of the world can only be born through entering the sib and sinking into the soon. Entering the sib, but without sinking into the soon, there shall be no birth. This is the natural dependence of the world and the Dhamma. As for Dhamma, the mind must enter the sib and then sinks into the soon. Sinking into the soon means that the mind has stopped. As the mind stops, it can be taken as entering the sib. There, at the point where the mind stops, a clear sphere with the size of the moon or the sun arises. The mind has already sunk into the soon and the sib. Once entering the sib, the soon is seen. When the soon is seen, the mind stops at its midpoint, and at the center of the clear sphere of a size of the moon or the sun. The sphere is called Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere, Pathamamagga sphere. The preliminary path of Magga Phala Nibbana, the path, the fruition and nirvana. The only way to reach the Magga Phala Nibbana is to enter the center of the sphere. There is no any other way. That the mind enters the center of the soon sphere is called Pathamagga, the preliminary path. The sphere itself is Ekayanamagga, meaning the first and only path. There is no second path. That is the very only sphere, named Dhammanupassana Satipatthana. It is the path of all the Buddhas and the Arahatas in all the universal worlds and the universal Dhamma. To attain Nibbana, the Buddhas and the Arahatas have to take this only path without any deviation. All have entered the same path with the same direction. However, the pace of the attainment is not the same. Some are fast, some are slow. The word not the same means no duplication. The word no duplication means faster or slower pace depending on one's mental makeup and meritorious resources cultivated in the past. But the path is the same for all. It is Ekayanamagga, the only path. To proceed, one has to stop. This is strange. In the earthly world, to go fast one has to take a plane or a car. In the Dhamma world, it is different. To proceed, one has to stop. If one stops, one can quickly reach the destination. This is so strange. Therefore, the mind must stop to reach the attainment quickly. Stop at the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the human body. At the right balance, a clear sphere will be seen. The clear sphere is called Ekayanamagga, or Pathamamagga, or Dhammanupassana Satipatthana, with the size of the moon or the sun. The mind stops and is still at the center of the sphere. As the mind stops and is still at the right balance, keep on stopping. Stop in stop, stop in stop, stop in stop, continuously right into the center of the stop. Center of the center, center of the center, center of the center of the stop. At the right balance. Another similar size of sphere is seen at the center of Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. It is called Sila sphere. Stop in the center of Sila sphere. At the right balance. Another similar size of sphere is seen. It is called Samadhi sphere. Stop in the center of the Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, another similar size of sphere is seen. It is called Panna sphere. Stop in the center of the Panna sphere. At the right balance, another sphere is seen. It is called Vimutti sphere, which is even clearer and more refined. Stop in the center of the Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, another sphere is seen. It is called Vimuttinānandasana sphere. Stop in the center of the Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance. We see our own human body that we see in our dreams, and that constitutes our birth of being. It is called the refined human form. As soon as we see it, we know instantly that this is the form we have seen acting in our dream. Once awakening, its whereabout is unknown. Now, we have seen it. It is in the center of the Vimuttinānandasana sphere. Let the refined human form meditates as the outward crude human form does. The mind of the refined human form stops and is still in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the refined human form. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, the celestial form is seen. Let the celestial form sit like the refined human form does. The mind of the celestial form stops and is still in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the celestial form. At the right balance, the Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the refined celestial form is seen. The mind of the refined celestial form is being still in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the refined celestial form. At the right balance, Dhamma Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the Brahma form is seen. The mind of the Brahma form is still in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the Brahma form. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. The mind of the Brahma form stops and is still in the center of Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the refined Brahma form is seen. The mind of the refined Brahma form stops in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the refined Brahma form. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, the Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the Arupa Brahma form is seen. The mind of the Arupa Brahma form stops and is still in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the Arupa Brahma form. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop and be still in the center of Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the refined Arupa Brahma form is seen. The mind of the refined Arupa Brahma form stops in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the refined Arupa Brahma form. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop and be still in the center of Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the Dhammakaya form is seen. This is the form similar to the Buddha image crowned with budding lotus, clear as a polished mirror. The lap is of the same proportion to the size of the Dhamma sphere constituting the Dhammakaya form. The Dhamma sphere is in the center of the Dhammakaya form. The Dhammakaya form is the Buddha gem. Dhamma sphere constituting the Dhammakaya form is the Dhamma gem. The mind of the Buddha gem stops and is still in the center of the Dhamma sphere, constituting the Dhammakaya form. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, the Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the refined Dhammakaya form is seen. This form is 5 times larger than the Dhammakaya form we have already seen is. The mind of the refined Dhammakaya form stops and is still in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the refined Dhammakaya form. At the right balance, a larger Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. The mind stops in the center of the Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the Dhammakaya Sotapanna form is seen. Crowned with budding lotus. The form is 10 meters high and has a lap of 10 meters wide. The form is clearer and clearer. The mind of the Sotapanna form stops and is still in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the Sotapanna form. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the refined Dhammakaya Sotapanna form is seen in the center of the Sotapanna form's Vimuttinānandasana sphere. The refined Sotapanna has a lap of 10 meters wide. The mind of the refined Sotapanna form stops and is still in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the refined Sotapanna form. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop and be still in the center of the Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the Sakadagami form is seen. Crowned with budding lotus, the Sakadagami is 20 meters high and has a lap of 20 meters wide. The form becomes increasingly clearer. The mind of the Sakadagami tops in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the Sakadagami. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At balance, the refined Sakadagami form is seen. Crowned with budding lotus, the refined Sakadagami is 20 meters high, has a lap of 20 meters wide, and becomes increasingly clearer. The mind of the refined Sakadagami stops in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the refined Sakadagami. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the Anagami form is seen. Crowned with budding lotus, the Anagami is 30 meters high, has a lap of 30 meters wide, and becomes increasingly clearer. The mind of the Anagami stops and is still in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the Anagami. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the refined Anagami form is seen. Crowned with budding lotus, the refined Anagami is 30 meters high, has a lap of 30 meters wide, and becomes increasingly clearer. The mind of the refined Anagami stops in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the refined Anagami. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the Arahata form is seen. Crowned with budding lotus, the Arahata form is 40 meters high, has a lap of 40 meters wide. The Dhamma sphere constituting the Arahata has a diameter of 40 meters. The mind of the Arahata stops in the center of the Dhamma sphere constituting the Arahata. At the right balance, Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere is seen. Stop in the center of the Dhammanupassana Satipatthana sphere. At the right balance, Sila sphere is seen with a diameter of 40 meters. Stop in the center of the Sila sphere. At the right balance, Samadhi sphere is seen, having the same diameter of 40 meters. Stop in the center of Samadhi sphere. At the right balance, Panna sphere is seen. The sphere has a diameter of 40 meters. Stop in the center of Panna sphere. At the right balance, Vimutti sphere is seen, having the same diameter of 40 meters. Stop in the center of Vimutti sphere. At the right balance, Vimuttinānandasana sphere is seen, with the same diameter of 40 meters. Stop in the center of the Vimuttinānandasana sphere. At the right balance, the refined Arahata form is seen. This is the 18th form and very beautiful. All kilesas, defilements, are delivered once this Arahata form is attained. There are no more defilement. The task of Buddhism, both samatha and vipassana, is accomplished. The level starting from the human form up to the refined Arupa Brahma form is called samatha. The level from the Dhammakaya Gotrabhu, both crude and refined, up to the Arahata, both crude and refined, is vipassana. Today we study samatha vipassana concentration. We must follow this path. It must be this path. No deviation is allowed. Any departure from the path is incorrect. We must adhere to this path and take the human form as the base.